Welcome back, everyone. It's the North American Strikers League Season 7 playoffs. I'm joined by my good friends Josh and Ian, and we're here to talk about some exciting stuff today, fellas. Do you know what we're here to talk to the people about, Josh? What are we here to talk to the people about?
I believe we're here to talk to the people about the all-pro voting selections today and then the upcoming matches.
That's right. We got to celebrate the best of the best. The people have decided between a mixture of players, staff, and celebrity votes who best captured the soul of the North American Strikers League and who performed the best in the league. So without further ado, let's go and talk right about the substitute of the season. And there were many substitutions this season. Many subs, I would know, many subs.
Hmm,
Okay.
hmm,
But
hmm.
one stood out from among the rest. And that substitute was Obscure Breads of the Bozizzle Bunch. And I have Bozo Bunch coach Z Yoshi 64 with me here today. Can you talk about how
Sure.
Breads made an impact for your team this season?
I can, and no, only Bo's a bunch member here. It's very important that I get my moment. Breads showed up, I believe, twice, paying a whole lot of attention, and hey, won two games. I don't remember. I know it was week 6 and week 8, and week 8 was against RTF, and we almost got it. That was a very important match, almost, and we'll get him next time. Grr, stupid RTF. Anyway, I can't
Sure.
lie. I don't remember who we were playing against week 6, but I remember it was looking good. I was very happy. Breads was looking good out there. So that's my sub of the season.
Maybe Josh can correct me, but I'm sure that was that against EKC, Josh?
It was
Week
against
6?
EKC. Yeah, no, Soren
Yeah, you
heard
pulled up.
that Breads was in, and he went from "we're gonna win" to "oh wait, we're gonna lose today," and then he did.
Common response to hearing that Breads is coming in.
Yes.
Breads is always, we know him, we love him, one of the best goalies to ever touch the game. And on his signature picks, we got the era goalie this season. We also got the now goalie. Didn't sub enough times to really see all of the Breads picks. The classic Finney. Sometimes he busts out the Rasmus for all time's sake and a classy Estelle. But still, obviously, real standout from this season. I want to shout out Flowers as well for the other sub who had some real meaningful impact this season, even though she did not win. I wanted to give Flowers a shout out as well. So, Obscure Breads of the Bozo Bunch, substitute of the season. Congratulations, Obscure Bread. Add another award to his trophy case. And I want to move on to the rookie of the season now, which we had, I think, the most rookies in nasl history this season. So many wonderful rookie performances. I loved seeing the Fool. I like seeing Josh Dot from HMG. I guess we'll see more of him today. But out of all the rookies, there was one that clearly stood above the rest of the pack, and that would be Tempo
Oh.
Melon of Rat Pack. Woohoo! So, Josh, we've competed against Tempo Melon this season. Could you talk to me about what kind of an impact she has in the game when you're playing against her in nasl?
Yeah. So the way I like to describe Tempo Melon as a brawler is I like to compare her to baseball and a concept in baseball called three true outcomes baseball, which is the idea that as players get better and better, one of three things is going to happen, which is they're going to strike out, they're going to walk, or they're going to hit a home run. And that is to say that as players get better, they're just going to do only kind of the like optimal things that you can do. And Tempo Melon just feels a lot like that. Tempo Melon doesn't really mess around. Like you don't see Tempo Melon like not really knowing what to do, like just doing random things. Tempo Melon's always looking for a KO or standing in the right spot on defense or standing in the right spot to score. And it you face so much pressure. You're always worried about dying. You're always worried about getting scored on. They're never in the wrong spot. And like they're just checkmating you. I mean, obviously the doobie's on screen. Like just sit in the corner on the open net and then secondary into ult and just always put the ball in. So That's kind of what Temp Melon is to me as a brawler. I think that's a really, really, really difficult thing to do consistently. It's so easy to get caught up in like the mayhem of playing OS. So shout out our rookie of the season, Tempo Melon. I think this is beyond deserved.
I think this is probably the best rookie season I've ever seen. I'm gonna keep going with the Dubu. Really, the first player to take this character brawler and have an impact with it to the degree that Tempermelon did. She played this pick 7 times in nasl, which I think is maybe more brawler Dubu picks combined in the last like 3 seasons. We saw it flavor of the month sometimes on Tycho in past years, but ended up winning 6 games, only dropping 1 game on Dubu, and drew multiple Dubu bans over the season. Her impact was quite large. And then, just in case, even if you ban the Dubu, all of a sudden you have to deal with picks like Luna or Rasmus, which are completely different. They don't have to play on the ball. And then, of course, she has a really solid X, always threatening KOs at all times. Really, really good player at playing around knockback. I think one of the best we've ever seen. So really big shout out to Tempo Melon. Very impressed with her gameplay. And that brings me to our third individual award, which is most improved of the season. We had a lot of people step up this season. I think a lot of argument could be given to HMG players. Honestly, there could be argument for even our top teams. Like I think Frightfully Fresh could have been a real shout. Stealth Rock, I think, improved quite a bit. But actually, our most improved of the season is another rookie, and that is Name Chaotic of Polar Cortex. And I'm going to turn it over to Ian. I want you to talk to me about your thoughts on Name Chaotic as a player from when he came into the league towards the end of the season.
So this guy has won 2 leagues. Obviously, in both debut seasons, he won Nasty and then NASA. But I think everyone always talks about people be talking about the Fool. I'd be talking about the Fool. We
Hmm.
are talking about the Fool. Love watching that guy. And A also as an up and coming midfielder. I guess not anymore. He's been around for a while, but been a standout midfielder. And Name Chaotic has always kind of fallen to the wayside because of the stardom of his teammates. Not this season. This season, I think the first few weeks were, getting the groove of things, but once Name Chaotic figured out his vibe and he got it pretty quickly, he became the star of the show. It was game after game when Polar Cortex was slamming him. It was Name Chaotic at the front, just getting. I always think of that one clip
The
against
GIF.
Rats, the GIF,
Yes.
Yes.
and like
Yes.
that's as much as I can say. He's a player that can hit the GIF. I can't find very many of those, so I've been very impressed with Name Chaotic, and I hope to see more. I think that he has grown a lot, and there's still a lot of NASA left. There's still a lot of up to go, but for how far he's come, I think that is very impressive. And again, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in the future.
I also just want to shout out this player because I think the narrative surrounding him going into the season, he had a lot of pressure on him. I think it's fair to say there were a couple people actively being like, this guy does not belong. This is not a nasl brawler. There was definitely a pervasive sentiment among some teams that, okay, just, pick on this guy in the game plan and we can expose Polar. But I would go as far as to say as by the end of the season, he was their shining star of a player. I thought it was a crazy turnaround from watching week 1, where I watched the Fool struggle mightily Sparta 300 as his forwards adjusted to the nasl pace, to by the end of the season where Name Chaotic would get quick strikes on a signature champ with a little
It
size
was
and turn
over, and the
into,
game's just over.
yeah, yeah, it turned into Scyther 13. It's the
Yeah.
next coming of that guy. So I was really pleased to see that. So W Name Chaotic, congratulations to all our individual award winners. And we're gonna move on now to our All Pro awards. So we're gonna present the 3 brawlers that won All Pro this season. and then we'll reveal the number 1 brawler. So the 3 brawler awards that were given out this season were Bells from the Sad Boys, the Joker from Demon Time, and Tempo Melon from the Rat Pack. Now, Joker did not make All-Pro last season. He was actually absent, and I'm sure he's very pleased to be back. I'm going to talk a little about the Joker, as that's my guy. So Huss has been putting in a ton of work this season, and I've really enjoyed watching how his team has flexed around his signature Estelle. I think it's really cool. I think he's the only brawler that's allowed to pick the Estelle like Amy stuff. It's the Huss pass. He's earned it from his beta roots as an Estelle Julie 2 trick. And he puts on so much pressure for his team, and there's lots of things outside of the game too that he really puts in that you don't really see on the stat screen. So I really want to shout out Joker for that one. And then Josh, can you talk to me a little bit about Bell, since we already touched on Temple Melon a little bit?
Yeah. So I've said this before, and I will say it again here. His floor is that if he's not having a noticeably bad season, like if you are watching Sad Boys games and you aren't thinking, well, what happened to this guy? Like, did his hands fall off? He is instantly going to be an all-pro brawler. So I'm not surprised to see him here because he had a really, really awesome season. I think the thing that most impressed me this season from him was just how well he supported his like star-studded backline. Um, I think that could be a lot to ask of. You know, maybe there were too many cooks in the kitchen this season, but that was not the case. Um, so he developed like a really strong, like disruptive, supportive play style, and I think that was a really good adaptation of him. And it's not a surprise that Sad Boys kind of rolled all the subs that they ended up playing against for the whole season. And yeah, so he was just such a strong brawler, and good job to Bells. Really, really awesome season for him.
Notable, similar to us, this is actually Bell's first All-Pro nomination in 3 seasons. He has
Wow.
not been an All-Pro brawler since 2024 in nasl 4. So really excited to see him back up here. That's my guy, beast mode. And obviously Temomelon, we've touched on a little bit, but if we could reveal the number 1 brawler of the season, Saya, it's Temomelon again, our rookie of the season and our number 1 brawler. We've already espoused how great she's done. So excellent gameplay from Temomelon, led her team to the first seed in the North American Strikers League. Excited to see more of her. And then for now, we will move on to midfield. If she wants to hear more about herself, rewind about 20 minutes in the VOD, and you'll hear all about how awesome you are. So let's go to the All-Pro Midfield Season 7, where we have 3 players that look familiar, 2 of which were on All-Pro last season, with Carmine Uniclear making his way back into the All-Pro top 3, and joined by Kainoob, this time no longer a substitute. Last but not least, we have a new addition, roll swap alert, Stealth Rock of the Bombardiers. Woohoo! W Stealth Rock. Ian, could you talk to me a little bit about what you think about watching Stealth Rock transition from goalie to midfield and how he's stacked up against the competition this season?
I've been very impressed because I don't. First of all, like midfield is hard. Even if people don't think it's the hardest, or even if you don't want to say it's the hardest role, midfield's hard. It that is a truth of life. Like, so going from any role to midfield is always going to be a difficult endeavor. But I feel like he just kind of slid into it very naturally. I know that he's played some midfield in the past, but never, shown up in nasl saying, I'm the midfielder, I'm going to play midfield now, and just he's been, again, top 3, one of the best midfielders in nasl, and I think it's really been evident in his gameplay. He just looks very dominant on the field at all times, and I think that he's very important for his team. Obviously, again, midfield, the glue, if you will, and I was gonna say looking very horse-like, but I guess that's usually he's looking very horsely to be the We'll
Amen.
get there one day.
Amen.
Mm.
Dude,
He's
that's
he
we're
looks
all
good.
thinking that.
I was
Dude,
also I was thinking about horses and
yeah,
just doesn't
yeah.
not him,
Not him.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Josh, this is your position. Could you talk to me about the overall vibe of midfield and also, obviously I don't feel like I'm qualified anymore. I left that role. It's
Of
too hard.
course,
But I
right.
felt like
Yeah.
this season, this vote was pretty tough. We see people, Shianzu, uh, notable all-pro midfielder. There was a lot of buzz about HMG, Josh going in. We had other midfielders. You had yourself and Aiden vying for playoffs. We have Hungry Boy, not even present here, one of the strongest midfielders in the league. Talk to me about how these awards shaped up. Do you feel like this is a deserved top three? Is there anyone that you think had a great season but didn't make it on here? Like, could you talk to me a little bit more about midfield in general? Because this feels like the most tumultuous season. Gone are the seasons where it was just, a
Yeah.
couple years ago, it'd be like, okay, Vaughn, Kainu, Shianzu, or if before Shianzu plus one, usually it was some amalgamation of that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, midfield was so unbelievably stacked this season. I went into it thinking like, wow, it just makes me happy to see the role like so strong, especially because like you abandoned us. So it was nice to see that there wasn't just this giant void there. Um, Also, shout out you leaving the role, giving that just means we have another all pro spot for someone else to start winning it. Um, and I think like everyone that's here kind of deserves it. I definitely also think you could make good arguments for like Shianzu would be willing, Hungry Boy, like you said, Josh and HMG. I heard that Bo's a bunch midfielder had like a really, he had some really awesome games in there. So just there were so many people that were so qualified, but I don't think you could say that this was like an incorrect three. Like, maybe you
Mm,
could say like, oh, Stealth Rock doesn't belong or something, but if you watch those games, like he was really the engine of that team. He was the one that got it done against like Shianzu in their Demon Time matchup,
correct.
um and maybe that's why he's here instead of Shianzu. So those kinds of like individual game performances that people remember really stick in their mind, and that's what lands you on these votes. So and then the other two I think are maybe a little bit more obvious. I mean, Kainu's just gonna win it like no matter what. And then uh Carmine just had a really, really stellar season again. He had an awesome season
Yeah.
last season. He had another stellar season. So yeah, the role is really diverse right now. Other than I guess the Blue Lady, and there's so many qualified individuals, and I think if you won All Pro this season, you should be very, very proud of yourself.
I agree. Notable to say the Blue Lady in all three. Amy technically tied with with Vice, but I can't put without Amy on there, so I had it. It just wouldn't make sense. And now speaking of Carmine, he won second All Pro midfielder last season, and you mentioned that he had another stellar season. The votes were close for number one, but number one this time, he is inevitable. It's Mr. Noob. He's back as a starter. The people have spoken, dominating once again. This guy, probably the best to ever do it on the position. Truly, truly a beast. He's got the Luna the Estelle, the Amy the Vice. No man character spotted. This is just his way, League of Legends style. No versus no, kind of buff. And what can we say that we haven't already said about Kainu? I mean, that's my guy. He's a good friend of mine. It's really cool that I get to play with him now. Like I competed against him for God, like over 2 years, and it's just been a blast to play with him. And I'm excited for us to play playoffs together. So let's move on to goalie. In goalie, we have a new addition, first All Pro nomination for a goalie player this season, with some returning faces. That new addition, I'm sure will not surprise anyone. It is Frightfully Fresh, the goalie for Rat Pack. I've been really pleased with him. As this is my position, I'll talk a little bit about the players on it. We've got myself, we've got Moffin Coe, and we got Frightfully Fresh. This is actually my top three that I voted on. These are literally the three goalies I viewed. Even though there's some real standout seasons, like I thought Gumi really roared back after a subpar season 6. I was very, very pleased with how he did this season. I thought Gumi did great. I thought Luke did very well. I thought the Fool had a great like first half of the season. I thought Soren had some crazy good games. Like there's just so many goalies that really stepped up and got it done. So it was quite a difficult thing to decide for me. Moffin Coe returning was All Pro last season. Back once again, the Kazan Wizard. I've been trying my buns off to be as good as him on his characters, and it is truly a talent. So we've got these three goalies. You can see they, interestingly enough, there's a bit of a trend this season compared to last season's where all three of these players are the 1, 2, and 3 of assists per 10 out of all goalies, but then the 8th, 9th, and 10th in damage, which is just an interesting trend this season when we look at last season, where these stats would have been skewed quite differently, except for Moffin would have probably had something similar. So these were the All Pro Goalie Awards, very, very earned from all of them. And I'll just a little bit of self-glaze, guys. It's me. I'm number one. I had no easy way. Hey, W me. Woohoo! Yes, I did it. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Those are my picks. I'll talk about me because I'm here. I don't really have a better way to do it. This is like a little weirdly awkward. You know where it's like the meme of like Obama putting the medal about Obama. Like this is
Yes.
what it feels like.
Yes.
But I'll say one thing that I am proud of myself for is I reinvented how I played. If you look at my top 4 last season, I had 0 games of Kai last season. I had 1 game of Dubu, or I think I had 0 games of Dubu last season. I had 0 games of Atlas. Um, so and all my picks I played last season, Juno, Vice, Amy, I don't have any games, so I just completely. Our team plays differently than it did in the previous season, and I think I'm a pretty big focal point of that. So I was pretty proud uh, that I did that because I struggle to not get bored in the goalie role, and I'm putting it down on the melees. Woohoo! So shout out to Vice, I miss you forever, but you'll be back to me one day. So with that being said, um, we'll move on from goalie, and I'd like to just present all of the all-pro teams because I like to do a little exercise every year, which is which all-pro team do you think would win? Last season, I said it was the third all-pro team. It's just a fun thing to do. The third all-pro team last season was Kainub, Scyther 12, and Moffin. That was the third, and I thought that was the best. So we're having some fun, and we're gonna vote in chat which All Pro team we think is best. So number 3 All Pro is Moffin, Stealth Rock, and the Joker. Number 2 is Frightfully Fresh, Carmine, and Bells, which is Rat Pack with Bells. And then number 1 is Boys with Tempo Melon, which, fun fact, technically this roster existed last season for like a brief snippet of time on Hug. Uh, so I think it just comes down to player preference, but whatever you guys think works out. At my desk mates, if you had to put money on it, 1, 2, or 3.
I'll be brave. I'll be brave.
Okay.
I think the number 1 all-pro team would
Wait.
probably win.
Wait. What if there were no bans? Would that change anything?
What if there were no bans?
What if there were no bans? The bans were not allowed.
I will continue to be brave and say that I would still vote for the Vaughn Kainub Tempo Melon team to win. But Vaughn, I think you're trying to lead into something, so I'll let you go in that direction.
Okay, Ian, do you have any other thoughts? 1, 2, or
No,
3?
I'll be not brave and copy this other guy. I
Okay.
also think
Okay.
that between voting, between betting on or against the Von Kainoob team, I think I'm not going to bet against them. I think that's a bad idea, actually.
Mm,
So I
mm,
think this
mm.
this seems like a pretty good team.
I'm doing a bad idea. If there's no bans, give me all pro team number 3. We've got Moth and Kazan. We've got Huss, whatever he feels like playing, and then Stealth Rock is unleashed. The counter pick wizard himself. Leave him for last pick. Slam Kazan B1. Let them pick whatever they want on the other side. Then boom, Juno. Oh my goodness! Like imagine, guys. Kazan goalie is so hard. I thought it was so easy because you just close strike. Oh, it's not. It's so hard. Okay. W fun thought exercise. Now, without further ado, we're gonna go back and talk about the MVP voting. Similar to like NBA and other things, I'm gonna show you the top 5 players who received MVP votes this season. I think this is the closest it's been in quite a while. So I wanted to give props to all the players who got votes and build suspense for number 1 because it really did have quite a bit of votes. So thank you again to everyone who voted. Shout out to everyone in nasl. Merchant, you're dead to me. You said you would do it, and then I reminded you to do it, and you said you would do it, and then you didn't do it. So perish. Otherwise, thank you everyone for voting. And shout out to Mom Leto for our special celebrity guest vote. W Mom Leto. Let's go through number 5. Our 5th place MVP was Demon Times, Huss Betts, the Joker. Great season from him. Wanted to give a little prop for him. We're just going to move along right through, guys. We're going to go right to number 4. Number 4, my pick for MVP. Unfortunately, cannot win it. That would be Sad Boys Bells. GOAT of a season from him. A champion Ocean, but too difficult to win when the number 3 player was Kai Noob on the MVP voting. Awesome sauce. W to my midfielder. Yay. And then number 2 on the voting was me. Woohoo! Yes.
Yay.
We unfortunately split our votes a little too hard. So we officially have not just a new player. So first of all, let me paint the scene before we move on. The only players in history that have ever won MVP are kind of in me. Ever. For like 3 years straight. It's only ever been kind of in me. It's only ever been a midfielder until last season, and it's always been a vet. And we have not just a brawler, not just a rookie, but also someone that's not in Von kind of. The new MVP is Tempo
Tempo
Melon.
Melon.
Yes! What a deserved win. It's such
Yay.
a win. Yay. Let's go ahead and go one slide down and revisit her wonderful stats. Congratulations, Tempo Melon, leading her team in her first nasl season to first seed off of her signature picks. Obviously, we got to get a little X in there, but doing it in style on the Dubu and Luna, we really haven't seen anyone do it quite like Tempo Melon. So congratulations to Tempo Melon, our nasl 7 MVP. All 3 roles have officially won MVP. It's a movie. Yay, Tempo Melon. I'm
Yeah.
very pleased about that. Stalling is almost done. We're going to go right to predictions, and then we can go ahead and get started. We were asked to stall a little bit for the first series, so we're going to go to predictions really quickly. We'll just talk about them. Doesn't even matter if we have the whatever it's called from them graphics. First series of the day, Rat Pack versus Bombardiers. I need 30 seconds or less. Zioshi 64, who do you have?
I've been really impressed with Rat Pack all season, and I don't see that stopping now. I do think that Bomba was their only loss in the regular season, right? I think this is if there's one
Yes.
team that can take him
No,
down,
Demon Time. Demon Time. If it
Demon
was
Time?
2 set
It's on
5
the
Oh
line.
points
yeah,
per
yeah.
game.
Demon Time spanked them a little bit early season. That's right.
Well, I'm pretty confident in Rats. I think Bombardiers will have a crazy losers run. They're definitely a top contending team, but the Rats are first seed for a reason. It's they're coming out to put people in packs.
All right, Gramella. These you have 2 of your former teammates on the Bombardiers. How do you think
I
they're going to
do.
stack up versus the first seed?
All right, first, before I get into anything, the Temple Melon MVP campaign, I have messages pulled up from the 21st of February where I was telling Temple Melon that they were going to be the MVP. I called my shot a long time ago on that. So shout out Temple Melon. That being said, it's a Bombardiers sweep. Threezy Breezy. I know that he's locked in right now. I know that he probably was engaging in some relaxing activities yesterday and is ready to win
Amen.
today to take down the Rat Pack.
Breezy Breezy going into the weekend with some clarity. Every edge you can get will give you
Amen.
the win you may
Amen.
need. So with that being said, I might also have to go for the Bombardiers. You know what? They've got my land midfielder, Delth Rock, Leaksies. So I'm hoping they can pull out the win. Either way, I'm excited. On the other side of the bracket, we got Boys versus Demon Time. I'm winning. I don't care. I'm just telling it how it is. I'm going for the back to back, and I'm not losing here. I might have to go through losers bracket, but it won't be here. So I'm saying I'm gonna win. Fellas, feel free to vote against me if you want. I won't take it personally.
Yeah, I've got Demon Time today. There were rumors of a just an amazing performance in warm-ups earlier to really get them prepared for
Mm.
this kind of midfield matchup. So they're they're ready. They're hungry. I know that they've been working really hard the past couple weeks to take down the Sad Boys supervillain death ray squad or whatever. So I've got Demon Time today.
Hey, Ian.
I don't. Again, if you're putting Vaughn and Kainu versus anyone, I know who I'm voting for. I do think that this is, it's Sad Boys versus Demons, iconic matchup. I'm looking forward to it. It's not quite the same, but I think Xianzhu and Husbet's the Joker, one of my favorite forward duos ever. Uh, W Showtime, etc. So always fun to watch them. This is going to be one for the books, I should think. And so, but I still think Sad Boys pretty strong roster. Been looking pretty good all season. They're saying so. That's where my vote's
That's
going.
facts. That's facts. Last thing we're gonna do before we turn over to our break and get ready for the series is I want you to pick the 3 teams that will make it to the final day, May 23rd. This is a bit different. Winners finals get played today, which is different than previous seasons. So I want you to pick your 3 teams that will be joining us next week and competing for the nasl Season 7 championship. I'm going to go back to you, Ian, and I want to hear the 3 teams that are making it out today. In theory, all starting players are here. These are full strength rosters. Give me the 3 teams that are making it to day 2.
That's tough. That's a hard question. I think I'm gonna slam a Rat Pack and Sad Boys. Been
Mm.
hyping them up all day, and top 2 seeds. I do think that those are the 2 best looking teams in the league right now. Number 3, I I think Bombardiers looks really nice. Demon Time, obviously. I love them. They look good. But I'm going to go with a wacky, crazy curveball and say Return to Form is going to have the day of their lives, the run of a lifetime, 5th seed,
Amen.
straight to the top. I've actually heard of another team having a nice starting and losers to victory run. So might see something like that. I think Return to Form is a little underrated. I believe in them a lot, and I'm looking forward to their games. But we'll see. I think they've got it.
All right, Josh, top 3 teams going into day 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I think with some pretty safe picks. I've got Bombardiers and Demon Time in winners finals, so those 2 are gonna be making it to day
Yep.
2. And then, as everyone knows, every single season, one of the 2 loser
The
side teams
losers.
makes it to day 2. So
Correct.
I've
Correct.
got
That's correct.
I've got Heavy Metal Gundam making it to day
Beast.
2. I'll actually go for it.
Beast.
I've got them winning the whole thing. I don't think the league's ready to get milked in playoffs. There was a reason we had to keep him out of it last season. Heavy Metal Gundam, I think if they weren't the best team in the league, we might have a different team in that 6 seed slot down in playoffs after tiebreakers. So those are my 3 teams: Bombardiers, Demon Time, HMG. I know a lot of other people are kind of like on the same wavelength as me, so it might not be the most exciting prediction, but that's what we've got for today.
All right, and my choice for the top 3 teams going in, it's gonna be boys. It's gonna be RTF, and it's gonna be the MF Bombardiers. I'm calling it. Rat Pack's doing the Cosmic Calamities. I've seen the script. They're doing a Josh classic. You go 0-2 in winners. Not saying you've done it, but like the perceived Josh law, where if you lose 0-2 in winners, you drop to the losers, and then you also lose.
Oh no, I did
No,
that.
it's better to start. Oh, you did that? Oh, with Bang Bang. Okay, my bad. You did do that. But that's the Josh Law. He says that if you start in winners, low key, it's worse. Knowers no. Knowers no. So
True.
that's my take. With that, I think the drafts have just finished up for game 1, so we're going to turn it over to Saya. But thank you, everyone, very much for watching. And go Strike. The nasl 7 playoffs are about to start. Don't go anywhere. Goodbye, everyone.
しましょう溢れ出す力今宵の気分は覚えていてねあたりのことを小麦色した最強戦士世界平和は世界征服こんなことは絶対天才しか言えないわ
welcome everyone to the North American Strikers League Season 7, and we're finally here in the playoffs. We're starting out with our round 1. It's going to be the Rat Pack against Bombardiers, which is going to be pretty outstanding. NVNYC here, joined by my boy Hamster Quest. And bro, Hammy, we're here. This is actually amazing. How do we even start?
We're here. The playoffs are cooking. And I mean, we start with this banger of a series. Of course, as a Bomba sub myself, I might be a little partial here, but I gotta say it's gonna be an exciting match no matter what. I just was sitting in on the strategies that Bomba were talking about. I won't spoil too much, but you know, they're ready for each and every map. They kind of worked the draft the way they wanted to. There was a bit of a surprise when they saw Amy's app get banned, but anyway, these picks make sense for this map. They're gonna have to watch out for Tempo Melon, obviously the MVP of nasl, just newly voted. But I'm excited kind of all around to see the action, and I have a lot to learn about Demon Days. Honestly, might be my worst map, so excited to see these pros play it.
Right? What better way to learn than having them show it off in these playoffs? And yeah, like you said, Ben, congratulations to Temple Melon winning that MVP for the entire North American Strikers League of Season 7. Really amazing work. And we are just going to see it over and over as we start off this match here. Demon Deus, rough map. We got our Monumentalist, Demolitionist start, and it's going to be big creation, at least for... Well, I guess for Juno, actually, now was kind of banned, which is understandable. And so was Finny.
Yeah,
Free
now
barriers
banned.
on the big finish. So we'll see what they can make it do here.
Right, well, starting off with a little bit of action on the bottom side. Let's see, again, Temple Melon already moving back to the back orb. Interesting play off the start, but that might have been relevant as 3Z Breezy getting quite low. The damage is off for the Rat Pack. We're going to see Carmine, of course, getting low as well. They're trying to trade a little bit of that damage and take this last barrier, but Frightfully Fresh is going to get that clear. Now we're back to full strength.
Yep, Stealthrock going over, grabbing orbs. Same with Carmine to keep themselves a little bit more healthy as one barrier each remains for both teams. And a lot of damage already being seen here. Temple Melon playing Drakkar, known for doing a lot of damage. Got a little bit of knockback nerfs in the last patch to make Ball feel a little bit better with the Xeno Cloak, but still really great at dealing damage and slowing people, especially with getting confirming those kills when you're shattered. But now we're going to go down here to Carmine, going to get that Celestial Intervention heal on up. Temple Melon's got this flip right on the front side. Frightfully Fresh might be able to get that ball on over there, but it's actually be Carmine passing it on through. Whoa, actually crazy kill onto Temple Melon, and what a turn of events.
Yeah, usually you'll see like the hook thrown backwards to kind of like block off the goal from getting scored. Luke says, no thank you, I'm just gonna kill Tempo Melon. And now 3Z Breezy's gonna retaliate. The flip in the front of the net is gonna go much better for Bomba than it did for Rat Pack there.
Man, incredible work there. I love, 3Z is so good at mixing up the flip situation, right? Like we had a nice evade there from Frightfully Fresh. Basically all you can really hope for is trying to evade that dash punch, but keeping it simple, attacking from range is going to at least throw them off kill through there and get that goal. Also going to grab an orb, escape some of that damage. Stealth Rock coming on the front side here with that ult. It's going to make a lot of pressure, but 2 barriers down. Rat Pack is going to look good here, although losing 1 in return. Bombardiers is fighting back, although 3Z Breezy looking a little bit low. Another Celestial Intervention is going to keep the team alive for at least a short amount of time, but they might be able to find a kill onto Temple Melon. Let's see if Carmine can get the ball in there, though.
Yeah, these tough clears on the bottom side. Carmine is a force to be reckoned with when he gets into the corner. Of course, Estelle obviously has a lot in the kit to keep that in. He's going to use some of it to get a kill here on 3Z Breezy again. Bomba looking like they're on the back foot, but hey, not getting too uncomfortable yet until this clear down to the bottom. Of course, Drakkar has that speed to pick that up. It's going to be...
Well played there.
Situations like these that I'm most worried about for Bomba, as in Atlas obviously has a little bit more sustain for his team. Of course, the healing, the damage from Estelle and Trek, and honestly the damage that Atlas pumps out is actually insane. A lot of the top players have been talking about how Objective Course is not being seen very often, so your damage source is actually coming from the melee goalies, and Atlas definitely not low on the damage numbers this season. So it's going to be tough for Bomba to actually sustain all of this and put in a good attempt on offense. And as I say that, Breezy Breezy down again.
Yeah, gonna be not too hard for the Rat Pack to slay this Juliet with not a whole lot of movement. To have Magnetized Souls to get around, but they are finding the kills regardless. So Croc might be able to fight this one out here, especially with 3Z coming back, and be able to hold that flip. Really important resource, especially while the opponents here have both barriers up. Kind of up to 3Z here to push it on through. Gonna hold the ball nicely there with that flurry. They still kind of have possession here, Can't get it through to Tempomelon, although these barriers are going to continue to hold. 3Z taking the brunt of that magma spit. I forget what it's called already, but Drakar's ult.
Molten Bolt.
Yes, of course, Molten Bolt, indeed. Not the spit, although kind of feels like it is. But now, one barrier still
Where does it come
down
from?
here for Rat Pack. Yeah, right, where does it come from? It comes from his back, bro.
Probably.
That thing has a hitbox all the way
It doesn't
behind
come
him,
from
right?
his gun. That's so true. Again, of course, Dogma on the back foot here. A lot of flips available, though. It's interesting when they do get it on the other side, they can kind of hold it a little bit better because of those like sound barriers on the bottom, top and bottom, allow you to position. Of course, as I say that, it doesn't matter because the same situation happens on your side too. It's hard to get it out when barriers are down.
Yeah, great work there, getting the ball to Tempomelon, who's standing pretty securely right on top of Luke's face. Rasmus, not super great at dealing with really close combat stuff, but has like large pendulum swings to keep the opponents at bay, especially with that Death's Touch as well. But Drakar's doing a great job of standing right in front, and 3Z is going to have to spend that resource to at least stay on the board a little bit longer, but completely shattered, dealing some damage to the opposing team, trying to at least get some distraction in there to steal this barrier. Maybe Stealth Rock can make it happen. Luke's gonna have to move up a little bit there. Tempomelon kind of low, so not too much of a threat until, grabbing that orb, and now they are sort of back. Carmine kind of fighting the bottom lane by themselves here, though, taking a lot of damage in return. 3Z Breezy uses that dash, doesn't get too much off of it, though. Fresh, not under too much pressure right now, can clear pretty easily, but still, 2 barriers up here for Bombardiers.
Yeah, 3Z Breezy getting a lot of attention from the other team right now. We saw Luke try to peel for that with the hook as he tried to get the orb but couldn't get it. It's going to be interesting to see. I think you said earlier too, Luke kind of needs to get involved so that they have something else to look at other than just 3Z Breezy on the offense here. They're playing it safe. They do stabilize the situation, but that's going to be the toughest thing, as 3Z Breezy is definitely going to be the mark of most of the damage from Rat Pack, and enabled the pressure from Luke and Stealth Rock to kind of mitigate the losses of 3Z Breezy not being able to stand exactly where he wants to while he's staggered, and other situations like that.
Agreed on that front. Trying to get that one in there with the primary. Juno cannot find it just yet. Frightfully Flesh holding, but 3Z Breezy lands a nice dash punch with the range needed. Oh, blows the flip. Gets so much value. 3Z spending energy for Carmine. Full stack for Frightfully Fresh. Gets the goal and has a half bar themselves. So, wow, ton of value for getting that goal there for Breezy.
Yeah, I think Fresh was caught a little off guard. Unfortunately, Carmine missed a critical strike there, and Fresh thought he had to flip in order to save the goal. So it's a weird situations like that happen pretty often, and it looks like so not good, right, from the spectator standpoint. But like what's really happening is like you're so used to your teammates playing at like the top level, like when they have a certain strike that they need to get and they don't, and then the whole play is just like looks cooked after that.
Speaking of cooked, man, that Demolitionist giving 3Z just enough size to hit both the Estelle and the Atlas there in one beautiful dash punch, scoring that goal. It's going to be Bombardiers taking the first set. And we do have our Juno as the first pick, usually very high value. I mean, hotshots on the board, team player as well. They're going to go for the classic Juno hotshot, which is, boy, it's not as good as it used to be because Juno got some power nerfed and then some back, but still very good. On to Juno.
Right.
Stell going to land that team player, which is going to be super good. Size for Rasmus, also great. Fire Up, kind of good. I kind of like Fire Up these days, especially on the goalie, where you can't get like so much value out of the flip because you're kind of using it on defense, and then your team just goes crazy, right? So I feel like on the goalie feels nice.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I know that's a very prioritized pick, and in most leagues, even in Nasty, we talk about that. Awakening as being very, very critical for. I mean, it's 60% or 50% speed for 6 seconds. It's like actually insane the amount of like speed you can get off of it. And look, Fresh is like farming this energy too, so it's not far off from being able to be popped already at this point in the first point of the match. But on top of that, I want to highlight again, Juno does have the Monumentalist, which will help the Red Core speed. I think as we hit overtime, they might be able to Red Core pretty consistently.
See in just a few seconds here if we can hold on. Rightfully Fresh is building that meter, as you're saying here. Only a couple strikes off from getting that flip, and that fire up could be the death of Bombardiers. He's going to try to chase that ball up here, though, but the sound bumping, making things a little difficult to follow that ball. They do find a kill here. Rat Pack with a nice power play over Bombardiers. 3Z has this flip, might be able to stall long enough, but Luke is kind of holding the line here against Carmine, being able to waste at least 15 seconds. Stealth Rock returns to the board. 3Z unable to dribble the ball to themselves in overtime, makes things a little bit harder, but now gets a quick dash punch. Nice one right through Carmine, holds the flip. Once again, a lot of value coming out here, though, holding those resources.
Yeah, honestly, point played very well on both sides. No one's getting impatient yet, which is really great to see in playoffs where the nerves could be present. I mean, we saw the corner offense there from Rat Pack. Just Carmine doesn't have exactly the execute on Luke where the cross is cut and he just has to keep sending the corner on the same side. Even though they have the power play, they weren't able to capitalize there, whereas 3Z, one dash punch all it takes. It's a much more threatening offense than perhaps an Estelle in the same situation. But now, of course, 3Z, as I say, is a very important target to secure these goals. Also a very important target to kill. Is quite low, but hey, Luke with the walk-ups, that's going to be another very important thing to see Bomba doing in order to mitigate the pressure from 3Z Breezy. So I think Bomba may have had this solved. It's up to Rat Pack to somehow counter this strategy.
Yeah, that's going to be definitely very good for Luke to get moving up there, especially with all that size. Going to be able to cover one of these side lanes way easier than most of these characters here. Having that whiplash is going to do a great job, especially with the Death Touch too. And be able to move up, bring the ball back. Even, oh my God, Pendulum Swing covering almost the entire middle side, or middle lane really, for this Demon Deus. But Temple Melon finally gets one of these barriers here, one for each team. Back down, Frightfully Fresh. Going to send it over to Stealth Rock, who's going to send that flip to get the hole at least behind the barrier for 3Z, but they do manage to clear it out. Temple Melon flips, grabs a barrier of their own. Fresh going to hold on to this one for at least a little bit longer here. Tempo and Stealth Rock fighting each other with 1 health left. Who is going to go down? No one wants to grab the orb, too afraid. Luke going to clear the ball nicely, though, as that duel will actually continue. Carmine helping out, but no kills exchanged yet.
Breezy now putting the pressure on again. Unfortunately, flip does not connect for him. Another flip pop from the backside. Luke forced to commit that. But now
Nice.
Tempo Melon, exactly the play you want to see. I love the primary to the top side. Bank shot. Put it in the bottom of the net. Well played.
That's the MVP right there. Perfect shot. Locking and loading that goal up. Although they are down by a little bit here. Really going to have to win this set. Grab an awakening of their own to make things feel a little bit more even. But handing the ball on over to Temple Melon once again. Looks like the Breezy Breeze is going to win out in that spot. Ball behind their barrier, but they do clear it out pretty quickly. Grab one of their own as well. Expanse is going to be spent here, though. But a nice... Hey, look, people say, you know, it's just kind of... It's not that hard to beat your car, guys. It's literally just strike shotgun. But, I mean, if you have nothing, strike shotgun is kind of good. Especially against, like, some ranged goalies, too. It's you know, sometimes it's hard.
Yeah, it is really good. And also, honestly, you can kind of mix up a lot of the options. Like as we saw, sometimes you can shotgun strike. That top bank shot Tempo had to score out. Great CC, pushing Luke out of the net. That's the MVP brawler action. I mean, we do see a lot of nasl brawlers. That's like kind of like one of the difference makers. You'll see like from like solo queue or whatever, your run-of-the-mill brawler is like, oh, like I'll hit stun like the goalie like when a shot's being made, and maybe like that's like the next level up. Instead of like taking the core with your hit stun and scoring, it's just hit stunning the goalie when the shot's happening. And then the next level deeper is those kind of plays there where it's like, hey, I could actually displace the goalie like outward. It's like an awkward angle to think about, but like, hey, if you combine those, that can get a lot of value.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, stunning the goalie at any spot always feels like, man, that's just whatever's happening is like feels like it's gonna score. But both barriers will go down there for Bombardiers. We did see that fire up come in. They take some of the barriers as well. Carmine almost gets it through, but down to Temple Melon in great position to retrieve that ball. Rat Pack is going to even this one up with that set. And we have what MVP? The MVP.
Verified. Did she know going into this? You picked that
Wait,
on
verified
purpose?
MVP. Oh my god.
Because you get that for the superlatives. For getting MVP a lot in regular matches. I don't know. This is a setup. Something smells fishy.
Actually read the script, right? It's kind of insane. But we do have a catalyst pickup for Temple Melon. Gonna really good. Temple Melon is really just in the fray, getting hitting, just like having two like shots with the lock and load. It just more moves equals more energy. So that is going to be a great pick for Jakar. Stinger onto Juno. You don't want to fault Stinger, bro. That is a lot of damage onto Juno. And we have a little bit of extra range here for Carmine's Estelle. I think those were basically the main picks here. And those Frightful Fish make some crazy use of the size. I mean, that's kind of big, so sure, I'll take that.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see. I think Bomba is mostly winning these drafts so far, getting a little bit more lucky. I mean, obviously Catalyst and Explosive Entrance are really crazy, but I mean, I think they kind of picked up everything that they were missing. Because like the damage is getting close. Yeah, the Stinger, the 1-2 punch is going to be really present. They can capitalize that. Of course, right now they're on the back foot and getting scored on. But honestly, I do want to highlight Reptile Remedy there on 3Z as well. They have all the options they need to succeed. They just need to execute.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I mean, a lot of the crossfire damage is now going to be increased for sure for Bombardiers, which might put them over the edge. It'll at least force Frightfully Fresh to ult in a slightly less comfortable spot. He might not be able to just simply farm energy with that ult, but we'll see how they use that one. Building up a lot of energy even right now is the entire team of Rat Pack. Going to spend some of that evade, though, to get the heck out of there. Breezy going to try to follow this one up. Try to get the ball. Okay, ends up using the flip a little bit early, but Frightfully Fresh sniffed that one out, spending the expanse. Tried to go for a nice angle on the Astral Projection. I do like that one. Going to flip now, activating fire up. Everyone's fast as all hell. I mean, look at this. They're flying, gliding across the entire board. At least with that speed, able to defend their own barriers. 3ZB is going to try to hold the line through Temple Melon's flip. Everyone kind of gets involved. They do lose a barrier as well. A flip there from Stealth Rock down. Going to continue to give it over here to Carmine, who at least has some health to work with against 3Z Breezy.
Ooh, yeah. And they played a great like mitigation to the fire up by keeping it on the bottom side. They don't want to cross clear and have like this team with a lot of speed pick that core up and then bring it down to the bottom again. Whoa, Temple Melon going for that cheeky angle, but Luke was ready for it this time. But again, it's going to be like an interesting strike war that's going to result in Luke not being prepared to save that. Unfortunately, Stealth Rock kind of shooting a little bit through the enemies on that one, but he's been otherwise playing perfect. Can't fault him for too many issues like that. You know, it happens. Everyone's making mistakes here.
Absolutely. I mean, Luke had basically the future sight there with that Death's Touch, which is beautiful, but you only get one of those. Well, 2 good shots. It's going to be enough to land to that one. Frightfully Fresh got the ball behind the barrier here. It's always really interesting to see what the team does while the ball is behind the barrier. It feels so easy to just hit it against the wall and just win, right? But in the other team, covering a lot of different options here, really important on what the goalie's decision is to get that one out from behind the barrier. A lot of these, both of these teams seems like going for damage a lot. Getting the ball from away from behind the barrier is kind of feeling a little easier than I would have normally expected. But boy, I mean, look, they really got their eyes on Temple Melon, but man, Frightfully Fresh can't get there in time, and boy, 3Z will just
classic.
push that one in.
You have strike shot, but it's like I want the clear down. 3Z's up top with flip. You're just a little out of range, and then you look like a noob. It happens all the time. I mean, hey, every goalie gets one, and honestly, can't blame it at all. Also, I want to highlight interesting ways they're playing to get those clears. Like they're gonna probably clear this up, right? And then Temple Melon's gonna hover on 3Z Breezy because Juno has like more coverage there. I don't think they're gonna win this set, but it's because of that KO pressure on 3s that they're able to get those out on the top, and now forcing them to the bottom, getting that goal. Now they're up on game set. How will Bomba bring this back?
Gonna have Carmine grabbing our first awakening here in this draft. Rapid fire. Lots of cooldown for that. Good Estelle primary. Piercing shot. So good. What can we have? Juno here. Fight or flight. Also high value, man. Like Slicks Plus. You got a little extra Slicks case with your Mag Souls. Pretty great news. Maybe a little bit of kill pressure here. From Temple. That's going to be heavy impact for sure, which is nice. Double Spark finding its way onto 3Z. Very high value as well. Oh my god. Fresh also getting a high value item here. Luke could make some good use of this Deadeye for some kill confirms as well. But man, I'd say that both teams got some great stuff that draft.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, damage is going to be present. I was watching 3Z like think about which spark. He didn't pick one right away. He's like, which one do I want? Honestly, the speed nerf I think is going to be relevant. You love speed on the brawler, so that's what I was kind of thinking. But the cooldown is going to be like what 7 times 3. I swear I could do math. It's like 21 probably. That's a lot of cooldown reduction, so that's probably going to be more relevant. But we will have to see. It's going to be relevant for damage specifically, but of course right now they're on the back foot playing this power play against Rat Pack. It's going to take the second barrier here now. Here's the goal.
Gosh. Okay, that was like a lot of insanely good play there between Templemelon and Luke. Like, Luke winning those 2 strike wars, true hero of the day. And then Templemelon finding that barrier with just, like, the greatest angle of all time. Like, actually insane play from these guys. Ends up scoring it out through Rat Pack, though, who's actually taking quite a lead now. You know, they were down a little bit earlier, but, boy, they have certainly found what they wanted to. Was it through draft or was it through just adapting to the situation as Templemelon is trying to blow 3Z's head off there with that lock and load really low. They do find it with the assistance of Carmine's Rose Warp, and that's going to be a big old power play here. Templemelon going to maybe try to wait until this barrier goes down to flip. Yeah, definitely going to hold the line here, trying to save the value, but boy, the defense from Luke and Stealth Rock together have definitely saved that barrier. I had to say definitely because there was a chance it goes through. And I'm talking, but no problem, definitely saving it. That was great work.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And they're not out of the woods yet because they committed so much to save that. And again, their members down now, the goalie's down, passing play up at the top side, but they have so little to actually like get an offense because of how oppressive Rat Pack's offense has been. Their cooldowns are low. There's no way they're gonna get like any like damage pressure right now. They're not even thinking about it. They're just like, I just need to breathe, man.
Wow. And breathe they shall as they defend their way through this Rat Pack power play. The blob is going to completely nullify Carmine's flip there. Not a great angle from Templemelon. It's going to send them all on back, but the assistance once again from Carmine allows Templemelon to blast that one through. And now we're looking at Rat Pack for the game point.
Yeah, you don't understand. I shotgun. You're outplayed. That's what it comes down to sometimes. It's just not much you could do. Especially, it's kind of an interesting matchup, Drakkar into Rasmus, right? Because, like, Rasmus primary, he has that size and he has Deadeye. It's going to do a lot when he's spaced properly, but if, you know, Drakkar's just closer to you, it's just not much you can do. And especially with, like, all the speed he's getting, she's walking up with because of the fire up and all the damage and just able to run us into the corner. It's just so scary.
Yeah, they're gonna push this advantage here though, especially with that astral projection. But yeah, wow, they kind of try to blow Templemelon up, but man, Rat Pack ends up persevering here with that power play, and they take the first game off of Bombardiers here, looking quite well. And in general, I mean, I would say that you were kind of right. Bombardiers at the start kind of got a lot better awakenings, it felt like, but that last draft was more even that way, and I don't know, Rat Pack kind of just made the most of it.
Yeah, I mean, while the draft was really present for Bomba, I feel like they didn't get out on anything crazy. You know, they couldn't really take full advantage of, like, is Juno getting enough core speed? Like, Estelle and even Atlas have pretty good cut, especially with, like, Atlas with the missile prop. Carmen had a jump training. I mean, there was a lot of answers for Juno there. There was a lot of answers for just getting damage on against Bomba. I mean, 3Z had to get pulled through the ringer on that one. It was constantly taking damage. The composition is it's not bad on DD. I mean, obviously we've been playing Rasmus there for forever. Juliet's great at hovering on the outs to get like dash punches, which is like one of the most important ways to get like the ball out on DD. So I don't know. It came down to, I think, Drek and Estelle, just really powerful offense. I think their cuts a little bit better. Carmine got a lot of value. I mean, 9 assists. So he's setting up Tempo quite well. And Tempo Melon really on top of the options she had to score, whether it be a bank, whether it be I just need to move the goalie. Like the cooldown placement was just really intelligent there. So I think that was a pretty confident map 1 win for them.
Yeah, I agree with everything. I'd say that Estelle, just the cuts, like you were saying, so very important. You get one good cut and the ball's right on top of Drakkar, who's right on top of Rasmus. And I mean, very difficult to get it out. A lot of free barriers that way. So well played there from Rat Pack, taking that first game as we load on in to our second game in just a moment, which might be the inkiest splash zone of all time. Hammy, what do you think about Inky's splash zone, sir?
Well, envy. I have a lot of thoughts about Inky's splash zone. I've read the Vaughn PowerPoint. I'm very educated in the Inkies, unlike the DD, so I can tell you a little bit about it. Obviously, your range is going to be more prio. It's going to be an open map. We get that part, but we've seen a lot of interesting things happen on Inkies in the past. You know, throwback to the Denver LAN reach the summit. We would see things like Joker's team run like double kitten. We're gonna have like a now and an era, just speed up this Asher. That side on the bottom where the barrier connects, that there's a lot of interesting things that can happen there because you can play more of a traditional like corner offense outside, right? It's just like, oh, we're just gonna keep it on this wall and kind of like shove there. And then like brawlers like Asher, like Juliet still somehow like function in that space, which is quite interesting. And where the like kind of more usual like Inky's comps might show up is where you just get that Kai and goalie, and then you play more on the open side. And as soon as you get a good rotation down to the bottom, Kai just will sink it in on the open side. And any kind of like range goalie can kind of do that as well. Like if you get like an Estelle goalie, I don't think we'll see too much of that. I know Luke does, I think, have that option. But Fresh is going to be looking at, of course, like his typical picks, probably like could be a Finny, it's good movement speed, or strike shot again on the range on that. Just good map coverage in general. I don't know past that what's going to happen. That's going to probably be a priority ban. But of course, like you have to really be worried about Carmine, like picking up an Estelle. This is like a signature pick that like he's just so efficient on that it could be devastating again for Bomba. But the Bomba definitely has some tricks up their sleeve. I mean, Luna is great on this map because of all the open space. Like on, I think a midfield or a brawler pick, you can kind of really get away with it because you know you clear it wide, you dash into your own clear, and then you sink it on the net or the barrier because the barrier is so wide. So I would be excited to see some 3Z Luna today. That's what I'm kind of hoping for, but we'll see what happens. That's kind of most of my thoughts about the map and these teams on it. But I'm gonna be excited no matter what I think is picked because it's kind of a funny map.
It is a funny map, and we do indeed have our Luna on here, but it might not be for who you think it is for. We do have Luna showing up for probably this Tempo Melon here, as we saw a little bit earlier in our pre-show. Tempo Melon not afraid. Yeah, not afraid to get nasty with some of that Luna stuff. And we do have the Atlas to help out now as well for the Rat Pack. And for Bombardiers, we're gonna did see this Juliet once again, this Asher and this Estelle. You know, it's an interesting spot, like you mentioned, like that corner spot by the barrier. A lot can happen there. It's like that's the threat zone for everyone, right? If the ball is there, the goalie's like, bro, I'm about to lose my barrier. But if the brawler's there, someone's about to snipe you, and you could be killed pretty easily if you're trying to push too hard in there. So that's just like this zone of doom. Everyone's trying to get the ball out or in, and it's just like that's at least a cool aspect of Inkies. And yeah, we'll probably be seeing not probably be seeing. I mean, Estelle, man, Estelle is the one, bro. I feel like Estelle's she's the queen right now, bro.
I think she really is one of the most important midfield picks. Kind of always has been, although we've been seeing a lot of interesting things happen on other maps as well. But of course, on the open maps, Estelle is kind of just queen, especially on Oni. Inky's definitely present there. What I am interested to see is kind of like her role in combination with the Asher on defense, because a melee goalie on Inkies is a bit interesting. Like, you kind of have to be thinking about like, well, what's my defense like past my barrier? And Asher usually makes sense on, I think, the smallest barrier maps, or where there's like a really kind of like deep pocket where it's hard to defend, like Gates or Tycho. You would love to have an Asher goalie, but seeing it here on Inkies, this may be kind of a first. So we're gonna have to see a lot of supplemental defense from Estelle, but I think she could do it. It might not be that hard for her, but it's gonna be interesting to see how they execute.
Another interesting thing here is that it's going to be all of the adrenaline rush showing up here for Rat Pack. We have 2 orb dancers on the opposing team, so kind of a classic ball against kill situation here. We'll be seeing if this adrenaline rush will really pay off, and it still gives you some pretty solid cooldown, so not too much loss there, as Temple Melon is going to boost right on in there and get that win. First barrier goes down, and much value coming out again. Carmine, beautiful proximity drone is going to get that one through. First goal on over to Rat Pack. And yeah, man, once you take that barrier and then the cannon shows up, everything changes. Nothing is the same, bro. You got to go crazy to defend yourself.
Yeah, this is the kind of flow state of that offense from Rat Pack that I would be deathly afraid of. I mean, there it is again. Just kind of like they're on top of the reads. They know where the core is going. They have like that future sight you need in order to really just like secure the barriers, secure the goal. And I think Temple Melon and Carmine are definitely very intelligent players that are going to be really on top of that. It's Threezy Breezy having flashbacks to map 1, getting quite low. Will they find some relief here?
They're going to have to hit the ball too. Still level 1, Threezy. They're bullying them quite nicely. Ball going to fly right through that drone, getting a lot of enhanced speed. Temple Melon is now looking a little bit weak. Stealth Rock tries to help get the kill, but boosting on into the orb, while Frightfully Fresh is defending their barrier with that flip. Stealth Rock going to try to move up through Carmine. Carmine kind of winning a lot of interactions there, though. A blast kill. The crater is made, and now a power play here for the Rat Pack. That was it right there, actually. That was the adrenaline rush for most of the team. See if they can keep it going.
Yeah, Temple Melon opting not to flip there. Doesn't want to burn any resources she doesn't need. Now Threezy Breezy gets to play the video game again. Has to be careful on these sides. Temple Melon hovering that and is going to commit cooldowns to absolutely decimate Threezy. But they're going to trade a pick here, so 2-on-2 Omega Strikers. Very,
think
very
about
slow
that, right?
gameplay, but Stell is usually able to get some value off of these kind of situations.
That trade is only good for Rat Pack, right? Like, we got adrenaline rush on the entire team there. Although the water cannon showing up, stunning Temple Melon for just a moment there, and now the ball is handed on over to Carmine. Back up to Temple Melon, trying to dribble it to themselves here with a whammy. Wins out hard against Stealth Rock. Temple Melon maybe cheated in that spot, playing too well right now.
Yeah, the rocket countered the piercing shot from Estelle, so that missed. Had the strike and of course the dash for the reset. So I mean, Stealth Rock maybe could have like spaced backwards a little bit just to make sure the dash would only connect once, and then the core will be out of range of the strike and then go wide. And it's like, it's so hard to play that. Like, I don't even know if that was 100% an option they had available, but like, it's the only thing you can go for. It like Luna has so much in these situations. That's why I actually really like seeing it again on the open maps, because of that like spacing you get to do and then still be active on the core, reset your strike with the dash. So boost does go kind of crazy.
Assist there from Templeman, looks like. I'm just going to grab the barrier for the Rat Pack. Stealth Rock taking the goalie position for just a moment. No stranger to it, although Templeman wins out once again. Water Cannon goes through, but nice Astral Projection is going to get it right on out. Water Cannon on the opposing side, but one there to really make a lot of use of it as Breezy is going to try to move up here with this flip, trying not to lose too much situation, but wow, Stealth Rock sneaks that one through. Rose warps their way to victory there. Bomba, point on the board.
I really liked that Stealth Rock, really paying attention to the interval. Fresh is dribbling against the wall, times the jump perfectly so that right after Fresh's strike goes right back into the net. So well played there. Bomba is now playing with the same kind of offense pressure that's very scary, very predictive, getting in their own flow state, so to speak. That Rat Pack has been demonstrating the series thus far as well.
Up here, Templeman waiting in position to grab that ball, but man, a flip from Luke is going to save it. Well played there. Rat Pack is at least going to cause them to use that resource on up to Freezy here, though. Frightfully Fresh going to get that ball completely cleared. Carmine's going to now grab it, tries to set up the drone. Can't find much by themselves, though, as Templeman is basically clinging to life. Get a little heal there from Carmine. Lifeline as well is going to keep them up now, providing a lot of value to the team right now. Flip on over to Fresh as well. Templeman can't find it. The man, overtime shows up, so does the red ball, and that'll be the barrier. An incoming water cannon on this power play. Possible catastrophic situation, and absolutely Rat Pack taking advantage.
Well played, Rat Pack. I mean, the pressure is insane. Like, we saw like a little bit of an opportunity there for like Bomba as He's like picking up these orbs, and that's finally showing up. But I mean, when your orbs are getting reset from the adrenaline rush, even if they were able to hold that defense, they'd be at such a disadvantage. I mean, the adrenaline rush is so present. We're seeing all this pressure from Rat Pack. They're so on top of keeping their coverage, keeping their box, playing it smart, and then when it's time to commit for a KO, I mean, it's just kind of like textbook Omega Strikers here, especially with Adrenaline Rush being present and some sort of stacking awakening on your opponent's side. So just playing your long con, playing your win, Rat Pack's being real on top of that, and it's going to be hard for them to play perfectly, Bomba to play perfectly and really build up these orbs and give value off the speed, which is going to be their saving grace.
Yeah, I mean, even just having Adrenaline Rush is like, oh, okay, now I'm just incentivized to spend my cooldowns on dealing damage, and when the opponents have those stacking awakenings like you're saying, it's even more incentivized. All you want to do is smack the opponents in the face, make it so that their awakening is completely useless, and we'll be seeing that more and more as these sets go on. Although a lot of pressure here from Bomba. Rat Pack is holding on, though. Templeman's holding the ball, tries to go for a nice sneaky strike war win there with the whammy, but not going to work out perfectly there. Fresh on up. Oh, Stealth Rock almost makes it through with another really well-placed Rose Warp, almost getting the ball through. I'm going to wait for that water cannon once again. Yeah, going to use that barrier beam to at least win out against Temple Melon, who might have a boost. No flip there from Luke. Going to sacrifice that barrier to hold the resource. Hopefully that one works out. They're going to spend it there. I'm not sure that's the greatest value of all time in that situation, but no problem, though. Flip there from Carmine over to Fresh. Gets nicely stuffed from Breezy. Now Templeman's chance. Center stage. Nice one from Stealth Rock is going to actually just nullify that pressure.
Oh, this is quite intense. I mean, we're seeing like abilities narrowly miss goals on both sides. It's just so many opportunities for both sides. With the core speed now online, though, Carmine has that tempo, or the team player. They do have Tempo Melon, of course, as well, but the passing plays are going to be really intense. They do have like Estelle to kind of cover a little bit more, but it's going to be crazy because Tempo Melon, of course, can pick up a lot of angles. So just like any pass, they can get the core over to Carmine and make use of that team player. It's going to be a big boon in the overtime.
That's way helpful. And overtime, wow, he simply stuffed that strike with the Crystal Thorns. Stealth Rock, well played there. Gets that goal, kind of once again sneaks it in. I mean, maybe I'm not looking at Stealth Rock as much as I should, but boy, every move that they use feels like it's getting a whole lot of value, kind of jumping out of nowhere Maybe that's just the range that Estelle really has, kind of just blending in with the background and really taking advantage of that. They're going to try to work on grabbing this barrier from the bottom side. Wow, sneaks it on through Luke there, though, spending their cooldown as well. No secondary for a little bit. And now the water cannon is coming out. Yes, sir. Oh, boy. You know, it's like you had a triple goalie there, though. You could have got it out, but boy, the thought of the water cannon just makes things so hard. And it's where am I going to send it? Not up. And, yeah, you just get kind of owned sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tight window. The core was on target, so Luke did have to strike first there, and so it was up to one of the forwards to catch this small window in between Temple Melon's strike and scoring the goal. I mean, this is a tough situation. Honestly, there's so much on Stealth Rock's plate that Stealth Rock has to accomplish, again, being the Estelle character on the open map. I mean, the level advantage tells it tells the story, honestly. Being level 7 while both your teammates are at least 2 levels down from you, just it just by sheer number of interactions you have, not all of them are going to be perfect, and I mean, a Now and a Luna are going to be able to capitalize on any of the mistakes you make. But I mean, the story's not over yet, right? We've seen Stealth Rock be able to jump in and cut a lot of situations that are happening on the defense here. Stealth Rock just needs like one cooldown. It's out of kit right now, so okay, never mind. I was like, the goal is a bit unlikely in this situation. We're gonna strike directly at Carmine, but Carmine's casting the primary, and assumed that would connect. It didn't, but hey, they're on the board. It's one more goal, and you have a set win, a little room to breathe.
Yeah, and they do have 5 stacks for each of these orb dancers, so you could say that this is they do have at least one person with stacked orb dancers right now, which is at least half of the better situation you could hope for. And this power play is going to be a little bit rough, but we do have the path splitter, which is going to hold the line for sure. Secondary, nice strike down. Keep that barrier up. Breezy going to be fighting their demons there. The Expanse will certainly stop them from approaching any farther. And Stealth Rock going to try to get this, man, Carmine is just really moving and putting so much pressure on the Stealth Rock that they cannot move up and get these shots in, but oh my gosh, missing the barrier with the flurry is catastrophic there. Boy, do they need that, even if it was just for the experience.
Yeah, I mean, one must imagine the Sisyphean experience of trying to take this barrier is enjoyable for Bomba, because they have to climb the mountain once again, getting all these interactions. But hey, overtime is present, and that is going to bring relief, as options on the barrier that weren't possible before are possible now, and they're possible on the goal as well. So Stealth Rock is going to be the one to watch here with this flip. If they can get a goal, puts it right on Fresh, though.
Defense there. Once again, Fresh building up a flip of their own, moving up a little far. Kind of scary, but Moe Breezy finds it. Dash punch off of Inky's. That's exactly what you want to expect from this Juliet, who actually doesn't have pummelers, but still Slick's going to hold this ball. And can they make the power play happen? Fresh spends the Expanse a little bit early. Going to go ahead and flip right on in there. Oh, Luke misses the strike shot, dropping a barrier of their own. And now it's going to be the water cannon from the opposing team down over to Temple Melon. It's going to make things hard, but Luke finds it. And then Carmine, close enough to find a strike war through Luke. And boy, Rat Pack holding on. In fact, going to continue pushing this advantage.
Yeah, scary situation to be caught in the 2v1. Absolutely good water cannon usage from Fresh there, popping that. It's interesting to see exactly how the teams are attacking this offense with and without the water cannon. Here we have a lot of offense on the top side where it might be useful for a dash punch. We just need to be building up these orbs here now, getting advantage of that speed, bringing it up to this corner. I mean, either team could be playing for overtime because one of the teams has a Estelle, but the other team has team player. So I think overtime is where most of the action is going to be. Outside of that, I mean, Atlas is going to hold for a long time, and Asher's going to hold for a long time, and the core speed is a little bit lower. So here's where we are now. Need to be committed.
Scary situation there, but they'll end up saving their goal there, but still a barrier to take. Whoa, tries to go absolutely crazy there with the boost flip, but Luke finds the Soren angle to defend himself. quite nicely there, though. The expanse is going to come through, make things a little bit more difficult for Luke, putting the opposing team basically all on defense. That barrier holding is still huge. They have their water cannon on cooldown, and now it's going to be Temple Melon winning out in that situation and just securing the goal with that boost. Man, the Rat Pack is actually looking to pack this one up. Carmine will take the first awakening here in this draft.
Yeah, and there's a lot of threats that are definitely present here. We have Bomba has to worry about the sparks on Atlas. The spark of focus is gonna give him a lot of cooldowns. Catalyst for the flips, that's gonna be super present because flips are gonna be a lot of the ways you're scoring or taking barriers on the wider and the open map. So I mean, even the deny of the spark of focus, Atlas still gets hot shot. It's going to be a lot of cooldowns. They're like the hill just keeps getting taller for Bomba here because now you had so many attempts on Atlas before you could really like make one count, and now that window is just getting smaller and smaller, and Asher isn't getting any faster in the net. She has a little bit of size for her in the strike shot, but going wide on her has been quite easy. I mean, as difficult as Luke is making it by playing quite well, still Asher in the net, and needs this again supplement from Estelle to make it really count, and then Estelle goes down now. So how do you defend?
A great question. Barrier Beam is a good start. Luke holds the line, not spending the flip. 3Z cannot get that primary in there. Temple Melon boosts their brains out and scores right on through. Rat Pack, yeah, looking unstoppable. I mean, even Fresh didn't have to play that much, but I wanted to bring up how good the hot shot is on Atlas. I mean, if they couldn't get the ball through before, how are you going to get it through? More cooldown of Atlas right here, right? So it's like, we're looking at a pretty tough spot. Even the two forwards here, Carmine and Temple Melon, are actually just holding so hard that Freshly Fresh kind of getting to hang out a little bit there, but really wants to get involved. Temple Melon finds another kill, activating the adrenaline rush, but kind of losing a barrier in return, but maybe it won't matter. We'll find out as Luke spends that flip to try to defend themselves. The water cannon does assist a lot to at least clear the ball. 3Z Breezy almost gets dash punch comboed by Temple Melon, but cannot find it just yet. Still gonna hold the line here though. Fresh got this flip, will be able to survive.
Ooh, what a save. Actually hitting the Asher ult on the top side there. This is the situation that we have for Bomba to potentially score. I think Atlas Expanse is just coming up right now. So unfortunately, they didn't get that narrow window with that, but the barrier's still down. Unfortunately, lost for 3Z. Rat Pack still putting the pressure on like it's no tomorrow. Adrenaline rush speed is present. They have cooldowns to score as well, and there it is. It's going to be the rocket that's going to secure that.
That was kind of nasty. That was like, the angles that they were going for there were just like purely mix-up angles, and it did not get any easier with that team player. Well played there, Rat Pack, and now looking at the series point here, bro. In this playoffs, 3Z can't find the dash punch to grab that barrier either, which is just kind of the worst. Expanse is going to hit the ball again, providing cooldown, defending the ball. Carmine soloing the top spot here, not letting 3Z Breezy get their hands on that ball, but finally the dash punch does make it through. Carmine has a flip, can help defend here though. 3Z, not a lot of health, not a lot of energy to deal with. Fresh going to probably be able to defend this one. Stealth Rock, nice try to get in there with that Rose Warp. The cannon, or the Crater Maker, is coming in. Temple Melon healed with the lifeline, which is great. Wins out again, a strike war. Takes that barrier as well. Carmine's going to flip to get the ball a little bit closer to Temple Melon. The opposing water cannon is catastrophic, but a flip from Luke holds the line at least long enough. Nice dribble from 3Z to use up all of Atlas cooldowns, but does lose possession of the ball for just a moment. Anything from Temple Melon might score here with the assistance of Carmine, but they do end up clearing it for the moment.
Okay, very scary dribbles here. Oh my god, Tempo bringing it up to the top. Is going to get held. 3Z Breezy's going to help the defense here. Give a Stealth Rock and Luke some time to breathe. Unfortunately, some cooldowns committed. That is going to make this situation very scary. Rat Pack looking to pack this up. As you say, their offense is unrelenting. They just look like they're so in control of this game. And Tempo Melon is going to send Rat Pack up to the winners finals.
Ooh, well played there from Rat Pack. Man, if there's one thing I learned from that game, it's like, me losing to Luna just dashing into my face and striking sometimes, I'm just like, you know what? That is just hard to beat. I don't really know what to do about that. I mean, we're seeing like it's like we're seeing the highest level of play here though in this big playoffs, and man, Temple Melon is just where they need to be at the right time. The assistance of Carmine and the great defense there from Flightfully Fresh, and getting some great awakenings there too. Not hurt at all. So Rat Pack, move on. Bombardiers will go into the lower side of the bracket, but not out, not even close to out just yet. Man, that was good, and that was Inkies. You know what? Watching Inkies, pretty nice. Playing Inkies, that's okay.
So true. I've definitely played my fair share of Lunas on Inkies, and I had pretty much the same experience where it's like, well, yeah, I'll just go wide, and they pick it up with the boost, and it's like if I put it kind of like anywhere near them, and they boost that too, and it's like, yeah, I hate it when a character has like resets like that, but also it's like the range on the reset is crazy too, because like, you know, you'll be playing against the now, and you're like, I know what you're up to if I strike this back to you, or you know, you're putting it on the wall. I know what this dribble looks like, but Luna's just one of those characters that can do it from so much further away. Whereas like I guess you could do it with like an Estelle or an Amy, but like I don't know. Those feel so much more like predictable. Whereas is Luna, she has the option like right up close to her. Estelle, you like I think has it's like it's the startup. That's what I'm getting down to. I think Luna Dash probably starts up like immediately. I don't know if it's frame one, but that's one of the crazier parts where it's like in front of her face is a scary place. And when, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we're wrong about the queen of open maps. This Luna pick is now the scary thing that people need to start considering. Whether it be brawler, whether it be otherwise just on a wide barrier or an open net. Luna is kind of queen of that.
Yeah, really good at having some range and getting where she needs to go. But no problem, as Bombardiers will remain in the tournament there for this playoffs. We are going to take a little break, load up some of our other players here, and when we come back, you're going to see the Sad Boys against Demon Time for this next winner's semis. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Strikers League Season 7 playoffs. We got another winter semis coming up for you guys. Sad Boys against Demon Time. We'll be starting out here on to Demon Deus. We saw that a little bit earlier here, and a lot of crazy killing action, didn't we, Hammy?
Oh, yeah, we did, and I think that action will be continuing. I mean, whenever I see the Joker on X, I can rest assured that people will die. And we got Shanzi on Amy as well. Well, of course, I mean, boys have been running this Atlas for some time now. Drex on the field now, kind of supplement the healing, but that's going to be the scary Demon Dice comp in terms of wow, that's a tough defense to get through. But I think Demon Time have despite their work cut out for them, I think they've come ready to play.
We definitely shall be seeing that show up. We had Siege Machine and the Explosive Entrance. Only Vaughn taking Siege Machine here, so everyone's got extra speed, extra dash, extra impact damage to just make Demon Deus feel a little bit more comfortable, right? Everyone loves dying on Demon Deus, and we can already see a whole lot of damage being exchanged here, though, and it really is, once again, a situation where the opposing team, Sad Boys, is going to try to keep X from scaling their brains out here, though, and they do have Era to help them get a little bit faster around the board, but 2 barriers taken there from the Sad Boys, kind of helping Vaughn defend that last one of their own. Joker going to hold the top side, deal a little bit of damage to both players, actually going to just stick to them here. Kainu holds the line, Bells goes in, deals a little bit of damage to Yanju, knocking him around, but can't find the goal just yet. Gloomy and Joker are going to block the top side, does send the Storm, which is good enough to block at least their goal, but now Kainu finally finds a kill. Double flip, a little miss communication there from Sad Boys, but it might not matter here, or will it?
Yeah, here's gonna catch the last barrier. Joker almost sneaks in a goal there, but Bell's narrowly missed the corner there on the bottom. Yeah, it's this constant back and forth against the overtime core speed. It's going to be any stray shot probably going in here because, I mean, Atlas and Era can only cover so much of the net. Of course, they're doing very well, of course, playing their box. These are top players. They know how to cover what needs to be covered, and I love these offenses that kind of Bells have been putting up. That's like the second time I've seen like Bells pop the cloak on top of Now's ult. And they kind of like switch positions here and then like set up like a high-low on the offense. Actually, it's pretty cute, if you ask me.
I agree, man. You kind of have like 2 invisible forwards there coming to get you. Who wins out against Shianzu there, helping out with the glitch pop to defend. A flip on over to Joker. Vaughn is going to defend this one onto the top side there, defending with the Celestial Intervention, but Gels finds a kill of their own, sending Sad Boys into the first power play here. It's going to be quite big, and the first point is going to be good for the Sad Boys.
Yep, another Jakar classic. Honestly, Drek and Atlas are looking like absolute superstar picks on these maps. We've seen Atlas and Drek kind of like tear it up in the previous match, and I think this match might be no different. I mean, we're picking characters that have like I think smaller margins of error, or sorry, larger. It's harder to mess it up. That's what you know what I mean. And as you can see, that pressure of I'm just pressing my primary with the Atlas or the direct shotgun here in the corner in here, and it's going to be hard to mess that up. It's that pressure every time that's going to result in another goal.
Nice. Well played there. Bell's getting so far in there, winning those strike wars. Going to be big. A lot of pressure put on to Demon Time, and they got a kill as well. Sad Boys looking quite good already. Kainu has a flip as well to go with this next barrier. Joker really trying to work on getting this experience, is at least getting involved enough to be level 3, but boy, a kill already exchanged. The Sad Boys feeling kind of unstoppable right now as this power play is going to go through the flip and dip situation into the drone. No health to survive that lock and load, and Bells sinks that one here with the Sad Boys, and boy, that was a pretty dominant first set, but we have seen things change. Demon Time, I heard these guys are pretty good, so I'll go ahead and give it to them. They might be able to adapt back.
Yeah, and I think here's the avenue to do it right. I mean, Sad Boys have, I think, a very, very, very clear early game advantage here with their composition. But what I want to talk about is Demon Time's ability to play the wall, and the wall in a bit of an interesting way. We have both Era and Aimi on the same team. Both of them have ults that are able to really control the wall. Now, it is BD. It is the only map where a barrier does not come in contact with the wall, so that is Joker's job, is to make sure that when we, get the core out of our defense, whether it be a NATO that's on the bottom or an Imi turret that sets it up, it's going to be Joker here in this little action area to sink that in on the barrier and secure them. So, and of course, the timeless going over to Imi is going to make this a little bit more possible. So that's going to be how Demon Time, I think, is going to play this offense or defense into offense, specifically that transition differently. Again, there's the NATO set up in that way.
It'll be very interesting to see if that wall situation does change here, especially with that timeless. Both barriers down. Bell's winning out on a lot of situations. Gumi cannot get their hands on that ball. And Bell's not getting the, actually not getting the credit for that. Vaughn getting it from the back line there, scoring that goal. Hero Vaughn walking all the way forward. Man, the Sad Boys looking quite strong right now, although Joker dealing a lot of damage over here to Kai Noob. The storm is going to completely stop Vaughn from being able to strike this ball, and still these barriers hold. A flip from Joker only to grab one of these barriers, and I think that right now is kind of setting the tone. I mean, look at all the resources being spent, and 2 kills from the Sad Boys, the biggest power play of all time. Xianzhu gonna try to hold the line, spend some time, but it's gonna be barriers for sure, and probably the goal. Absolutely. Oh my god, survives the situation. The team is back. Oh god.
Are they out of the woods? Okay, here we are now.
Oh, he's invisible.
Yeah,
He's invisible.
He's young. I don't know if he's developed that object permanence yet. Bell's going up at the right time to win that strike war. I mean, hey, we're seeing pretty much everything we've talked about so far. We know how they're playing the walls, and Joker trying to secure those last barriers. Unfortunately, last point his flip went off. I think he wanted to catch the rebound off the barrier. Happens pretty often. So be it, but they almost brought it back after that man advantage. Now here, Joker's trying to score this goal. They have both barriers to work with. Johnson needs to live, is tracking Bell's shotguns properly. They were in no danger, able to pick up that orb, no problem.
Holding in there, the Joker with that flip. Can't seem to secure that goal. It's really a let the X scale situation, and I think the Sad Boys are doing such a good job not letting the Joker really get all that much value. But there we go, Xianzhu, Cyber swiping tin right on through. That's going to be Demon Time's first point, and a flip to go with it for this next one, although I'd say very heavy energy advantages. It's still in Sad Boys' court.
Yeah, I mean, the scoring pressure that, of course, this team has, Demon Time, they have a lot of options once those barriers are down. That I think is the toughest hurdle to climb. Some maps, the barrier, of course, is very easy, but in here, in their composition, it's going to be quite hard. But the Imi jump, secure goals, act pressure in a corner. The turrets, specifically, are going to be much better when the gates are down. NATOs as well, but you need your teammates up a real good chance. We've seen Gumi defend for a long time before. Basically doesn't have Xianzhu in action right now. Playing very dangerously with their life. He's gonna hold the barriers so far. Bell's been very efficient at taking these with his options, but he's being shut down so far. Demon Time is making good adjustments.
Yeah, well played defense there from Gumi. Continues to hold both of those barriers through that onslaught. We can see Bells hanging out really close to the line. Wow, lock and loads all 4 targets there. Bells, ton of value getting that damage and that barrier. 1 to go down here from Sad Boys, but Vaughn will defend nicely. Oh, really quick lifeline strike there from Kainu, who's going to block the top, helping Bells as well win that situation. Gumi going to flip there right on down. Kainu and Bells retrieve the ball once again. Seems that Sad Boys just has a whole lot of possession in this game, and it's not going to stop here, though, as Bells just really gets so close and kind of, man, just giving it right over to this Drakkar, sinking it right in the pocket. But we do have both barriers down. Xianzhu gets a flip right into the front there. Joker cannot find it, and now it's just Sad Boy's turn to score. Just stun from Joker will allow the ball to go in. Well played.
Absolutely well timed. X Maximus there to strike exactly when Vaughn did have his strike hitbox over the core there. Well played. And now have some room to breathe and scale this X if they win this set. That's exactly, of course, what everyone is hoping to do here. This is going to be a very critical point. Fives played, Gumi creating a narrow window of death there. But hey, this flip is not going to fail this time for Joker. Gumi's walking up. This could be exactly what Demon Time needs.
Yep, sends in the Maelstrom. We do have an evade there from Vaughn. It doesn't seem to catch the ball either, which is really a good situation there from Sad Boys. Joker knocking around Bells a little bit there, doing some damage, but can't find a kill just yet. Celestial Intervention's going to keep Bells up as well. Invisible Bells 2 is going to deal some damage over to Shianzu, but not find a kill just yet, as both barriers continue to hold here for Demon Time, and Joker's getting super involved. Evades coming out from Vaughn. Shianzu gets over there with that turret. Can't find a combo there with Joker, though, but has the flip, though. Shianzu, one more Cyber Swipe might be enough to land it. Gumi knows it, getting really involved, trying to build up energy of their own. Does get close enough, but the clear kind of stuffs Shianzu's attempt there.
Yeah, I mean, that defense was such a wild ride. I mean, so hard to clear it out when the team is just now in Drek and Atlas. You can hold perfectly fine, but once you're out of cooldowns, a little bit of a different story.
That's big. That is a big win there from Shianzu, allowing their team to successfully take this set, grab an Awakening, and everyone is seeing X at the end of the line here, though. So Sad Boys, you know, they're fine with that. Other team, yikes. So X will continue to be a little bit on the bottom side here, though, of this team, as we do get a rapid fire showing up for now. Infinite cooldown. Sparks. 2 sparks, actually, already for Vaughn. And a hot shot for Era is going to be pretty great for hitting everyone, too. The size from Jakar. Also good to win Strike Wars. That's great. And Fighter... wait. Oh, hold on a second. We get last pick Fighter Flight? I'd say that's a pretty good Awakening here.
That is pretty good. I mean, it was a bit of an awkward draft. I mean, you know, this happens every now and then where you win the set, but then like both of your teammates that aren't MVP are just like behind your opponent. So I think they lost out on some things they wanted. They had to deny that Monu, which isn't bad on Imi for sure. But they didn't get to pick up like rapid fire, and Gumi sitting on this like hot shot, which is a little bit awkward for Era. But I mean, it can get used. Yeah, the fighter flight on X is definitely kind of like the most relevant. Oh, we did win that set and we get some reward out of it, and it just happened to be, I think honestly, that fighter flight is the speed on your X is going to be very nice, as being slow isn't fun.
True. Being slow, not particularly great, especially, actually not even especially on Demon Days. I mean, like, being slow in general is a death sentence. You're getting yourself killed, can't find the ball, can't get health, can't get levels. So we'll go ahead and avoid that situation by slaying the opponent with our X Maximus flip combination. And it's going to be a power play there for Demon Time. Joker getting super involved, winning Strike Wars. Nice work, knocking against the back wall there to mix up the strike timing. Gumi, 1 strike away from getting this flip. Can get super involved here if they want to, but they do end up losing a barrier here. Bells has a flip to go with it too. If Kainoob can manage to get that ball on over to this Drakkar, it could be quite big, although we do see Bells backing up pretty far. Shianzu Cyber Swipe, stunning Vaughn and getting that ball through, and Demon Time bringing it right on back. And if Joker scales, it could be curtains.
Yeah, honestly, I think that defense was a little bit of mix-up from Vaughn. I'd usually see him very diligently, like clear it up top, like really fast. He actually gave Shianzu a bit of an opportunity to go for the swipe. I think he was kind of trying to bait that out. His top was looking like pretty nice. But hey, I mean, they still have a lot of I don't even know. Whoa.
What do they have? What could they find? Perhaps another goal here. Vaughn is going to move up a little bit with this flip, at least past midfield, but not going to make too much happen through this turret, although still kind of moving forward, dealing a lot of damage to Shianzu with this Atlas. As we had mentioned before, hey, Atlas doing a little bit of good damage to the opposing team. Bell's invisible, gets stunned out of there, though. The Joker wise to what is going on here with that bull rush. Going to defend to the top side, but gets stuffed by the Astral Projection. Nice Gumi getting in there, but we got Kainoob getting even farther in there with a flip of their own.
The energy economy is definitely going to be present as we're farming that up. Hey, it started to break the fourth wall. My cat distracted me last time. Sad Boys definitely have a lot here. They don't have nothing. And right now, what they have is a core on offense. Atlas, it's like these walk-ups from Vaughn. I definitely expect this from him. It's going to be a lot of the value from Atlas. He's going to walk up with this expanse or whatever. He's going to like cover that pull aside for his team, and for a team that like doesn't have like a lot of range, no Estelle, no Aimi, no jumping like that present. You really need like your Atlas to walk up in this way, and that pressure is so important, right? Like Gumi's like second guessing whether he should like clear it out top, like away, like kind of like right off of repeat, because Vaughn's walking up there. Vaughn had flipped that time. If you're Atlas and you're not walking up in those situations, your team is losing so much value. I mean, this is textbook professional play that like you need to be walking up like that, especially on DD where like that little like sound barrier on the bottom plus the barrier, like you can cover that all like yourself. And now, like, that is not an option to clear on that wall, as Atlas is just has a big expanse there waiting for you.
Yeah, it's great work. I mean, moving up with this expanse, moving up that astral projection gives you so much agency on how far behind the barrier that ball is going to go, and you can kind of hold the bottom line by yourself. So these walk-ups are looking pretty great, especially with these two sparks, giving a lot of extra speed to be able to at least back up, and now having even more agency over where that astral projection is going. The missile prop is going to be pretty devious, as we see Vaughn not actually even have to move up as far, right? With this missile prop, can kind of hang out wherever they want and position differently because he gets so much range on it. But one barrier down for each team. Expanse is spent there. Kind of can't get their hands on the ball as Joker gets that bull rush, though. A flip from Vaughn is going to be loaded up here, too. Gumi can't get there in time. Both barriers going down, and the strike war win from Bells is going to be good enough to put Sad Boys on the board once again. Only a couple goals off here from taking this whole game.
Yeah, and I think that tight box is what's going to get it done. I've said multiple times now that, Sad Boys don't have necessarily the same sort of range that most comps may have, especially in a midfield. But what they do have is a lot of strike resets, a lot of cooldowns that they can shove in one direction. Of course, that means you should play a corner offense. But what it also means is you need a position in a very tight box. So you'll see on these offenses, Bells and kind of playing quite close together as they both rotate down here to the bottom side. And they're going to layer those strikes. That's how they scored that last goal. And I think it's going to be exactly how they take these barriers here. Kind of a bit wide right now, as they need to pick up some orbs, Bells on that same page. I have to commit the flip. Vaughn can't walk up in these situations without a barrier, as very often. Barriers are just a tool for me to, like, lose the core sometimes in full commit on offense.
Understandable too. I mean, look how much space. Oh, nice one there with that bell ringer. Look how much space like gets opened up when your barriers are down in this map. Like, you have to play so far forward. You're like kind of hanging out in midfield all the time. And once the barriers are down, you're like, well, now I got to go all the way to the back. I can't really stand in front anymore. Like, all this space is no longer accessible here as this melee goalie. So the barriers just providing a lot of coverage, right? Allows you to move up while your goal is at least closed. But we're seeing that here. Like the barriers goes down, Boomy all the way to the back of the board, has to defend this barrier, can't move anywhere except for back. But they are going to move a little bit forward here, though, as Shanzu's probably going to take the goalie spot for just a moment, but gets blasted out of the way. Joker finds a kill of their own. Another flip there from Gumi is at least going to take one of these barriers. Shanzu has to play a little bit of defense there. Doesn't want to get blasted there from Vaughn. And Celestial Intervention will keep Bells alive. Nice and healed, too. As the Maelstrom comes in here for the Joker to maybe win a strike war. They do keep the ball at least behind the barrier. Joker's still fighting it through with this turret, but man, a clear from Sad Boys is going to relieve all that pressure from Vaughn.
Yeah, I mean, while Gumi does have the extra move speed to walk up, so he loses 2 barriers, he can do a little bit more than I think Vaughn can do. But hey, if they're holding that last barrier, like Sad Boys did in the last point, that's going to be exactly what they need to just like win the set. Obviously now, playing with a man down is going to make that a little bit difficult, but holding these barriers is the current goal, and I think it can be done. So kind of comes back as it shall.
Big old flip there from Bells is going to grab a power play for the Sad Boys once again. Vaughn finding his situation to move up, gets a little bit extra movement speed from that now. Doesn't find what they're looking for, but still only one barrier down. And in fact, a win there from the Sad Boys, from Kainoob, is end up winning Sad Boys this entire game on Demon Days. Kind of, I'd say that was pretty dominant for the most part. I don't think that Demon Time really had enough time to get that scaling going.
Yep. I mean, we talked about like kind of like the win conditions of Sad Boys have that tight box. They have when they have their barriers up. Atlas is just right there behind the forwards, able to keep that core in, do so much work. I haven't seen the damage yet, but I'm gonna bet Vaughn has a lot. There it is. I said this in the last match. I'll say it again now for those of you who didn't see it. Atlas does a lot of damage. This is why we don't see eject fully pick.
Look at
And
that.
it's like, why would I need to eject up and get involved in offense when I can just walk there? Like,
Damn.
it's the North American brain rot that we think we need to commute somewhere, via eject button when just a more perfect world is just is a walkable core field, guys. And Sad Boys have figured that out, and Vaughn's gonna walk up and show that it can be done. It can be done even if you're a melee guy at heart, and that pressure is gonna get it done over Demon Time's kind of like a little bit more of a narrow win condition of perhaps in the wall. They have a bit more damage. It's harder to execute, and Sad Boys are going to punch that.
Yeah, nicely played there from the Sad Boys. Extra speed there from those sparks definitely help when it comes to moving around with that melee goalie, but didn't have boots. We took strike shot, so it's not like positioning matters. Obviously, positioning is going to matter a lot more when you have a little bit less speed because of the strike shot, but well played. Really well played there for that Demon Days game. And we shall be moving on to our next map, which is, of course, drum roll, please, as it shows up. Unless you already saw it before I did. Here it comes. Hammy, do you know what it is?
I
There it
didn't.
is.
I didn't. I don't know where I'm supposed to look for that. I'm like,
Drum
I'm just
rolling.
watching the stream, and it's Inkies again. It's time for
Oh,
Inkies.
finally.
It was time to pick. This is fun.
I feel like we saw this.
Oh, right, because we
we
changed
saw
the
these
map
maps.
order.
Yeah.
A recent change this season is we wanted to buff kind of being the map pick. So now, if you lose out, I don't get to be blue side twice in the series, then your map pick gets moved up front, which is why we saw the Demon Days first. Now we're going to Inky Splash Zone. So don't be worried if you're seeing this map order. You didn't miss it if you just tuned in now. This is going to be boys up one map. We're going to go over to times pick Inkies, which I think this is where we're going to see a little bit more of perhaps the typical compositions we see on Inkies. I mean, both these goalies have kind of like the whole. Honestly, all the members of every role here have like all the characters covered in terms of like being pickable. Like we could even see like a Juno on Bells or something crazy like that if like the brawlers are are like picked up or banned or something. I mean, it's gonna be Kai or Atlas or something similar in the net. It's gonna be your range in the midfield. Luna's gonna be priority. I mean, Kai Noob on Luna is absolutely insane. Demon Time is gonna have a rough time because I think Sad Boys have been just really on top of the way they practice. Fauna, of course, super educated in terms of meta of the game. Kind of is Bells are going to be an excellent front line. I mean, we're seeing blue side. Whoa, blue side Inkies. It's going to be still picker ban. We lose Kai and Luna, of course, the other priorities we talked about, but it's hot shot and Estelle's on the field for boys, so that's gonna be real tough. We'd have to see how time. Hopefully they've prepared for the situation, have something cooked up for it. But I mean, what can you do? I'm a little surprised to see Asher, but that's probably going to be forward instead of net as opposed to last time. We'll see. I think I talked a little bit about at the uh, at the Denver LAN, we saw Joker's team. It wasn't this exact composition, but they kind of like pocketed this Asher pick with a now and an era. I don't know if they'll pick it, but they picked the more priority up front. They picked the Asher and the now. So we'll see if that era floats into the net if Gumi runs that again. But I don't think it's the strongest comp. And Atlas and net, Estelle in midfield. I think that's kind of like nail in the coffin. Boys have really won this draft.
Yeah, super solid picks there, especially getting Bells with that Zentaro too. quite good, and they land Rune as the Demon Time as last pick there for Holy Gumi. Interesting comp. Yeah, we do see this hot shot Estelle. Definitely a really good first pick here for the Sad Boys. Vaughn is going to continue to be playing that Atlas, also with a super strong hot shot. Extra speed there for Zantara is going to make things so difficult. I mean, wow. Yeah, I would say that the Sad Boys are looking like they are so happy with the. They're probably like, wow, we got this draft.
Wow, we
Would
got
you believe it?
Yeah, I mean, how could you have really even played that differently? I mean, if they could have, honestly, if I was time, I probably would have let Kai through. I think
I think I agree.
there wasn't really a risk of giving that first pickup and then ending up with Estelle. I don't think that was really on the table. I mean, Vaughn is an incredible Kai, and I think they were scared of that. But having Estelle in your midfield to kind of like balance the scales, I think that was kind of the timeline that might have been best for them. But I don't know. They could have thought it through and have been much more interested in um, this situation for some reason. I mean, and it probably has to do with, I guess, Vaughn's Kai specifically. If Vaughn wasn't such a excellent Kai player, I think they would have maybe been okay with taking the Kai themselves. But Xiansu is an absolutely crazy now player, so that might be a little bit of a difference maker today. I think we'll have to see how they play this midfield and mostly play the walls because the open map is scary against Zen and Estelle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm really interested to see what we can get here from this Rune. I feel like Rune is really good. I think Rune is actually just like really good. I think this map could make things a little rough. Now, if they play in that spot where you were talking about, we talked about earlier in the first set, that little space where the ball kind of gets squished and everyone's kind of trying to get it out. I mean, Rune is really great at keeping the ball in there, but there's so much space, there's so many clear angles, and Rune's Pillar feels like it's a little less value if you don't start with something big like Monumentalist. But I want to be completely proven wrong here. I'm trying to see this Rune go kind of ballistic here, and we'll make it into a game 3. Although frame 1, we do have Sad Boys taking that barrier, activating their water cannon. So already going to be a good start there for the boys. Oh my goodness. Catastrophic.
Okay, hey, every goalie gets one. Just warming up. Honestly, I think he was trying to park there, which his barrier was only a little out of place for. His pillar was only a little out of place for. That's not where we need to see this comp shine. Where we do need to see it shine is, I think, Demon Time need to play this top side here. That happens. Barrier's basically not real on this map, but just either gonna rotate it up there, give Xianzu an opportunity. But as the speed picks up in later in the game, we'll see. I think Joker play that space. But again, I think Demon Time has just kind of accepted that hey, this isn't the composition that's gonna go absolutely ballistic on the first rounds. Some like awakenings are gonna need to be in the picture before we see like the Joker with speed or be able to move this core in the way we want to. But hey, damage can still happen. I think Rune actually might be actually a pretty smart pick. That I didn't consider, especially over Era, where it might not be so great on Inkies. I think you're right to highlight the Rune. I think that's going to be where most of the interest and ability from Team Demon Time will shine.
Oh, how did Bells get out of that water cannon? I will not know, but they did somehow escape from that water cannon, which is pretty crazy as one barrier goes down there. Though we get a flip here from the Joker, tries to reinforce it there with the barrier beam, but cannot find their target just yet. Xianzu goes in with a nice barrier, or a nice lifeline,
Ooh,
dealing some good damage, but Vaughn is wise to the situation going on. Gets the Celestial Intervention, no one else going to be saving the team like that except for Atlas. So much value being given from this goalie, and the water cannon goes in, but not too much good positioning there here from the boys. They can't make great use of it, so Demon Time will survive that interaction. Nice astral projection to keep the ball alive. Bells cannot find the target though, but oh, great expanse allows Vaughn to keep moving up there though.
It's basically from Xianzu, always finding Joker. That's what I can count on these two. I just love watching these two play. I mean, they've been playing for so many seasons together, and the way they set each other up and find each other in the play, I think they have such good synergy. So able to get on the board for them, good for them. They're gonna need it, unfortunately, as it's gonna be hard to play into Zen Estelle, as we've said it multiple times. But hey, Asher has good opportunities. Doesn't need to play on the top side every single time. Of course, can shove that on the bottom, no problem. Have pillars to supplement kind of that top side coverage as well. So whenever they can find some time to get an offense going, they're just gonna have to take it.
Over there to block Bells. Actually, there's another one there, but it's not going to block that situation, though. We do have our water cannon loaded up for the side of boys. In it goes. Bell's going to keep it as far into that water cannon as they can. A flip goes in. The rush goes through. It does not actually end up hitting the ball, and now we might be seeing Bells sent on out. Actually using the drone to get a little bit closer to center there, though, but now sitting at just about completely shattered. Now it's Kainub's turn to go on in, winning a lot of strike wars there, but it's not enough to get it on through. Two goalies, way harder to get it past than just one, but now really close to the goalie. I think might have missed the ball there with the piercing shot. Did it miss?
I don't quite remember, but I did see, I mean, Asher primary was there, so that was getting held. When you're in your goal arc, that is impenetrable ability, and I love this. Making that dash work. Whenever I try to dash on Asher, that cord just does not connect. But Joker, much more knowledgeable on that character than me, is going to highlight his ability on the offense to make that shine. And suddenly we have a 2-2 round one, which I was not expecting. I would have thought it's just over, just like that. One Asher. I mean, Asher, you like it's the saver.
Oh man, I don't know why we're sitting here not saving Asher. Like, this MVP is literally just cosmetic. Probably save her, but she's gonna get the first awakening here. Joker feeling pretty good about taking this spark of agility. Now finding a spark of focus for themselves, although there are two sparks in this draft, but spark was need to start, so we do give that one on over to the opposing team as well. We did notice that Kaidu did not actually take hot shot, accepting the spark of agility as speed is going to be, I guess, a priority for them now. Shanzu finding a fight or flight of their own. Really good, too. Adrenaline Rush. Going to be okay on Devon. Not super great, but cooldown is not too bad. Explosive Entrance, man. Huge for Bells. And Gumi with the legendary Orb Dancer. Probably not going to die, so we'll probably see 5 stacks on them for a while.
Pretty true. It's rare to see a goalie die on here that's aware of the bottom side when the barrier's gone.
That's the worst.
Gumi has played a few games of Omega Strikers on Infused Splashdown, so that's very true. Yeah, Kainub not taking the hot shot, I guess makes sense, right? Your midfield is probably going to get the most XP, so as for who on your team is going to like secure the sparks, it's probably going to be one of your forwards. Oh, whoa. So a lot of kills are happening. Bells has a lot on his plate. In order to say this, his primary stun, he has secondary, and ult is going to dodge that rune banish. Oh, really well played. I mean, as far as the forward goes, in the net mid demon time commit a lot of abilities, so maybe they can kind of
Bells is such a noob for not holding. Imagine not holding 3v1 there. Insane. Oh, a flip from Gumi, not going to find its mark. Bells gets the barrier in return, though. Going to hold this line, going to activate the water cannon of their own. No position to really make good use of it there. Flip from Shianzu down over to Joker. Almost finds their hands on the ball, but can't seem to maintain it there. Going in with the breakthroughs as well. Okay, Bells finds it in the pillar, kind of times out. And, ooh, you know, one little, like, creation item here, one little awakening for Gumi would go such a long way.
Yeah, it would. I mean, Bells definitely was like tracking the timer on that pillar. Knew that was going to expire. I think Gumi did as well, but it was just kind of cooked for him. There's like a lot of small interactions that are like really important that time is really making sure that they capitalize on. I mean, Asher in the corner, yeah, but I mean, yeah, Yanzu's doing a lot of work to set that up too. It takes a team, takes a village even.
It really does. Gumi also helping keeping the ball forward too, which is really great. As long as the ball gets into Asher's hands, it'll work out. Although power play here for the Sad Boys is going to be looking pretty strong. Ball handed over to Bells. Ball's going to take the bottom side here, though. Tiny little crevice there made by the pillar is going to allow Kainub to help put Bells. Yeah, help put Bells into the goal. Good job. Yeah, scoring Bells into the goal.
Exactly. I mean, that almost happened earlier. Saved by like a nasl or something. But yeah. I mean, kind of has been really on top of course, hits winning. As an Estelle player, it's so important for you to get the hits done. Obviously, with the piercing shot, but not only that, that's very critical. Like rose warps onto people that like you to strike at certain timings, and he sees them in these small windows. So absolutely well done. Bad boys need to make this composition that looks stronger actually get a round win. Right now they don't have the barrier, and Joker has the speed he needs to get this down to the bottom. And then the Atlas Expanse is still there. He tried to get it out with the help of Kainub. Knew Shianzu had something in the cooldowns, and rune pillars could have been down there as well. Had to go for something a bit scary, but did not play out. Asher was in that area.
It was the best area for Asher to be in. It's kind of funny when like Joker's kind of pushing it in, and then like Vaughn creates an expanse, which kind of makes another wall, which usually makes a smaller space for the barrier beam to just instantly win. So Asher kind of getting a minor assist from Atlas in some of those situations. Finding okay, I said, I was saying a little bit of extra creation duration there, and we got Timeless Creator on Tagumi. This could be the craziest awakening that's ever been taken before, although we do have Mega Infused Accelerator onto Joker. I mean, we do see Sad Boys getting a couple of good kills in that last game. I wonder if this will actually cause their demise, but we'll have to see. Maybe just enough health onto this Asher. The healing with Shianzu might help.
Yeah, it looks like they really opt to play this like bottom side, as the Gimme can kind of like take care of the top himself with his pillars. I mean, it really only takes like one redirect, right? Like if they're trying to clear out the top side, get one pillar up, and then your team's rotated there in order to play the offense still. So actually really honestly surprising to see how efficient Humankind is able to play this composition. And their corner offense is obviously really strong with the Asher, whereas Bad Boys over here don't have exactly the same options. They need to like normally you'd like play this composition go wide, but like a rune can kind of cover wide too. So you just need to get his pillars and then do this core quickly.
Yeah, that'll be it too. Yeah, I mean, I think that Rune has definitely got a lot of good positioning that he's good in. But boy, when you put some pressure onto Rune and stand right on his face, there is very little that Rune gets to do without the banish there. And they did a great job of simply rose warping and jumping right onto Gumi's face. And that's what we will most likely be seeing each time. You really just want to stand right onto Rune's face. Flip here from Kainub is going to be stuffed a little bit there by the banish, but kind of a neutral win for the opposing team, I'd say, for the most part, as the ball is going to be completely stopped there. Another pillar from Gumi's going to block the bottom side, but they do end up clearing it top pretty easily. Blocking top now. A flip there. Oh, man. A flip from Joker. Going to steal it from Vaughn and that barrier as well. Oh, my God. Goes in with the breakthrough. Scores that goal. And Joker, Mr. Huss, is doing quite good.
Yeah, I mean, he's got all the speed with a Mega Infused Accelerator and Sparking Ability and Sparking Focus. Mag Soul's very important. Every time I see, like, Joker pick this up, I swear he just gets more speed than any other player picking it. I don't know, man. I don't know how he does it. He just moves so fast. And that's kind of like a major boon. I mean, they got those early set wins, and Sad Boys are getting a point right now, but, I mean, Demon Time is, I think, still in a lot of control right now. The Sad Boys cannot rest. We really need to focus up and execute, not losing this corner offense.
Yeah, and I'd say that the Orb Dancer is also coming in handy here for Gumi, allowing them to move up so much farther. Like, a lot of extra speed here might end up assisting here. Gonna at least put some pressure onto holding the line with Bells, but the pillar is going to at least do that job. Shianzu is going to flip the ball right through the Oni blade. Kainub can't find it there with the piercing shot just yet. Oh my God, Rose Warpington. Kainub on point with that one. Steals the barrier. Gumi, not under enough pressure to flip just yet, but here comes the banish. Okay, the banish does live through the water cannon there, as Kainub is going to try to get it through Shianzu and Joker by themselves. Okay, Bells might be able to make it happen here, as long as they can get the ball on center stage there with that flip. Good positioning there. That's going to be great.
All right.
Stuffed.
Yeah, out of pillars, though. This is very scary defense. Vaughn, look at how close he is again. Doesn't matter the map. He has a barrier. He's going to walk up. You're down to the bottom again. side they kind of want to play because you can kill in that corner as well. And the knockback from Kainub or even a Alice primary could kill someone. I mean, Vaughn's been sitting on this adrenaline rush, and he's gonna somehow like make it pop off at any moment. But there it is, Bells. A mix up on that primary necessary. Gonna keep them on the top side, bringing Sad Boys their first round win here. How will they get the tempo back?
The no mix-up really is the greatest mix-up of all time. Could have flicked. If they felt like flicking, they could have flicked. But they were like, you know what? Not going to do it. Everyone flicks. No mix-up lands it on through there. Kind of like having that hot shot, but grabs prime time for this Estelle. Really good loadout here for Kainub right now. Extra special also quite good. Oh, heavy impact is also quite good. Anything else on the board, guys? Okay, everything is pretty good there. We do get missile prop on this Atlas. We saw Vaughn go a little bit crazy and do more damage. Wait a minute. Vaughn's just going to do damage. Hold on a second. I see what these guys are doing.
Yeah, I mean, Xianzu with the Reptile Remedy, I guess didn't want, I don't know. Is Vaughn going to really take that? That's the one thing I don't understand completely. I can tell you everything about, like, kind of like any other Awakening or the way pros play. You know, I've been around nasl. I've been out of it for a little while, but I kind of know what's going on. It's always like Reptile Remedy that when it's not ending up on a brawler, I'm like, is this necessary? But I think it's gonna really like make Demon Time less worried about kind of like their offense. If Xianzu's never getting staggered, then you know he just walk around as much as he wants. And look, he's mitigating a lot of damage right now, so I've immediately learned why this pick is valuable.
There you go. Figuring it out on the spot. It's kind of approaching here with this flip. Stuff there from this timeless creator. Gumi is going to block the ball here once again. Extra cooldown from that hot shot's going to work out quite well in their favor. Okay, using the astral projection to beat the drone there is going to work out perfectly. Gumi setting up shop with a lot of these pillars, will at least block the barrier for now. Big Oni Blade coming through here from Bells, but not going to work out in their favor just yet. Kainub winning an interaction there, at least causes Gumi to use a couple more extra cooldowns, but does end up living there with some nice striking and a flip. Woes a warp from that. Kainub is going to certainly secure a goal, or not a goal, a kill. Going to secure a kill, giving them a power play, but still not a lot of possession. Xianzu approaching.
No, unfortunately, the flip does not connect. Vaughn's getting close to his. We'll be able to defend for some time. Bells and get shut down by Gumi's flip on the offense. Joker's also doing quite well. This flip, he's gonna do it. And Xianzu, I think, already burned the primary. Couldn't answer the flip in that fashion. So I think Sad Boys have more or less found their rhythm here, especially with the Awakening pickups kind of supplementing a lot of the way they want to win this.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good right now, but still a couple of points off here, though. Gonna get a move in from the bottom side. Pillar a little bit farther back than I think they might have wanted. A flip there from Vaughn will blast the core onto the top side there, at least stealing a resource from them with enough pressure. Joker gonna try to go on through there. Xianzu helping play goalie, but they do find a great angle to steal the top side of that barrier. And whoa, passive there. Wait, that was the thing, right? That was the passive ult?
A gen rush thing? Or it did
That
look
looked
a
like
little
the
funny.
passive ult
It looked
thing.
like yeah.
Yeah, I think that was
his
it.
ult.
He cheated! He's cheating!
It's a
Oh my god,
very,
the barrier.
very valid gameplay you can do. It's not banned. There's few things that are banned in terms of what you can do. I think the only one of them is like Luna Bug. We don't have to worry about that in this matchup. But we do have to worry if your Demon Time is getting value off of these offenses. The damage is not going to be present. There's the corner that I've warned about. Ultimately, I think Sean's been trying to pop out that primary, but he let it connect with the core there, and now all of a sudden, boys are just absolutely shutting down Team Boys. Whoa, time, hello,
Team boys. Team boy.
Team Boys is shutting down Time Boys, where they are not going to be able to close out. They got those first 2 rounds, but now I think it's just kind of really rolling back for the Sad Boys here. Even I think a team player pickup's gonna be crazy. The score's already be moving super quick, and I don't know if there's much that the time gang can deal with that. I mean, they are going to get Monumentalists, but this is going to be a real tough one, and it really need to take advantage of getting the core on Joker really fast and just shoving it and getting the pawns cooldowns out. But we'll see.
We got maximum loadouts right here, though, in this set 5. It's going to be kind of big. Shanzu does pick up Monumentalist, which is going to be quite impactful. Basically, every 8 seconds, we will be noticing Monumentalist is going to be making the opposing team's life a little bit worse every time. We're making a block nicely there on the bottom side with some more of these pillars. We're hitting a KO them. Kind of was done with this. Almost gets KO'd themselves. But getting stung a little bit there. Joker picking up Stinger is going to keep them from regenerating a little bit longer, but does find the evade as Vaughn is just fighting for their life. Cuz end up holding that barrier too. Gumi going to block at the top side as well, giving an extra strike avenue there actually for Shianzu. Blocking top once again. Creations everywhere. A flip from Vaughn. They do end up getting out that resource. A flip from Gumi on in. An Oni Blade also being spent. Joker finds the interaction there with Vaughn to steal that barrier. They do now have their water cannon on deck. Let's see if they can score with it.
A good peel from Joker there, making sure Shianzu doesn't get pressure from Bells. He lose the barrier, but Gumi has secondary. He's going to farm up flip real quick. Almost all the way there. Let's save this. Deflect to the top side. Shianzu getting quite low. Will this Reptile Remedy pull them up? They didn't want to touch that. I think that was a mispick from Joker, but that's quite unfortunate. Not able to secure the kill, but they'll take the goal.
They will indeed take that goal. Sad Boys now ahead in this game. I believe they were down 2 sets earlier, but now bringing it all the way back. Double flip, though, on the side of Demon Time. Almost 3 as Gumi is building up one of their own. There's that spot. I mean, they were literally standing and flipped in the spot that we were talking about earlier. True death zone for everyone, including those barriers. Vaughn cannot find the angle to get it on through, but building up a flip of their own. Lifelines into the top side. Gets the water cannon. Blasts Bells on out of there. Gumi gonna end up moving up here with this Orb Dancer, but gets stuffed a little bit there from Kainoob, at least blocking some of this time. Okay, the Path Splitter's not going to work out perfectly there. Vaughn wins out, ends up flipping now, and secures the clear. And man, crazy, crazy points so far. Great defense. Oh no.
Whoa, after primary. That didn't even look like it should have touched. I don't know.
Right?
I swear. Joker just has some buff on Asher. It doesn't make sense. He can strike further, he can primary farther. I don't get it. I don't get it, man. He moves faster.
Maxwell's buff.
Make it make sense.
Well, if we saved Asher, maybe we'd learn a little bit more about what the heck is going on here and why Joker is such a demon on the sticks here. So I'm going to strike for against Kainoob. Doing a lot of damage as well, but gonna hold that flip. Gumi's got a flip of their own. Does lose the barrier, spends it as well. Spends a cooldown too. Bells really ends up winning out in that spot. Gumi under a whole lot of pressure, finding a clear, and now the water cannon for the opposing side. Unsurmountable pressure onto Gumi is going to secure the goal here for Sad Boys. And now looking at series point for Sad Boys to keep themselves moving on to the winners finals.
Demon Times are rough times right now. They're trying to absolutely rough this out, but this could be it here. The great pillar from Gumi that's now down. Joker's getting caught in the water. Someone emote water right now. Gumi has to defend against 2 flips. Has a pillar. Is gonna stop one of the flips. Great Shianzu play here. That proximity mine is gonna bring some relief. Bells going for that same option. He did score the last goal, dropping outside of that primary range, not tap it and try to strike it afterwards. Now, corner offense, tastes their own medicine. They're going to hold. Bring this back to the offense on the other side.
Gets caught by that Vanish, but not losing too much yet. Nice stun there from Joker, but doesn't find their hands on the ball to grab that barrier. Clears top. No one in sight to hold the line there. Bells goes in, almost gets a kill onto Gumi. Keanu right in front of the goal, flips, and it's in. Sad Boys taking on Demon Time, man, winning out on that one. Moving on to winners finals.
And what a winner finals this is about to be. I mean, Rat Pack and Sad Boys look totally in form right now. I mean, insane pressure being able to be applied. I mean, they're going to be fighting over the most premium picks. I think we've seen, like, Alice has won every game so far. Estelle's won every game waiting so far. And now we're going to see these two absolute monsters of the team duke it out in winners finals, which would be absolutely crazy. But it's not over for Demon Time yet. They did put in a great performance, and they were able to rough out a draft that I thought was going to be absolutely awful for them. But Gumi has hands and is able to pick Rune with them and do a lot of work. Shiansu getting, of course, and Joker, 2 picks they are absolutely infamous on. And so that was quite a match to see, and a feast for my eyes, and I hope yours as well. And those teams will be doing, I'm sure, just fine on the loser's side of the bracket.
Yeah, you know, Demon Time probably not even worried. Like, all right, you know, lost to a pretty good team, but we'll be seeing them in grands, says Demon Time for sure. I mean, whew, super good game. Yeah, like one thing I do want to mention, like you said, the picks looked so good right in the draft. The draft looked so good for Sad Boys, but Demon Time bringing it to literally, one goal away from
Almost
perfectly
yeah.
at the end. Yeah, one goal away, but really kept themselves together. The rune pick ended up working out nicely. They did end up getting a couple good awakenings to make it work, but nonetheless, Sad Boys shall persevere and move on. And it looks like that might be the end for our block. Man, what a lot of action that was, huh, Hammy?
That was quite a fun one, and I was so happy to spend it with you. And so thanks for having me. I was asked to be here last second, but it was quite a treat for me to be present on the casting booth, and I love being here. So absolutely have a wonderful rest of playoffs today. There's more Omega Strikers to come, and it will be bangers of matches, bangers followed by bangers. I can guarantee it. You're going to like the way you see Omega Strikers. I've been Hamster Quest, and that's it for my time on the block. But I don't know if you're here, but I'm gone.
He's gone, everybody. See you guys. You know, we'll be back in a few minutes loading up some more teams for the losers quarters match, which will be RTF versus Bomba. I actually don't know how brackets work. I'm terrible at this. I think it's RTF versus... God, I'm so bad
Either
at brackets.
Bomba or Demon Time.
It's Bomba or Demon Time. I'm just like the worst bracketeer ever. But, you know, a
Bomba,
few minutes and you'll be
Bomba.
seeing it. Okay, it's Bomba. Woohoo! Bomba coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League playoffs. I'm here joined by Ether, and we're here to watch a team get eliminated or team survive. How you doing?
Yeah, I mean, look, why'd you have to look at this as like a glass half empty? Look, we want to see who's going to make it further in the playoffs race. And notably, this is actually a matchup that we have almost seen before, right? Last season, we had RTF versus Dubu for the top for the top three. And that one, I believe, went the way of RTF, if I'm not wrong. And I'm excited to see how this goes this time.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting here. Of course, the Bombardiers dropping down from the winner's side 2-0 by Rat Pack. Currently one of the two favorites to win it all. But as we load into game, we're on Inky Splash Zone for the third time today. And it's going to be a swift first point as the barrier's already gone.
Yeah, first point not yet claimed, but there's the water cannon, and now it is allowing Leo to push up. But 3Z does claim a barrier in trade. Question is now can Return to Form do anything with this offense? And that's both water cannons down. So overall, this should be a pretty slow point if things continue like this.
Both barriers gone, both nets open. 3Z Breezy in position as the Luna, the non-traditional brawler. But on Inky Splash Zone, plenty of space to work with. Moffin with the crazy angle on the pendulum swing. Gets it out of there, and a Giga Blast from Hungry Boy will keep it away as well. Luke to Stealth Rock finding the triangle, but Leo, Leon, and Hungry Boy are the ones who are approaching instead. 3Z just stuffed out by the Asher, and it's looking a little bit difficult in the midfield here.
Yeah, but he has the flip available and goes for the insta off the boost. Well played. And hey, 3Z saw this the last time, wanting to take a page out of Tempo Melon's book. And, well, yes, he is known to be that Luna player himself, but it looked so good on Inky's last time.
And we'll see if they can get a win here to survive in the playoffs, make it to the top 4. As 3Z now a vulnerable target, the power of damage is not to be understated. As Leo, Leon, and Hungry Boy approach the barrier, but 3Z slips past both. Moffin has to make a great save using the Death's Touch, and now Leo, Leon's back on the offense.
Yeah, back on the offense, and now Leo looking to try to continue that. A bit of damage, has to flip there, but where does this go? It goes up to the top side. Hungry Boy secures it though with the barrage, but Leo's health bar looking very low. No evade to work with, and Stealth Rock actually misses the piercing shot, so that means that he doesn't have any more kill threat, at least for a little bit longer. Path Splitter down by Leo, and he just tries to shove it into the bottom side. Good sword angle out by Luke, and now it's just Moffin. He is the one rotating forward while Leo regenerates his stagger, and with the flip, where does he go? Down to Hungry Boy, he tries to secure, gets the kill. It's now a 3v2 power play, but the core still hasn't been sunk in the net.
It's wide open, but 3Z Breezy forced to defend. The Iron Wall perhaps as the Luna, the rebound up to Stealth Rock, who just gets in front of Leo Leon. Finds the strikes, but Moffin keeps it on the offense, prevents the barrier from going down. But 3Z's putting on damage. Leo is getting low. They just don't have enough cooldowns, though, to finish it off. And Stealth Rock now looking for the strike and gets it right through 3. The perfect placement, and suddenly it looks like Bombardiers have a chance at this point. The water cannon's going to enable it, but Moffin's just going to snipe it away. The placement perfect from 3Z Breezy. Doesn't even need the flip this time.
Yeah, I mean, the boost so thin on margins there, and it just slides it right past. The flip being retained for this third point is also very crucial, as you mentioned. Could look for a kill, could look for maybe even that third barrier, but no, it's just an open net with 2 flips on the forwards of Bombardiers. And on top of that, Leon's health bar not looking particularly great either, so he has to retreat from the defense.
Oh my god, 3Z Breezy! 3 boosts, and this time not a goal, but a KO on the goalie is even better as the Bombardiers absolutely dominate the first set and move on to draft.
Yeah, and looking at this draft, the Atlas first pick, surprisingly enough, may just opt for some sort of speed, or, hey, as Vaughn did the previous game, want that range off of the Siege Machine, and the Luna perhaps looking for something like the Berserker, the Spark of Focus, looking to scale into these later sets. And I think overall, this is a pretty tame draft, all things considered.
Pretty tame, but you gotta watch out, right? The Atlas damage, as mentioned many times earlier in the broadcast, is not to be understated. And with the power of the Luna as well, the chip is going to add up. Of course, the Omega Infused Accelerator is a little bit scary for the survivability of Stealth Rock, perhaps, but other than that, the damage potential might swing completely.
Yeah, I do agree, but you have to keep in mind, right, it is a Kai. If you want to put out that damage, you do have to get rid of a lot of your core control tools. It's hard for you to put out the damage and core control at the same time. And on the other side, Leo Leon, he is very low, has the Berserker at full force, but the question is can he do anything with it? And, well, that's not maybe what he wanted to do with it, but he is more than happy to take the goal.
Yep. Staggered, but who cares? If you get the goal in, you regen right back. And now you have to wonder, how are Bombardiers going to proceed when they can't blow the game wide open, when Breezy Breezy doesn't have space to work with? Right now, it's looking pretty good, but he's getting caught up in the strike wars and unable to boost freely. That's the power of the Asher.
Yeah, but you have to think about this, right? Look at the cross clears there. Moffin's doing a really good job at not forcing himself into these cross clear situations so that 3Z Breezy gets to cut them off. And I mean, as I say that, Stealth Rock does catch one of those out, and a good evade there off of what could have been a potential kill by 3Z Breezy. On the opposite side, Stealth Rock is taken off the map, but 3Z Breezy has the flip, and he is playing forward, so with this open net, it's pretty dangerous.
Dangerous, but they have the meter to back it up. Luke, the one who flipped, just walks away. An awkward situation. They're the ones who lose the barrier. 3Z needs a hero play, but gets flipped off by Leo Leon, who will say that it's over. This point is in full control of return to form, right out of the reach of Luke. That's going to be 2-0. RTF fully in control of this set.
Yeah, how can we achieve a hero play when Leo Leon shows his villainous side there, finding that flip, and now the energy situation looking a little dire for the side of Bombardiers. So this could be return to form set to win, as Muffin Koei is pretty close to a flip of his own.
Lots of meter built up here, but that's probably going to be used as defensive insurance to nullify rather than to create an opportunity as Stealth Rock and 3Z Breezy slowly approach, but the Estelle and Luna, the double range characters, are suffering up close against the Asher, who is so powerful in those one-on-one interactions. 3Z now looking for a delayed strike, but flipped away. Muffin right back to himself, but manages to get it out of the core field for now.
Yeah, and they are keeping it up on this top side where it is a little bit dangerous and where the Kai can function really, really well. And now it's Leo who has the flip built up. He wants to push forward, and it's actually 3Z Breezy who's taken off the map, but Stealth Rock, he's also staggered as well. He's in a bit of a dangerous situation of his own, and Leo wants to go for it, but Stealth Rock dodges away. A good evade. The barrier finally taken, and it's just sitting in front of the Bombardiers net. But now in another 3v2, there's just too many men there to cover all the outs.
Yeah, it's so difficult to defend in an open net, especially with two characters that rely on their range cooldowns to get there. Now, coming into the draft, my eyes are on more speed, right? More speed and more size is the theme of this draft, and we're going to see a lot of that come through, especially for the Asher, who Leo Leon is just slowly scaling up with, taking over the game, making the offense increasingly difficult when Luke is basically alone.
Yeah, and I think this draft feels so bad for Bombardiers. The Spark of Strength gets denied, but also notably, the Kai being in that second round of drafting gets either Fire Up Catalyst or Chrono Boost. And now this Kai should just be taking over the game if he is given the chance to.
We'll see if he indeed can. Stealth Rock on the other side with the Estelle, trying to find a setup for 3Z Breezy. The Strike War set up, but Muffin goes the right way. And once again, the core control in the hands of the Bombardiers, trying to return to the form they had in the first set. But Hungry Boy's chasing. You mentioned the Kai speed. Hungry Boy is taken over.
Yeah, he can hop into the corner or he can leave it, but he's taking over in the kill department as well as he finds a kill onto 3Z Breezy. Leo Leon nearly has this recovery drone taken off, and now with the water cannon, it accelerates forward, and that's a certified water moment as Hungry Boy takes the shot, just taps it on in on the bottom side.
The sheer speed of the Kai is just overwhelming, right? 3Z Breezy and Stealth Rock, they're playing dash characters. Luke is playing Atlas. Hungry Boy could run circles around them, and Leo Leon as well with the size. A world record goal even. Gets it right past, finds the barrier beam to hold it in place. 2-0 already.
Yeah, I mean, that is already looking very dominant there. A flip coming up for Hungry Boy, one soon for Leo Leon as well. Flip there used a little defensively out by Hungry Boy, perhaps looking for a kill with that Giga Blast onto Stealth Rock. And now it is up on the offense, and as we said, right, this speed for Hungry Boy, it allows him to just walk forward, commit a little in the corner, and still not be punished, as he can just step back really easily thanks to that speed. And now the flip, they're a little fired up on the side of Bombardiers, but it doesn't look like they'll achieve much.
Yeah, and they're so dependent on that fire up to try and outspeed Hungry Boy. Leo Leon low, but has an entire flip and a recovery drone to work with. The barrier earned and the rebound right back. The KO found, but who cares when you have another life and you're already 2 points up? The recovery drone being burned early would be fine, but time-wise it's early. Set-wise, they're 1 point away.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking dire and 1 point away, but on open net too, right? And a good hit stun though by 3Z Breezy, and he just slots it in despite being staggered.
Yeah, just crazy maneuvering by 3Z. Strike Wars, the pendulum swing, yeah, at the very end as well. And make sure that this set is not ending as a formality. But with how the previous points have gone, it's going to take a miracle for Bombardiers to find 2 more here.
And a miracle could very well happen as Stealth Rock is looking to push it up this top side. Good hold again by Hungry Boy on this bottom side. And I really like this rotation by midfield and goalie on the side of return to form. They're just kind of switching up who is playing goalie, rotating it around the characters who are very, very slow and only have these dashes.
Stealth Rock just bursted down, forced to back up in an open net behind his back. 3Z Breezy going for a hero play. If the flip connected, that would have been enough. But 2 miracles is too much to wish for, as the water cannon, as the cosmic expanse, they combine to create a disaster for the Bombardiers and maybe a small miracle for return to form.
Yeah, and Hungry Boy looking for an explosive start to this draft. Rapid Fire is probably going to be his pickup. That's so good. Now, I will say that does leave stuff like the bulk up, stuff like the Adrenaline Rush available for the Luna if they want to go that way. And then for the Rasmus, it should just be team player.
Yeah, this draft is looking so incredibly good for return to form. Moffitt in particular with the team players just going to be controlling this entire open map. And again, the fact that Stealth Rock and 3Z have to burn those dashes to try and intercept is kind of this composition's undoing when they're falling behind.
Yeah, and it's notably true because of how good Moffin Koei is at these Strike Wars. I mean, we know him as the 20 ping warrior. He's good on both central servers and just wins every single Strike War. Well, you have to use dashes, force him into those cross clears, but hey, that's not a Strike War. That's just a really well-played interaction out by 3Z, and that does mean that the barrier is opened up now on both sides.
Barrier open, Leo to Hungry Boy looking for the Strike War win, but this time it's 3Z who gets it past, and right back to Luke it goes. The open net, a lot more difficult for the Atlas to play around than the Rasmus, and it's going to take a good boost from 3Z to score here. Setting up in the corner, but the rocket doesn't connect, and once again it goes back to Stealth Rock, who needs to create a miracle, but again, it's the Crater who sends it backwards, and now, even though Leo Leon is low, it feels like return to form are the ones in control. Moffin feeling comfortable as ever in the open net, despite both of his forwards incredibly close to death. 3Z Breezy and Stealth Rock building up the meter. The flip's available. The energy about to be used, but way too far away from the net. 3Z now in position, set up, and gets it past. Gets it past the hook.
I really don't know. Yeah, I think he might have just flipped, and then in the moment he might have like boost struck there to beat the hook. I don't know what happened. But all I can say is very well played out by 3Z. And hey, that is the Luna connoisseur himself, the Bombardier. And we'll have to see if more of those miracle-esque plays will come to fruition. This time it is Luke who finds the flip, and 3Z capitalizing off that flip, finding the barrier as well. And this does allow them to set up with the water cannon, and a good attempt there out by the whammy. But now Moffin Koei, Hungry Boy, they're in a really tough situation on this defense.
Oh, Hungry Boy. And now gone. Doesn't have to worry about the defense, but Moffin's the one a little bit stressed. Goes for the Strike War win, and if he had won that, if Moffin had won that, as he often does, that would have been what a crazy hold, but cleanly played by the Bombardiers. 1 point away from tying us up at 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, this set, they've just been exploding forward, doing so well on this offense. And now Leo Leon and his health bar already quite depleted. He's trying to go for these hit stuns onto Luke, but Luke is just doing such a good job at being so preemptive with his clears and just reading where Leo Leon wants to go.
Trying to find another opportunity. Stealth Rock blinks in perfectly. The barrier down already. And looking to tie it up here. The water cannon available as a resource. Moffin's got to slow this play down, but he's taking so much damage. 3Z, Breezy, and Stealth Rock. So many hits in that moment against the Pendulum Swing. They win, and they stay alive in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, somehow. And now Stealth Rock, he has the pick of the litter here, right? The hot shot, the fighter flight, the heavy impact, the aerials. So many good picks. And doing a quick spark check right now. The Rasmus is before the Luna, so this should be second spark for Rasmus. But there's also the extra special that he has to deny. So that means second spark falls to 3Z anyway.
Yeah, it is so rough. 3Z Breezy setting up and getting rewarded with that additional speed. And that's going to make the lives of Return to Form a lot harder, right? If the Luna is passively faster, there's so much more she can do. And 3Z Breeze is going to make full use of that.
Yeah, I mean, she does such a great job at damage, and she'd start doing a good job at that core control. And look at Leo Leon, his health bar already getting ticked. Such a good job out by Bombardiers, setting themselves up for the Bomba later on.
We'll see. 3Z Breezy looking good in the strike department, but hit stunned away by Leo Leon. Hungry Boy in position and avoids the crater just barely despite pressing the Giga Blast button. Flip available now, and 3Z in position, but the defense is looking for Moffin. A wasted flip from Hungry Boy is not going to be too great here as he takes a ton of damage, and Leo Leon pass but a rebound. Moffin in position, but again so difficult to start the offense against the newly more powerful Bombardiers.
Yeah, really good evade out there by 3Z Breezy, but now he's staggered. Leo Leon loses the recovery drone there, and Hungry Boy dies as well. That's the adrenaline rush popped, and now it's just up to Stealth Rock. Where is he going to pass this? Tries to go for the corner. Unfortunately, doesn't succeed, and now Leo Leon's health bar not looking particularly great. Goes for the flip. A bit ambitious there, trying to catch Luke off guard. Unfortunately for him, does not, and gets taken off the map for it.
And the damage is overwhelming. 3Z Breezy has scaled, and he's looking to find reset after reset in this game. Has the cooldowns, has the damage, has the team behind him, and Stealth Rock and Luke are so much stronger than they used to be in this game. The flip expended away from the pass, but are perpendicular, perfect. Another strike to get past the Asher special, and Luke is just holding it down. This barrier is so important for 3Z to be able to play offense without fear, but a good strike by Moffin will send it away. The Rocket, the rebound, nothing able to get past Moffin right now. It's going to take a few more cooldowns.
Yeah, the team player value absolutely being found out by Moffin, and Leo finds the clutch shot onto the barrier. This Crater Maker is here. Leo Leon nearly taken off the map, and Moffin's just trying to feed it into the water cannon. Hungry Boy takes it forward. He finds the flip, and it's 1-0 for the side of Return to Form. So well played out by the jewel-studded team.
Yeah, pressure makes diamonds or something, because that X is holding one right now. Moffin, of course, with almost a full flip built up, but might make him the target of some more damage. The hook is good. The flip is even better. That's 3Z Breezy being taken out, and that's going to be a really swift power play for Return to Form if they can get these passes down.
Yeah, Luke and Stealth Rock looking to be in a bit of a hazardous situation there. And now it is back to 3v3, but 3Z Breezy already burning the evade, leaving himself open to some threatening plays there. Now Leo Leon trying to dribble it forward. It is a three-person defense, and Moffin Koei doesn't have to worry too much. Still has the barrier up, and it's already 2-0 for Return to Form on the final set.
Really, really well played. Leo Leon, despite the additional damage, despite the additional pressure being exerted by the Bombardiers, he is playing the same game that he always does, that he's always played, one of the longest standing players. But wait a second, it's the Bombardiers. They are ready to score this goal swiftly, and with the water cannon active, with Hungry Boy staggered, with a cross map primary from Luke, that's going to be a swift answer.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw this last game with Vaughn's Atlas as well. Siege Machine Missile Propulsion. That astral projection goes far. And hey, that's also what it did there. And now we'll have to see if Luke finds more of those. Moffin Koei with an unfortunate whiplash, taking his own barrier there. And Luke does have this flip, but I don't even know if it'll be needed. It's probably going to be just saved as an insurance policy, and that's going to be the case. Silver scrapes 2-2.
Yeah, 3Z Breezy found the perfect placement of the shot there, right between the defenders. And as we head into the final set, the entered situation in the favor of the Bombardiers. Can they find a swift offense?
Yeah, Pat Splitter already burned there, out by Leo Leon, and now his health bar also looking to be evaporated as well. Moffin Kobe trying to push up to kind of make for Leon's health bar situation. Now it is a 2v3 in favor of the Bombardiers, and they are fired up. They are looking to push forward as Stealth Rock wins that interaction. Where does it go? Goes down to 3Z Breezy. Good intercept out by the Giga Blast, and they still don't take the barrier. They buy enough time for Leo Leon to return.
They buy time, but Hungry Boy is looking low. The pressure's being put on. The rocket misses, though. The critical one that would have broken this game open. Now Stealth Rock's got to be careful, too. Hungry Boy has the flip. 3Z Breezy has the flip. Available to KO now with a boost combo, perhaps. Looking forward. 3Z positioning forward. Finds the boost. That's another power play for the Bombardiers. Can they capitalize with the crater, with the additional damage? And 3Z gets around both defenders. It's going to be so close at the end here. A pass up to the top side. Keeping it simple is Stealth Rock, the Crystal Thorns, to close out game one.
Yeah, and I don't know if you caught that there, but 3Z Breezy stood in the perfect spot to deny Muffin Koi's death touch. Made it so that he couldn't get that core out and potentially even take a barrier of his own. So well played out by Bombardiers. They complete the reverse sweep.
Yeah, it was not looking too great for them at the start, right? Hungry Boy was running around them, but you cannot count out late game Luna. 3Z Breezy scales. Stealth Rock continued to be the consistent force in the midfield. And Luke just started defending even better. And that's what let Bombardiers clutch up this win in the set 5.5.
Yeah, and I mean, we did talk about KOs there just very briefly. 3Z was finding them, and hey, the KO number's looking a little lower than it actually felt like, all things considered. But hey, the KOs that were found did actually matter. And 3Z Breezy using the Adrenaline Rush very well in combination with Stealth Rock's offense. And that's really what led to a lot of those points in the later sets.
Yeah, and heading into the next game, I guess, what are your thoughts on the impact of this game, right? We're going from one open map to another, but we're going from Inky Splash Zone to Oni Village. Bit of a contrast. Any expectations?
I think in terms of expectations, it is a little bit weird for Muffin Koi's character picks, right? Known for the Rasmus, known for the Kazan, Finny as well. I know he had a brief stint where he was playing some Juno as well. And those aren't really characters you think of, at least when you're talking about goalie on Oni Village. So I'm curious to see how RTF chooses to navigate around that. And I have no doubt that both Stealth Rock, both Hungry Boy are very familiar with the midfielders that are going to be played on Oni Village. And I think that is where the game is going to revolve around.
Yeah, but Muffin's never been one to be too conventional, so
yeah,
we can expect
make it
something a
work.
little bit different. We can expect the Kazan to be banned, the Rasmus to maybe just get insta-locked. Time will tell.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, it very well could be flexed after that insta-lock. Leo Leon, very flexible, one of the longest standing players in North American Strikers League history. And he is looking to push himself further than 6th place this season. He wants that return to form. He wants to go back up to the top once again. And now Oni Village, rapid fire spark of strength, RTF on the blue side. Do you think it'll be a Kai Estelle handshake, or do you think either of them will be banned?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna be honest here. You are not going to be banning Kyra Estelle against Muffin. You're going to be banning Kazan if you want to win. And as
Fair enough.
As we can see on the screen, that Kazan is indeed gone.
Yeah, and the Estelle getting picked up following by Hungry Boy, I think that is the side of the coin that he prefers as opposed to the Kai. And hey, personally, that's the side I prefer as well. I prefer having that range to the speed. I don't doubt that we'll see something like the Kai Rasmus locked here, or maybe like a Kai Drakkar if 3Z Breezy is feeling frisky. And no, it is going to be the Asher. So that can be flexed forward as well, but it's very likely going to be a goalie Asher for Luke. Curious to see what's going to be paired, because if they let this Kai through, I don't think it's too spooky, because remember, it is Muffin. It took me a sec to remember that again. So there it is, the Atlas locked in for Luke.
Yeah, and the melee goalies, of course, very, very much picked later on in the season and in playoffs. I think teams are putting the fries in the bag. They want to win. It's the North American Strikers League.
Yeah, hey, this patch is supposed to. You know what? I don't know if the intention was to nerf melee goalies, as melee goalies were pretty solid, but they're good now again. And we do see the Drakkar locked in. I don't think that's going to be this Moffin Drakkar. It's probably going to be Leo Drakkar, which I don't think I've actually seen that much of. He might have played it this season, but I haven't really been keeping up with a lot of Return to Form games. Any thoughts about Leo's potential Drakkar?
Oh, it's definitely not a pick that we see him play often. So,
Yeah.
we'll definitely have to see how it actually plays out. That's gonna be a Finny. That's gonna be Moffin on
Yeah,
the Finny.
that's Muffin Finny.
So despite it being Oni Village, the damage is quite deceptively
real.
high.
I mean, you also have to think, right? This is a rapid fire start, so the damage is absolutely real. It's possible maybe one of your team members decides they want the Spark of Strength instead to start that Spark scaling. But I just feel like the rapid fire is such high value, especially on a map where you have the speed lanes and the core will just shift from side to side so fast.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it actually plays out. But with how the teams have played the previous game, especially if there is a hint of damage being shown, of course, the draft from Bombardiers, ironically, being the one that's going to be harder to KO with. It's still a possibility.
Yeah. I mean, especially with that Octavia, right? You have the base drop, but what is she really going to be doing in terms of supporting the damage for 3Z Breezy's Asher KOs? Now, I have to see how things come into play, but I believe if you're on the speed lanes, I think you're also accelerated faster. Correct me if I'm wrong. So there is that sort of potential where the Asher could look for some of these cheeky kills.
We'll see. And as you have
Yeah.
predicted, the rapid fires are coming out in full force. Not too much of a surprise. And yeah, Leon on the Drakkar. A pick that we've seen him on over the years, but not as frequently as the other brawlers. We'll see how he does.
Yeah, already the first barrier taken away, and it is traded on both sides. Notably, it is same side, and I'm curious to hear your opinion on this. With the Finny goalie on one side and Atlas goalie on the other, who would you favor in the same side barrier situation?
Well, that's kind of hard to answer as a goalie player because that's not something that really happens ever in a vacuum. So
Yeah.
I got no answer for you. Like that is not something that like a goalie would ever really think about in a vacuum, right? But when it comes to the team comps, of course, the Finny, if I'm playing Finny here, I am scared. This Atlas and this Asher and this Octavia all converging at once. Finny doesn't have enough hits to deal with that if it's all stacked on top of each other. Of course, the saving grace is it's relatively slow characters that will have a hard time stacking on top of each other like that.
And I mean, hey, notably, they are going to be taking a lot of damage too, so it will be hard to do much. And oh my god, Hungry Boy, he finds the flip KO, and he finds the barrier off of it, and 3Z Breezy gets the sort of own goal with the help of Leo Leon there.
Yeah, I had a lot of questions about the Leon Drakkar. We had a lot of questions about it coming into this game, but it's looking pretty reliable. The damage being put on in combination with the Finny and the Estelle, it's looking pinpoint. It's looking like 3Z Breeze is going to have a bad time.
It absolutely looks practiced, and wow. Very well played by Muffin and Koei there, actually, to reuse Luke's core flip against him with the pass to Leo Leon.
Yeah, it was a very, very good moment-to-moment play, and that's kind of what we need from RTF. They have the damage, they just need to coordinate, they need to play in the moment, and they need to catch the setup of Bombardiers off guard like they're doing now.
Yeah, and now it is still 1 barrier to nothing, but Stealth Rock looking for these passes up to 3Z Breezy, but Leo Leon has returned back on the defense, and it is an open net on both sides, but this flow state has finally run out, and this is where I would favor the Estelle and the Drakkar. But the question is can we see more offense here? It's just stuck here, but Bombardiers, they just continue to clear it.
They find the clears, but the midfield and the brawler are a little far apart. to set up anything here. The big finish going to slow down the play, and Moffin has a strike back thanks to it. 3Z to South Rock looking for an opportunity, but just rotated around the expansive Oni Village. Such a massive map, and Moffin's using it to his full advantage. The pass splitter nullified by the core flip, a big resource burn, but it's Leo Leon who's on the offense. The rebound, the Molten Bolt, it gets a little bit scary, and Hungry Boy's the one with flips it away right to Leo Leon, right between Luke and Stealth Rock for the final goal in this set. And it just feels like Return to Form are using the space of Oni Village so much better.
Yeah, I mean, Leo Leon was positioned far enough away from Stealth Rock where he gets the hit stun after the strike. And I think it's very smart here for him to take the aerials over the missile propulsion. He would have loved the missile pop, but denying that away from the Octavia makes her feel really sad. Just taking the extra special, but so many good items here in the draft, right? The hot shot still available, the spark of strength, fire up, even size for 3Z Breezy if he wants it.
Yeah, and again, even more reach, even more speed, even more everything for Return to Form. They have so much utility. Of course, the one thing to potentially be afraid of is the hot shot from Luke for the defensive cooldowns for the core speed. But everything else, I feel like, just plays into the game plan of Return to Form so much better. We're seeing the additional reach from Leo Leon and Hungry Boy find barriers already. And Luke's going to have to step up. Luke's going to have to burn so many cooldowns to hold on long enough for Stealth Rock and 3Z Breezy to set up a play.
Yeah, and I mean, holding on is not looking like what's happening now. And Stealth Rock's health bar is nearly going to hold him off the map as he's finally staggered, but no evades. The orb's completely denied from him. But now 3Z Breezy is looking to see if he can do anything on the offense while Stealth Rock is pushed back and regenning his stagger. And it's Hungry Boy who's taken off the map. Big finish forced to be burned there as Moffin Kobe finds the redirect. And now this does mean the 2v3 is completely possible here for Return to Form.
Yeah, Leo Leon played that really well, got in front of 3Z Breezy and continuing to hit stun and move the core away from the Brawler. The Asher is getting displaced, doesn't have enough speed, has the size, but not the mobility to catch the core, and Leo Leon strike shotgun beats out Stealth Rock's attempt at a strike primary of his own, and it's going to be Returned to Form with the 4th point in a row.
Yeah, and I mean, in theory, it is a very, not very smart. It's a normal play that should be happening. But moment to moment, as you mentioned before, very smart to take it through the Octavia there instead of just trying to look for that bottom shot where it was, in theory, a little more open if there was no flip. Now, one barrier taken apiece for both teams, but the offense has mostly slowed down.
Yeah, a very good pass coming through. Leo Leon and Hungry Boy, another opportunity again. They have so many opportunities. Even if the Asher is so scary against the Fini up close, if the Asher is barely ever getting a good opening and Leo Leon surviving, that is not a matchup you want to play. You're not even getting to play it.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not just the Asher, right? Because part of how the Asher is able to be set up is by the Octavia getting into positions where they can play. But the Octavia is just getting completely outranged and doesn't really get a good chance to use her speed.
Ooh. The rebound, Leo Leon, the Molten Bolt into the shotgun, set up so many layers. Luke was forced to strike and sets up for the goal as well. Does he play Drakkar? I think he does.
I mean, Return to Form looking so practiced on this Drakkar pick for Leo Leon. It's just looking like it's another day of him just playing X or Julie or Zen or any of his usual picks.
Once again, it's the offense that is constantly being run by Return to Form. 3Z Breezy finally a flip opening for the open net now. Looking for a pass up to Stealth Rock, but the primary well cleared away by Hungry Boy, and Leo Leon's maneuvering the core around Luke. The Atlas just so immobile, so difficult to play, and Moffin just has the strike shot to nullify the offensive 3Z, who's almost low. It's going to take a lot to KO this recovery drone Asher with an Atlas, but the very fact that he's out of the play just buys so much time for Return to Form.
Yeah, notably, Flow State timed out. Good clear found by the members of Return to Form. Flips available for Luke and Stealth Rock. And now Luke, forced to use the flip there, goes down to Stealth Rock, who has a flip of his own, but his health bar not looking particularly great. Flip forced out by Moffin Kobe. Now the side of Return to Form looking a little fired up as Leo Leon tries to take up this bottom side. And instead, the flip is there, forced by Stealth Rock. Hungry Boy, the next on the cards, uses his pass up to Leo Leon, and the barrier still doesn't fall. Well defended out by the members of Bombardiers.
Well defended. But defense alone isn't enough when Leo Leon is looking like the invisible snake himself. 3Z Breezy now low, but looking for a way to find a way out of this nightmare of a point. The pass splitter sets up and is just enough with the rebound from Stealth Rock to get out of the situation to survive in the set, but it's still 2-1.
Yeah, still 2-1, and hey, we did see something similar in the last game as Return to Form was going up really early, but then the scaling was found by the side of Bombardiers. Return to Form hoping to not follow suit in that same manner, and they want to close this out in this set 2, not let the Octavia get any more speed, and it very well could go that way with how dominant their offenses have been.
We'll see if they're able to do so. Leo Leon playing so far up with the additional speed that the Drakkar has in the toolkit. 3Z Breezy has the flip, but is in no place to use it. Constantly sent backwards by Hungry Boy, just playing keep away, even if the keep away is towards his own goalie. Just fully committed to the game plan.
Yeah, and he's still just staggered. It's tough for him to do anything. Muffin Kobe does have to be a little bit careful not to get dash punch flipped by 3Z Breezy. Same with Hungry Boy, and he's just punished there as he loses his flip. 3Z Breezy does trade it for his, doesn't get the barrier, forcing the flip out by Muffin Kobe. Sets 2 members now fired up for Return to Form. The big finish is burned there, and a good bit of damage onto 3Z Breezy, making it harder for him to contribute on this offense. And the pass, it does come down to 3Z. Flow state activated out by Stealth Rock, looking to push the core forward. And he's just there helping on the defense with Luke as the flow state finally times out. Good evade out by Leo.
Good evade. The pass splitter going to set up for the barrier. Takes it all by itself. The recovery drone gone, but well worth it if they can find this point. Luke continuing to defend this barrier as 3Z finds an opening, but the Crystal Thorns, the missile propulsion, sets up so much range for Leo Leon to play with. Stealth Rock with the flow state going to time out now, but the flip available to try and close out this point, bring it to a tie. It's looking so difficult as Luke forced to burn so many cooldowns over and over, and eventually the goalie will be unable to hold, but this time they go past the midfielder as 3Z Breezy, who ties it up.
Yeah, just like the wind, 3Z Breezy gets it past Hungry Boy there, and still the flip's available. Luke has not had to flip at all in the past 2 points. He's just been holding the defense with this rapid fire hotshot. We talked about it at the start of this set. This hotshot could provide a great amount of value, and we're seeing it there. As I said that, he finally has to flip, but the second barrier is taken in favor of Bombardiers.
Open net situation, not too favorable. 3Z Breezy doesn't burn the flip there. Perhaps a critical missed opportunity if Leo Leon finds the barrier, but stuffed out by Luke. And now 3Z a flip to the top side, burning the primary Muffin, but the barrier beam barely doesn't reach. Stealth Rock in position to strike war 1, and the rebound not fast enough to be reached. Muffin now almost has the flip available. There it is, additional defensive insurance for Return to Form in this critical point.
Yeah, but the flip, it may have to be used burned here. No, big finish actually coming through by Muffin. And now Leo Leon trying to push it up this bottom side, but it just gets cleared every time he tries. Luke has some sort of astral projection. There's the Cosmic Expanse. Luke uses a second astral projection there, and finally he should have no abilities for another 3 or 4 seconds, but it should just be up now, as now 3Z Breezy trying to push it through the pot splitter, as they're now fired up on the side of Return to Form. Where does this go? Does this hit the barrier? No, it's still saved out by Luke. Another flip of his coming up soon. He just had to chain abilities. Flip burned out by Luke, though. Stealth Rock, the next on the cards there. Never mind, that's Leo Leon who flips there, as 3Z Breezy, his health bar not looking particularly great, maybe unable to contribute to this offense.
It's going to be difficult with the flips available, but Luke is continuing to defend this barrier with his life. It's going to be so difficult for the Atlas to defend the open net when that happens, and Stealth Rock has to secure this point before the inevitable occurs. 3Z Breezy now in position. The rebounds, Hungry Boy right to Stealth Rock, though, getting impatient, right to the Octavia, who sends it perfectly to 3Z Breezy to tie up this game. A slight moment of impatience gives Bombardiers an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, the path splitter there out by 3Z Breezy, making it so that Muffin Kobe couldn't cross that easily, and now he may just pick up the build different or even the fighter flight. The fighter flight could do a lot for him, and yeah, he seems to agree with me as he wants that speed, he wants that map control. Spark getting picked up by Hungry Boy. There is only one remaining Spark, as the Spark of Strength was passed up, though, on that first draft.
Yeah, without that initial spark of strength, it does get a little awkward in terms of overall power levels, and the spark of agility prio here does surprise me a little bit. But again, more speed is more speed. We are on Oni Village, and you do have to keep up with the Octavia and the ever-scaling Asher.
Yeah, the Asher speed, size, and even cooldowns with that rapid fire, so strong. And that does allow them to take that first barrier. And you can see it there, how fast they are. They're able to just get these passes to Luke, back to themselves, when they feel like they're unable to just dribble forward. And hey, the damage could start to come through, right? As Stealth Rock's health bar not looking that great.
Very, very low. Healed up a little bit. The lifeline activated to keep the midfielder alive, but that cooldown will be gone soon, and the shotguns are going to come back a lot faster as Moffin under no great threat. But the Breezy Breezy speeding up as we speak. The strike shot from Luke, perfect. The offense overwhelming from Bombardiers now. Suddenly they have enough resources, they have enough speed, they have enough everything to compete in the moment-to-moment game here. The defense is good, but the rebounds are even better from return to form. As, wow, just a clean KO and a goal from Leo Leon, breaking the bottom side wide open.
Yeah, momentarily I thought that the second barrier was going to be saved by the side of Bombardiers, but Return to Form does put it through, does get the damage onto Stealth Rock, and finishes up with that point. Now, they are pushing down for this bottom barrier. It is 1-1 once again, as it is on Oni Village. The question is where does the second barrier fall from both sides?
It's going to be difficult for Moffin to defend. A perfect setup from 3Z Breezy and Stealth Rock, but perfect is the enemy of good, and right now we're not even getting good enough. 3Z Breezy brought low the recovery drone, not long for this world if they focus. Leo Leon with the flip available, now the barrier almost gone, but Stealth Rock's winning all of these strike wars critically, but Hungry Boy finds the Rose Warp, and it's going to be 3Z Breezy to Stealth Rock looking for the passing play to even it right back up, because the possession goes into the hands of Leo Leon. It's going to get difficult. Leo Leon with the Drakkar with the flip with an opening, but no, doesn't get the 50-50 combined with Hungry Boy against Luke, and now 3Z Breezy just healing right back up and getting right back into the attempts to take the barrier.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of an ambitious expectation there in the middle of the map, and a good slow there with that Molten Bolt means that 3Z Breezy isn't able to contribute for that much on the offense, as they're able to stall out most of this power play as Hungry Boy does return to the map. Fired up is Leo Leon as he gets a second point for Return to Form. We were here last set. Now, we'll have to see if that transpires the same way.
Return to Form, one game away from being eliminated from these playoffs, starting in losers. That is not a place you want to be, but historically, if you can overcome the depths of losers' quarters, many teams have advanced much further in the bracket. And right now, all of that pressure is on RTF to win 2 in a row here to keep it going. The Bombardiers looking to try and close out this game. A great flip by 3Z Breezy to open the scoring to Stealth Rock, the pass splitter, and Stealth Rock again. Just a perfect setup. The pass splitter, when placed with the core in control, is so difficult to deal with. And once again, RTF, they need to score before that kind of setup comes true.
I mean, the Octavia really putting the stealth into Stealth Rock, as Moffin Kobe didn't even realize that he was cruising up into that top side. And hey, speaking of stealth, that was a stealthy double barrier loss, as the side of the Bombardiers are looking to convert off this open net, as Stealth Rock pushes up to Luke, baits out the flip for Hungry Boy, and that means that 3Z can now get free control, if only for a moment.
Yeah, but they got to get the core to 3Z along with Stealth Rock's body, basically. Taken down low. Pass splitter set up. 3Z Breezy with the hit stun against Moffin. Not even a strike war. Makes it secure, and they're 1 point away from taking the lead.
Yeah, and hey, if you were to tell me at 5 points into the game that this is where you'd be at, I might have disagreed with you with how clean Return to Form we're looking, but it seems like Bombardiers is looking even cleaner. There is damage, though, coming onto Stealth Rock, but I don't even know if it'll matter, as he's just doing such a great job at pushing the core to 3Z Breezy regardless of damage.
Getting dangerous now. Stealth Rock and 3Z Breezy looking low, but again, like you mentioned, doing a good job despite it all. And has the recovery drone, as Insurance has the Celestial Intervention. This time it's going to be the drone popped. No more of that respawn coming in, but Leo Leon flipped away by Luke, and it's a power play, an uncommon power play for Bombardiers. And if they're in a power play, I think they have a very, very efficient path towards scoring.
Yeah, but Hungry Boy doing a really, really good job with that Rose Warp. And now 3Z Breezy, the flip so dangerous. He's there in the corner looking for the kill onto Muffin Koei. Doesn't opt to flip there, just saving it for a good pass out by Stealth Rock. And preemptive flip there out by Muffin Koei, not wanting to let 3Z get a chance to flip it there. Fired up is the side of Return to Form. It's getting up to 3Z Breezy. The flip goes wide. And now his health bar not looking that great either, as Leo Leon tries to take up this bottom side, passes up to Hungry Boy. Luke setting himself up for the evade clear, finds it there. The big finish a little awkward. It gets up to 3Z Breezy once again, flip out by Hungry Boy. And this time, 3Z Breezy sends it through. Bombardiers up 2-1.
Yeah, just a very, very good barrier beam to nullify any attempt at the Sword Angle, covering all the angles and the timing. And now the first pick. This Asher is getting so incredibly scary, and they have the chance to deny away a lot of speed from the side of Return to Form. But with the draft order, it gets a little awkward in terms of the actual denies. The Chrono Boost taken away from the Octavia, and the heavy impact earned by the Drakkar. All things considered, it's Return to Form not being very sad.
Yeah, I think Return to Form is pretty okay with the draft. Even a Hungry Boy is not too sad. I know some players don't like that among Titans because it makes you smaller, but arguably that's a little bit of a skill issue moment. You just have to learn to use that speed and just work with the lower strike range. And Hungry Boy already doing a great job with it, as he is just making these really nice micro movements, just jumping on in there right between 3Z Breezy to find the pass up to Leo Leon.
See if that continues, but with the smaller size does come more unfavorable strike wars. 3Z Breezy taking full advantage of that in the 1v1 versus Hungry Boy. But Hungry Boy manages to win that time. But when it's important, when it's for a barrier, it might be the undoing of Return to Form.
Yeah, and that looked to be the case there as Muffin Koei, he's taken off the map. And now it's up to Leo Leon and Hungry Boy, the forwards in the net. As Stealth Rock takes up to this corner, 3Z Breezy nearly gets it. As Hungry Boy, a bit of damage onto him as he just Rose Warps forward, trying to send it past Stealth Rock. And once again, more damage. The orb is denied away from Hungry Boy.
Stealth Rock and Luke. Oh, but they both waste their flips. I was just thinking one of them was going to do it, but now without, they lose a barrier. And despite the power play in the favor of the Bombardiers, Return to Form that can find a miracle goal perhaps. It's got to be Bomba being a lot more careful. The strike war won by Muffin, and Leo Leon in position to find a crazy angle. Denied by the Cosmic Expanse for now, but we're back in the open net and right out of the reach of Luke. And it slips away from Bombardiers. It was their point to win.
Yeah, I mean, I really expected Luke to have an astral projection up there between Rapid Fire Hotshot, but I suppose not. Leo Leon finding the perfect timing, and now first barrier already taken out by Return to Form. This time they are looking to contain it here on this offense. Leo Leon goes for the flip. It gets stopped by the Expanse. Now it's Hungry Boy considers taking it up topside, but just lets it fall back up to Muffin Koei.
And that's what makes this game so difficult. 3Z Breezy is just an absolute menace, has so much size, so much power. Leo Leon, on the other hand, has the speed necessary to get around Stealth Rock even when the flow state is down, and the damage to make sure the Octavia is not having fun. And with the open net at the back of Luke, the Bombardiers are going to have to be really careful here. This Atlas is not a character that can get it done in the open net for too long, especially when Stealth Rock needs to be on offense with 3Z Breezy.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if that comes to fruition as 3Z Breezy, a bit of a breakaway, gets the flip. Where does it go? Gets stopped out by Muffin Koei. Stealth Rock, though, he still keeps his flow state going, looking for a potential kill onto Leo Leon with that base drop. And Hungry Boy tries to go for the flip piercing shot. It is stopped out by the Cosmic Expanse. Luke and Stealth Rock nearly with flips of their own. Luke just burning an evade there, looking for a potential evade clear, and finds the evade clear that time. So well played out by the Bombardiers goalie. The Crystal Thorns nearly catching it on that offense, and Bombardiers is doing such a great job at holding.
And Stealth Rock doing such a good job at aiming the core flip as well. The open net now on both sides of it. Stealth Rock can find a past 3Z Breezy. That could be everything, but the reach of Leo Leon, the Crystal Thorns of Hungry Boy, so much range to work with for Return to Form. And if they can get in position, they're the team that is favored with Muffin not needing as much help on the defense. Right now, though, it's Stealth Rock being pushed into position. Hungry Boy being pushed away. Leo Leon with a shot to the bottom, and the snipe is perfect. Hungry Boy trying to extend the game, 1 point away from doing so and bringing us to the 5th set.
Yeah, return to form, trying to bring this series back to how it was the first time they faced this season. I believe that was a set 5.5, game 3 in favor of the Bombardiers. It was so close. And Muffin Koei with a great strike shot to deny that double barrier as Leo Leon takes the second barrier of his own, and they're just looking to push it through. Very well played, a good big finish out by Muffin Koei, and we're going to set 5.
It's so scary now. We are in a point in the game where everyone is way too powerful for their own good, and my eyes are squarely on the team player, of course. As a goalie, you open up so many angles for your team in an open map when you have that awakening, and with Moffin being first pick, it's going to feel really good for return to form in working around the two relatively immobile minus flow state forwards of Bombardiers.
Yeah, notably, I'm really not sure. I think this explosive entrance is a good deny. The question is giving explosive entrance over to Stealth Rock worth getting second spark for yourself? Hard to say. I'd like to think that Hungry Boy made the correct decision, considering he is a lot better of a player than me.
Yeah, but who cares about that? Look at the game, bro. Like, stop talking about how good you are. It's Hungry Boy with the explosive entrance. Perhaps the additional range might open up more opportunities with the Rose Warp, actually, because Luke is often being forced to cross clear by the extended missile prop Crystal Thorn. So if he can catch the other side with the Rose Warp, that could be pretty much checkmate against the Atlas.
Yeah, I do agree. And now Leo Leon, his health bar on the opposite side is not looking particularly great, but it doesn't even matter when Stealth Rock and 3Z Breezy, particularly the latter, getting a choking offense against the side of Return to Form.
And a lot of meter built up as well for return to form here. Despite the point lost, they have the flips to work with and the evades to work with, especially against stuff like the base drop. And Moffin's going to have to burn the flip soon if 3Z Breezy continues to be able to play in the enemy net. And once again, Bombardier just slowly approaching, slowly getting stronger, and the big finish denying will be a brilliant double barrier for 3Z Breezy.
Yeah, Muffin, though, he does have the flip for this second barrier if 3Z Breezy tries anything cheeky. Now, Hungry Boy, he's looking to flip on the top side, get it to Leo Leon, get that second barrier dropped, and the first point for Return to Form. Now, it just keeps going back and forth here. I think the first flip will determine what happens here, and I am not wrong there, as the first flip finds the second barrier in favor of Return to Form. And Stealth Rock, he has a flip of his own in case he wants to find 3Z Breezy with any of these things.
Double defensive flips available does mean that they have a little bit of insurance, and Stealth Rock defending without it as well, uses the big finish instead. But the main concern here is that they are not getting the offense started. If Stealth Rock is forced to play on the side of his own team, it's going to be difficult for 3Z Breezy to set up. But, you know, the 3Z's getting it done regardless.
Yeah, he still manages to find some way to make it work. And as we say that, he finds some kill onto Hungry Boy and some goal with the Pad Splitter.
Wow, the very tip of the hitbox barely activates the Pad Splitter and sends it away from Muffin. A brilliant play by 3Z, and they maintain so much meter heading into the potential final point. It's the Bombardiers looking to close this series out in 2. It's 3Z Breezy finding the KO, and they have all the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, one barrier is taken by Return to Form, but the first one falls, the second one soon to fall. It is an open net favoring the Bombardiers. Luke is pushing up as well. He knows he still has a barrier to work with. He's in no danger. Moff and Koei's health bar not looking that great. They're just trying to take it up to this top side where there's fewer members of Return to Form. It's finally cleared out. A moment of respite found for Return to Form, but not for long. The strike shot found up by Moff and Koei. He buys a few more seconds, but it doesn't even matter. The Pad Splitter, 3Z Breezy gets it done for Bombardiers.
Yeah, just an incredibly well-played final set by the Bombardiers. They've made Return to Form so uncomfortable, right? Like Stealth Rock and 3Z Breezy were just swinging at the fences in terms of how they were setting up, and just so willing to burn flip on single barrier. And I think that willingness made Muffin less of that impenetrable wall that he usually is.
Yeah, I think I do agree with you, right? The side of Bombardiers putting Muffin into these very uncomfortable situations and consistently doing so. It's not like they found them just once or twice like how we found these occasional kills out by 3Z Breezy, both on Inky Splash Zone and Oni Village. I don't know, it just looked a lot different than the last series for Bombardiers versus Return to Form.
Yeah. And that does mean that in every series so far, the higher seed has won in a 2-0.
Yeah.
Now,
Hey, maybe nasl is just this dominant.
well, it was a season that was kind of separated into tiers of wins of teams, and where a lot of teams beat everyone above them. Sorry, beat everyone below them, but not above them. But is this really how it's gonna be?
Hey, I don't know, but the thing is the next matchup we are going to see is a matchup where the lower seeded team does have the winning record above the higher seeded team from regular season. But that is a matchup that we will have to see on the other side of this break. Anything you want to say before we head off, Saya?
No, that was great. Shout out Bomba, and they still got a lot to play for.
Yeah, we'll see you on the other side.
叶たいと思いませんかその野望頭の中がそれだけで爆発しちゃいそう叶えたいと思いませんかその野望ひとまずはこのタイガー試しましょう溢れ出す力今宵の気分は覚えていてねあたりのことを小麦色した最強戦士世界平和は世界征服こ
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the fourth series of the day. Another losers quarterfinals match, this time between Demon Time and Heavy Metal Gundam. I'm joined once again by Saya. How's it going?
I was about to like respond normally to you, right? I was gonna be like, I'm good. I've been waiting for this great game. HMG made it through tiebreakers. IME Zap. They're playing IME Zap. That's not a map that gets picked too often. Of course, we saw it a little bit earlier, not today, earlier than that, but this is gonna get a little violent a little quickly with the Rasmus, with the Zentaro, with the Juliet, with the Luna.
Yeah, and I mean, notably, it is an adrenaline rush start. So both teams opting for 6 adrenaline rushes, looking for that KO threat. The Rasmus is now in the goalie position instead of typically that forward position, which he likes to be in.
Adrenaline Rush 2? What? Wait. IME Zap, Adrenaline Rush, Juliet, Luna, Rasmus, Zentaro?
Yeah.
That's
Rune with the vanishes.
Okay, well, this game is going to scale out of control very, very quickly, and it's going to be up to the goalies to find some semblance of defense while everyone is flying off the map.
And that's the first rush there, out by the Joker. He's looking to put the Milkman in a bit of a dicey situation, considering the back clear there momentarily. Doesn't opt to use it there, and that is the barrier that does fall. Pass down to Josh, but Gumi pushing forward with the pillars, doing a really good job at maintaining the space.
And you got to watch out for those pillars, especially on IME Zap, right? If you're slightly misplacing your dash, you could fly off the map at a spot you don't expect. The 2v1, the Milkman up top, and Snake taking out the Estelle, while Gumi takes a trip to the other side, takes a trip to hell through the IME Zap hole, and Joker left to play Juliet goalie. Strike war win, but right to Snake, right to Josh. It's going to be the coverage.
Josh there making it a little bit dicey momentarily, boosting on in. I think he had an opportunity just to let it wait and then take the top shot, but it still worked out for them in the end. And now the Joker nearly reaching his flip, Josh nearly reaching his flip, and Joker gets it there, gets the barrier, gets the flip. Where does it go? Not to the bottom side, but still very well played out by the Demon Time forward.
The banish coming in like you mentioned in the combination, but the hook from Milkman will interrupt all of that, create a power play despite the low health bar of Snake. Josh with the flip available, but Snake gone, and Shianzu taking the adrenaline rush all the way to the bank, waiting out and beating Milkman, who just doesn't cover the bottom angle enough.
Milkman there a little bit hasty with that pendulum swing, expecting Shianzu to just go for the insta shot, considering how much speed he had, how he was just walking with the core, and it just didn't work out for him in that situation. Now Josh on the other side doing a really good job dodging away from that dash punch, and Milkman a little too late on that death touch. Now Demon Time in a bit of a favorable situation.
Oh, and a perfectly timed flip by Josh as well. Almost gets the rebound with the rocket, and Snake continues the offense. Almost takes out Shianzu, but it's a sequence of almost, and finally, a barrier taken in actuality as Snake almost gets the goal. We're right back to the train of close calls.
Yeah, the death touch there out by the Milkman, looking to make sure he contains control of it there, and Milkman just finding the flip to the bottom side just past Gumi there. Very well played.
It was clean, and that does seal out the set. And with how fast this game is going, with how fast the health bars are vanishing, that's a series of very scary awakenings. The Rasmus Hook, a powerful tool. Will he take the extra special here?
And he does. I was almost wondering if there's an idea of maybe waiting to let the Luna guarantee one of extra special or Deadeye. And the heavy impact taken away by Luna, a bit of an interesting pickup there. I guess just saying, hey, Zentaro's happy enough with 1-2 punch or heavy, and even the glass cannon if he gets it, and he doesn't need to be worried about being fully denied up. But
it's awkward now. You gotta be careful. The airspace has become clogged up by the potential of the death touch, but who cares if you score fast enough? And that's the swift offense of the Joker, who finds the dash punch on the Milkman, who's stepping way too far back.
the Joker with a signature maniacal laugh after that goal right there, just popping Milkman into the net so cleanly. and he is looking to completely change the tides of this second set.
Set up with the crater in the corner, the pillar disappearing soon and almost enough to find the barrier. Milkman accelerating with the death touch, but it's not enough. The bounce off the bottom, Snake in position, but Josh a little bit too far away, and now the core going behind the barrier. It's Josh and Milkman in a dangerous situation, and Joker unable to find the dash, didn't have it there, only the punch and the dash burn, the flame flurry into Narnia as the Milkman and Josh look to cover. But it's once again a lot of open space, the hook available, but it just staying static, and the barrier still stands despite Gumi taking a trip. The Oni's blade not enough. Josh on the defense and the offense at the same time on this Luna, who can do both. And Gumi getting a little impatient. I can feel it as the KO comes through.
That's the first adrenaline rush popped for Josh. The Joker's health looking a little worse for wear as well. Dodges away from that death touch. Not the Crater Maker though. As Snake, he finds the kill. That's 2 more adrenaline rushes pop. But it does hit the barrier on the way out. And Shianzu, he might just take it in. The flip there for the Milkman. And now Snake with a flip of his own pushes Gumi away. Former teammate be gone. As Snake clearing up space for Josh, I believe. No, it was Milkman who finds that goal.
Oh, that's so sad if you're Shianzu. Played everything perfectly, but just a little bit slow on the goal gates opening. The rebound right to the Milkman, who sends it away and eventually finds the goal. And HMG, a series of fortunate occurrences created by the fact that they're creating more opportunities for themselves.
Once again, Josh doing a great job at finding these hit stuns against Shianzu, and also Gumi from time to time. A Snake sends it on forward. It sneaks by Gumi. So close there. A great EI rush out by Snake.
Yeah, and HMG capitalizing so often, putting on the damage, putting on the pressure, forcing the evades. And the Milkman with plenty of cooldowns to help out with the speed to walk up. It's what Gumi wants to do. And Snake brought low, but both Estelle abilities miss and the KO potential is gone.
Speaking of KO potential, it is there against Shianzu as Snake trying to take him off the map. The slice and dice there. Shianzu having the flip, still able to be burned as Josh flips it forward just to gain control. But control isn't even gained. But what it is gained is control of Shianzu's flip as it's burned there.
Milkman, though, stealing away a player from the side of time. They're running out of time. Shianzu gone. The power play extending for a little bit longer. Snake finds the bottom side barrier take, and Milkman with the flip available. The rebounds coming in, and the Zentaro not KO. Josh calmly tapping it on the top side. It's 2 sets up for HMG. 6 seed, no problem.
And the last time these two teams faced, it was a 2-1 in favor of Heavy Metal Gundam. They're looking to repeat the same sort of match record as this last series, and now with Rasmus first up on the block, probably the recovery drone pickup. No, Rapid Fire is just that good right now. Now, Estelle wanting to deny some of this KO potential peak performance, I think also a very smart pickup. It looks like Time isn't even that sad about this draft, all things considered.
Yeah, it's not a direct damage draft, but the Timeless Creator in particular is going to be so valuable for Gumi on the defense. Going to be a lot more set and forget and a lot of pillars that make it difficult for Snake to find dashes through. But Milkman completely whiffs a strike, and that's going to be the opportunity for Time to take a swift point.
I think he just walked forward and left to go get Milk, leaving that core to hit the barrier there. And it is an open net in favor of Demon Time. Gumi's health bar not looking that great. The slice and dice taking him kind of low. The slashing strike staggering him. Good job by Snake to kind of layer these abilities, leave Gumi in that staggered state for a little bit longer, and also block that pillar, meaning the barrier is able to be taken, and more kills. They're being chained. It's now a 1v3. It's up to Shianzu to find some sort of heroic play, but heroics are gone as Snake slots it in.
Yeah, they don't have enough abilities left to attempt another miracle as Time respawns, sets off in search of a comeback. So many points down, and they forget to strike again, assuming the other will press the button, and the barrier this time isn't gone thanks to it. But HMG, despite their lack of strike communication, they're still in a dominant lead.
And part of it does come to the fact that this team hasn't really played that long together, right? They came together at the start of the season. Snake actually joined this team in the middle of the season, so they're still working on chemistry, but the chemistry has taken them to playoffs as far as they've gotten. But with the chemistry in mind, Josh is off the map, and there's nothing you can do in that sort of situation unless Milkman finds a great flip like that.
Snake staying alive here. One more hit and, well, it's going to be the flip available. Around the world it goes. The rebound caught by Josh. No, away from everybody. And nothing is going to be found on the left side of the map. The Milkman, the pass from Josh, looking for Snake, who is barely staying alive, and the boost is barely enough. The rebound backwards is dangerous, but a Centauro is surviving despite all of that. But Milkman tries to brute force it through the timeless pillar, and that's not what we like to see, an own goal.
That is definitely not what we want to see. Milkman, unfortunately, in a bit of a mispositioned state there, and a little over-eager trying to force it past. But I think Milkman deserves one like that. He's been playing spectacularly this game thus far.
Yeah, but if he keeps it up, he's going to be made extinct by the advent of the supermarket, so the Milkman's got to be careful to keep his job.
Now Snake slithering on in, finding that barrier. It is now an open net on both sides. 1-to-1, a little crucial for the side of Demon Time. Now pass is found up to Josh, but the side of Demon Time, Gumi pushing up really aggressively, and that's what allows Joker to stay in that position between Josh, between Milkman, and find goals like that.
If this continues, Time have a great shot at it. The Joker's only getting stronger as the game progresses, and his dash punches have been the factor that swings Time into favor in some of these points. Right now, trying to force out a flip from Josh, successfully does so. And Josh brought so incredibly low, a KO on the cards even, as the bandage comes through. The perfect timing from Xianzu, and the adrenaline rush going to come as well as Joker finding a clean barrier, the entire point a little bit far away.
Flip still available for Snake. Uses the flip there in an attempt to KO Xianzu. Nearly gets counter KO'd there. And Milkman passed down to Josh as Josh tries to send it through. There are 3 members of Heavy Metal Gundam on the bottom side, but that's not where the core is. It's rotated up to the top. And Joker looking for the flip. He flips it, but the KO is found by Xianzu.
Oh, and we're seeing again, the Milkman is backing up a little bit too much, trying to give the maximum time to react, but against an Estelle, against a Juliet, you cannot be stepping back like that. We haven't seen such play on stream since back when we were streaming the Collegiate League even.
Now, Estelle here, first pick, opts for the Catalyst. I think that's a very smart deny away from the Luna, and it allows Joker to pick up more power in that spark of strength. And I think this Monumentals pick, it's hard for me to really say if this is better than taking the Siege Machine away from Gumi, as I feel like forcing Gumi to pick up more size on those pillars is probably better, as it's easier just for Snake to stand on him and deny.
Yeah, but my eyes are on Joker, right? 2 Sparks, Adrenaline Rush Juliet. This guy has the speed, has the power, has the ability to take over this game, barely missing out on the KO as Snake is battered and bruised. Zentaro not having too much fun, and the Juliet just hunting him down. The rebound unfavorable, but the pillar will do so, but everyone forgets about the core in their thirst for the KO, but maybe it doesn't matter. The Adrenaline Rush too powerful. The Joker, rebound after rebound, reset after reset, looking for one last dash punch perhaps. He hits done enough, and Milkman, oh, it just gets caught out by Xianzu. The pressure is overwhelming now as Demon Time have scaled.
Demon Time looking very good thus far. I don't think there is one more Spark left in the draft. I feel like we have already seen the Focus show up in one of the previous drafts. Now, that doesn't mean that Joker doesn't have more Awakenings to scale with, as there's still a lot left available. Now, Joker, though, does have this flip. Where does it go? It hits the barrier there, and that does mean that Demon Time in another great position. Flips available for Josh and Milkman. That's 2 Adrenaline Rushes pop. The flip there out by the Milkman. Gets it past Xianzu, but Xianzu just doing a great job sitting there as a bit of a warden of the midfield and buys enough time for Gumi's defense, as those pillars also do a great job.
Yeah, and with the flip burn, though, Snake is now in a bit of trouble. The barrier taken, but around the world, a perfectly angled usage of meter from Gumi will set time up to tie the game. It seemed like an impossible spot a few moments ago, but we're in a place where set 5 seems inevitable.
Yeah, the Milkman falling to the IME's app, Rasmus fallacy there. He hooks to get the kill, but in that, no hook available for the defense. Now, we'll have to see how this next point goes, as Snake, his health bar looking a little worse for wear, has the Berserker, can put a little bit more damage back onto the members of Time, is taken off, and the barrier does open up in favor of Time, up to, oh, Joker finds the kill once again. The Milkman gets milked himself.
Yeah, up 2-0, finding the KO exactly when you need it. It's 3-0, and headed to a final set. Hotshot Rune with plenty of creation duration. Gumi's going to be impossible to deal with.
This is going to be curtains, I'd like to argue, and the bulk up, a really good deny away by Milkman, denying more power, but the build difference still offering some sort of power for the Joker. And the fight or flight, I'm not really sure how much this matters. It feels like it's more of a deny more than anything, because if the Zentaro is not denying these pillars by standing on them, it's going to be so miserable to figure out a way to score on Gumi.
We'll see if they can do it, if Gumi oversteps even, but he has the ability to just completely block off the midfield. Doesn't even need the pillar to barrier, and so much chip damage as well from the anomalies just creating terrain even.
But the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, really good job at their strike layering. Once again, they save the barrier there. They buy enough time for Snake to return to the field, as now Josh and Snake, they're the ones pushing up this top side, as Gumi has returned once again, looking for a good pillar there. That's the primary. Secondary still available. Snake pushes up into the corner. Banish, good evade out by Snake. It still stays in this corner and hasn't left. Notably, Joker has the flip available for a dash punch flip attempt. Uses the flip instead, looking for a pass down to Shianzu. Gets down to him again, and it's just Strike Wars well layered out by the members of Demon Time as they're up 1-0 in the final sets.
No longer potentially the final set, this time for sure, and with a massive comeback, Demon Time are looking more than just favored. They are looking like the Demons that were dominant earlier on in the North American Strikers League. Joker here with Showtime, one of the more recent winners of the entire league as well, and a dash will just snipe the core at the very bottom out of the reach of the Milkman. 1 point away.
The death touch there came out, but it looks like it might just be writing the names of Heavy Metal Gundam in a notebook to result in their own death. As now Josh, he wants to turn things around. He has the flip available, but he needs to be a little bit careful. I think Joker might be looking for some sort of kill. The whammy is found. That is a barrier there. And now Josh, the members of Heavy Metal Gundam, they're fired up. Shianzu just shutting down Snake there. And despite that, Milkman, he does manage to find the clear there. Josh, a little mispositioned. It's a 1v3 for the Milkman, but he is reaching into his inner demons, finding the defense that he needs to, if only for a moment. But the members of Demon Time, they're just closing in.
Yeah, despite Milkman's miracle mode, time is running out, and the Joker looking like the demon of this time. Maybe that's enough with the jokes as Gumi continuing to defend. Snake looking for an opportunity to open up the game, and this power play might just be in. Milkman and Josh have the speed to play with, have the boost to play with. The flick from Snake not enough, and Gumi finds a great strike timing to get past the Zentaro, the former teammate. Josh to Snake, the strike war win this time is by the Brawler, and we're at 2-1.
2-1, still favoring Demon Time, but there is light at the end of the tunnel for Heavy Metal Gundam. Potentially there. Flip available for the Milkman. Flip nearly in the cards for Snake, for Josh. They're making their way up. And Gumi did use a lot of resources there. But as I say that, the light is starting to darken as Milkman is taken off the map with full flip available. The barrier is taken there. It's a 3v1. This could be game one. Done. Gumi goes for the stylish play. Baits out Josh. And Joker just slots it on in cleanly. Demon Time taking game one.
Oh, and it feels especially bad because Milkman was playing the last few points so incredibly well, but Demon Time managed to take him out, and with the goalie gone, it was a formality. As Time continue their onslaught through the losers bracket, perhaps they just dropped down, but they don't want to stay here too long.
it's a repeat of these past few series. Higher seed, finding the 2-0 in close games. That's how it's been for pretty much all of the series thus far. Do you think we'll see a repeat here? Do you think Heavy Metal Gundam will find the adaptations they need to make for Game 2?
It's difficult, right? The fact that we were on Aimee's app does add a lot of variance to the early KOs, and also like just getting caught off guard being that much more punishing. The mental stack is a lot higher, and the fact that they brought it all the way this close to a win against Demon Time, especially in the earlier sets, is huge. But they had so many opportunities to close it out before Demon Time fully scaled into oblivion, and that does make me a little bit concerned about being on more conventional maps.
This was Heavy Metal Gundam's map pick Aimee's app round 1, and they were looking good until they turned the nameplates on, realized who they were up against, all 3 members having won nasl championships before, and now we do go to Night Market, which is the Game 2 map, Demon Time's selection. Curious to see if we'll see any sort of Era X action. I have seen more Era lately in the goalie position. I think she's been like in and out of the meta, but I think Josh is one of the midfielders who is very willing to pick up the Era midfield.
Yeah, air midfield, of course, not very common in modern Omega Strikers, but I think has had a recent slight bit of resurgence in terms of public opinion, right? It's a lot less, what does she even do, than it was a few months ago.
It's now gone from what does she even do to how does she even do? You know, maybe she's doing happy. She's figuring out a way to make these sorts of plays happen. You know, I'm just waffling at this point. But hey, this X consistently very good. Juliet consistently very good. I think both of these brawlers very comfortable on a lot of picks that are good on Night Market. And as the draft is starting to be revealed to us, we do see Spark of Strength, Omega Infused Accelerator. Do you think anyone will be greedy enough to pick the OIA?
They better not be. The last time we saw people greedy to do that, they just died. That's what happened last time. They just died. So,
and one of those kill threat picks has been taken off already. The Drakkar, one of Demon Time's, I guess, most hated picks, as we didn't see it in this game either. Heavy Metal Gundam potentially answering back with something like, I don't know, an Aimee or a Vice, some sort of good KO pick, or maybe they just don't want to play against the Rune and they're just going to take that away from Gumi.
We'll see. We'll see. Oh,
hey,
wow.
I mean, I called it. Profit right here.
Yeah. Wow. And Heavy Metal Gundam, interestingly, also one of the teams selecting red side. That's not very common. Anything you want to leak regarding that?
Nothing that I want to leak, but you kind of have to think about it. I think Heavy Metal Gundam has assessed the situation and realized that there is no single pick that they want to lock down, and they're very happy with a lot of other options. The Kai getting picked up there for Demon Time, very strong on this map, both midfield and goalie, and this just allows Josh to get one of his big comfort picks to now, and Trevor going back to one of his original picks, the one that he made his name for himself on, the Mako. And Mako now offers such a good backline for stuff like the Juliet, the X, the Asher, and they're all there. You really can't take away all of that from Snake.
Yeah. I'm surprised we didn't see the Mako in the previous game. Of course, it's Aimee's app, right? But, okay, well, never mind. I'm not surprised. It's Aimee's app. If things had gone differently, though, I think we would have seen Trevor on a melee goalie, because that's where he shines, unless he's picking a certain gear.
And despite that, it is still the Zentaro pickup for Snake. I do know Zentaro is really, really good in the meta right now, has completely shot up with, I don't remember if it was half a second or if it was a full second off of his primary, something absurd. And it just brought him into the meta. And hey, that is one of the brawlers that does very well into Era, because he doesn't get affected by the size loss nearly as much compared to stuff like the Juliet, the Asher, which was picked up already, or the X.
We'll see how it goes. My eyes are on the speed characters, though. There's quite a few of them in this game, especially with the Mako enabling the rest of the team. But Era Kai now does mean that we're going to see a bit of a core control special that we don't usually see as much.
Omega infused accelerator. It's possible, right? The OIA still very possible here if they want to go that greedy route. But I think Demon Time especially, it's going to be hard for them to justify it because the Zentaro exists on the opposite side. And giving the Zentaro a few drafts, he will start to build up enough damage with his awakenings to threaten anyone who decides to spec into that. Now, on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, I think it is very valid if Josh wants to pick it up, that Omega infused accelerator. He is the now does have a little lower stagger, but she has the capability to provide self-healing very easily without losing too much.
Yeah, it's still going to be dangerous, though, with the capability of being taken out so quickly if you are targeting someone with OIA stacked up. And despite the Kai not being the pick that you would associate most with Shianzu on, it's kind of funny. Shianzu, once known as the Now player, facing down Now in an important playoffs game.
And when he brought himself to that nasl championship with Joker and Barcode, he was known for pretty much playing not just the Now, but also the Kai, as we see here, right? Basically, at that time, being sort of a two-trick in a way, just Now Kai, with Barcode just playing Atlas Mako and just going that way. And now he has started to branch out a little bit more, but he's going back to his roots.
Take a look at the starting awakening choices. Ooh. It's a team without the healer. It's Demon Time, who are very willing to play the speed game. They want to just win before they die.
And I think there is a real world where that does make sense. They know this Zentaro has to take some time to scale in order to contribute on the damage side. Now, I do say that. They do find the kill there onto the Joker. Now, question is can they follow it up with more?
Gumi, though, on the Era goalie, not the goalie known most for the lockdown defense, and of course, Gumi does want to step up as much as possible. The flip is good, waiting out the barrage. It's Snake, who is automatic with the first goal. And I think Demon Time's got to be a little bit worried.
Hey, Snake knows his ex-goalie's tendencies. He knows what'll beat out Gumi, and he takes complete advantage of it. Milkman, though, he is on his comfort pick, and he wants to continue his streak of being able to lock things down very well. Give Josh, give Snake as many chances as they can to build up damage and just build up offensive pressure.
Yeah, but Snake's continuing to keep the core contained so efficiently. So many cooldowns being burned by Gumi. And Josh there to follow up. Shianzu forced to help defend, but look at the health bars. Shianzu's got barely any ticks on the health bar. This guy can get like 2-shot.
And Snake is looking for that. He has the slice and dice available. Flip is forced out by the Milkman. And Joker's health bar not looking that great either, as it is barriers on the same side. I do favor Milkman here. He's going to have a bit of an easier time, as Shianzu has to be a little bit careful on the edge. His health looking a little worse for wear, and same goes for Josh, surprisingly enough, despite not having the Omega Infused Accelerator.
Passive available. Snake with the rebound off the center, and Josh looking to follow up. Joker so incredibly low. Goes for the flip KO and capitalizes on the moment of weakness that he appeared to display. But now the core is going around the world, and they got to find a way to score before the Joker's caught out, because then it will be a power play in the other direction. Unstaggers just in time, but right back to staggered he goes. Knocked away, but not in the direction towards the wall. The Asher still surviving. The flip still available, and Milkman shoots first to strike a little bit early.
Crucially there, I think that was actually the barrage that made the biggest difference. Not just pushing the core past Josh, but also slowing him down so that Shianzu gets the first touch. And because he gets the first touch, he's able to be brought into a great scenario to flip that and force Milkman into a sort of 50-50 interaction.
Dangerous now with the NATO. My eyes are once again on Xianzu, who is so incredibly low HP with the Omega Infused Accelerator, but who cares? They're winning fast enough. Gumi with the flip, with the Bewitching Beam. Not a combo that scores often, but with Joker there to back him up, it's more than enough.
Flip Beam, the real combo to score it all, and Gumi is really thinking out of the box with these sorts of plays. Now, for Heavy Metal Gundam, they're going to need to find out-of-the-box plays of their own as Josh, as Snake, as Milkman. They try to continue defending here. Snake with a good bit of damage onto Xianzu, but no abilities remaining to go for the KOs. I think he's just waiting for that set 2, for that set 3. Once he is scaled a little better, as he can just consistently pump out damage.
Xianzu losing a critical strike ward. That's going to be Josh and Snake advancing rapidly. Have to be careful of the NATO. But that's the only cooldown left for the Era goalie. Gumi's forced to step up, and Snake needs to find an opportunity here. Finds the rebound, finds the Oni's blade, finds the KO, and Josh is here to follow up, but right out to Joker, the core is fed, despite the power play, and Gumi almost makes a miracle clear. The angle only slightly off, and we're sent to 0.5.
And considering the double flips that were burned there for Heavy Metal Gundam, that point was basically a must-win there for them in that moment. As if Xianzu was given a chance to show back up onto the map, it would have made things a lot, drastically more difficult for them.
We'll see if this NATO is going to be what creates more offense. HMG once again on a difficult defense as they have the speed disadvantage. They have the stagger advantage, but to find a KO, they'll have to do a lot more than just that. Joker low, but his maneuvering is some of the best to ever do it as he continues to dodge, duck, and weave away from every single opportunity to KO the Asher. He's still staying alive, but the combo will finally do it. But that's a lot of cooldowns burned, and leaving Gumi to his own devices, that's going to be a set win.
And somehow, Gumi, he walks forward. Gumi evolves the Gudra, taking the goal there as now Demon Time. Gumi having the pick of the litter here, but I don't know if there's anything that he's particularly happy with. Maybe just taking a peak performance or a reptile remedy to make it a little harder for himself to die, or even just a fighter flight just for some speed.
Yeah, just letting the team pick a little bit, but among Titans, that's a classic. Making your entire team buffed up so much, right? You yourself get size, your teammates, you yourself get speed. And on the Era goalie, especially with how Gumi likes to play, that's going to let him step up so far, but that does make him a core control glass cannon. If he is overwhelmed in the 1v1 by Snake, Snake's going to make his ex-goalie look like an ex-goalie.
Oh, that is a fire line if I do say so myself. But I don't know if Snake will really get a chance to with how dominant Demon Time's offense has been. They're just not really letting it get past them. But as I say that, Xianzu, he's just completely shot off the map. And the speed from I'm the Milkman, allowing Josh to take that bottom barrier. They want to rotate up to this top side, but it is slowed down. Halted is the offense as Xianzu finds time to return to the map.
The top side, the core drifts once again. Xianzu with the respawn in. Has to build up those stacks, yes, but needs to be careful against Snake, who is dealing so much damage. Even the combined efforts, not enough, and the Brawler gone. The Barrage also insufficient to score. And we're seeing the effects of the triple Omega Infused Accelerator here. Demon Time are just dying.
Yeah, at this point, it might be looking a little like an Omega LOL infused accelerator with the pace of their deaths. And the pace of their deaths, it's looking to convert into a potential goal very soon if Josh and Snake just play this slow and control.
Yeah, but Gumi with the perfect defense here will be forced to burn the flip soon, perhaps. Oh, the rebound off of the snare drums was awkward, and Snake just steals it away. A perfectly timed flip. So much confidence there in the 1v1.
I mean, he just has Gumi's number. He knows exactly what he's going to do. And he just calls out the insta-flip there with an insta-flip in his own.
And barrier already down. It's going to be such a difficult game for Demon Time to play. It kind of feels like they were overconfident in picking the triple OIA.
Yeah, perhaps having a little bit of fun with the speed, but it may do a little better in these later points if they get a little bit more speed and core control to play alongside it. but it looks like we are going to be going into these later sets very evenly with how Heavy Metal Gundam is just taking these goals in a clean manner.
They're just putting on more than enough damage to eliminate one of the forwards of Demon Time entirely from the play, right? Shianzu or Joker always has to be playing defensively, playing their life, and that makes it so difficult to play actual offense. Joker trying to be the hero, but Shianzu's not there to help him because Shianzu's almost dead.
I almost wonder if it was more correct for Shianzu to opt to take the reptile remedy for himself instead of denying the adrenaline rush, but those are bygones. Let them be as they are, as can't do anything about it. And now Josh and Snake making sure Gumi can't do anything about that barrier as it's taken down, and Joker's health bar is also looking a little worse for wear.
He's surviving despite it though, and finally taken out by Snake, who expends the combo. Not many cooldowns gone in totality, but wow, what a snipe by the Milkman. Trying to back up his performance in the previous game with a spectacular one in this one too.
Snake MVP, and he can take the second spark if he so chooses. I don't think there's anything here that is more valuable than getting the spark scaling for himself, as that just means more damage, and he seems to agree. Now, Shianzu having the ability to take Fire Up maybe for more energy, maybe the Glass Cannon, and yeah, Fire Up a good pickup. Team player, a good deny away by Josh so that Gumi can't just use it as a core control tool, as team player is one of these awakenings that can completely swing a game if you give it to a core control focused team.
And I mean, imagine if Berserker was like designed in a cooler way, right? Like, this is a game where Joker is getting taken low over and over. This is, game design wise, a spot where you want the player to pick Berserker, right? But the awakening is just so boring that you would just prefer to have more size over it every single time.
It allows you to be a little more flexible with your plays, where Berserker, it's just a little more cooldown, it's just a little more power, and again, it's just a stat stick at that point, and we'd love for it to be more, but what we would love for is for Demon Time to find more of these offensive plays, and they're just not finding in that sort of situation. Good flip attempt by Snake as a sort of dribble to himself, but it does get cleared out very well out by Demon Time.
And Joker finds a miracle rebound play. The Astral cooldown's coming into full effect. The Path Splitter doing a lot, but that's the Brawler gone, and that's the issue. If they don't score on that one burst, they are permanently on the back foot. They just rotate damage, find KO after KO, and even with the respawn coming in, it's going to be difficult for Demon Time.
Good and Snare Drum's attempt there out by I Am the Milkman to kind of secure the offense for Heavy Metal Gundam. A bit of an awkward night market bounce there as Joker has returned to the map. It's Shianzu's health bar is looking a little worse for wear, and the barrage, it cuts the cross there. Two flips available, but I don't think either backline member of Heavy Metal Gundam realized the barrage would catch it.
Well, that's a little awkward for HMG. They can't let this game go too long, right? Because they're in a game state where they are in such an advantage in terms of damage, in terms of the overall flow. But if they let a few more sets go on the board, if somehow Demon Time managed to win this set, then they are in a lot of trouble. They're giving Demon Time so much time to get back in the game.
Hey, time to become demons or something along those lines. And hey, Shianzu, he's looking like he's going to meet the demons pretty soon with how his health bar is. And now Snake and Josh pushing forward. The barrage a little too late as Snake just sets it on through, ties it up 1-1 in this set 3.
That's what we want from HMG if you are a fan of Heavy Metal Gundam. But it all comes down to the kickoff as well. How much damage can be avoided immediately by Demon Time? Right now, Shianzu being taken a little bit low, and taking the sweet spot hitboxes of the primaries is not what you like to see. Gumi misses the strike, and it's a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, disaster indeed. And one barrier is taken, a little bit delayed by that fire. Shianzu just trying to make sure that the core doesn't escape his grasp on that top side, and Joker, he does find that barrier, so it's actually Demon Time in a pretty okay spot. Joker, though, his health bar looking a little worse for wear. Josh pushing forward, considering using his flip as a kill attempt, but no, just use it for that score. Josh pass up to Snake, Doesn't find much though, as Joker just continues to play his life as best as he can.
So difficult here. The flip finally expended and going to take him off all the way. Now the Oni's Blade setting up for Snake. Gumi saving the flip for a more difficult occasion. Doesn't even expend it there. Just trying to stall all the way to the respawn without using it. And that's going to be huge for Demon Time. If Gumi can use this flip offensively, that's going to be times, I guess, 1 win condition.
And he does try to go for a bit of a defensive-offensive hybrid flip, and Milkman catches it, and he has a flip of his own. But the side of Demon Time, they are closing in. This NATO making it a little bit awkward, making sure that Milkman is not able to find the clear, and Joker there, he wins a clutch strike war. Gumi Shionzu looking a little low in the energy department, and Joker closing that out means that they have at least 1 more point of leeway to work with.
Yeah, that was pretty brilliant from Joker and Jianzu. They're finding a lot of mileage out of a lot of the timing mix-ups with the barrage, right? The barrage core slowly drifts and Joker walks along with it and then strikes it away at a very ambiguous time, and that's really making it difficult for Milkman to defend.
He's used to a lot more of these consistent plays, and Snake there, he finds the second barrier. Josh, with his flip, he's looking to push forward thanks to the ensnare drums by I Am the Milkman. And Joker, he's just making sure the core doesn't escape the defensive side of Heavy Metal Gundam, and second barrier actually falling there. And this does mean that Josh is forced to use his flip, the Oni's Blade being used by Snake to catch it out, and Joker just putting Snake in the dirt. This is a 3v2 advantage for Demon Time, and they should be favored here. Good barrage out by Shionzu to bring Time up 2-1.
And time is really running out for HMG as Demon Time by themselves at least, well, at most 2 more sets in this game. This is dangerous, right? Of course, there not being any upfront stagger in this draft is one thing, but there also isn't that crazy of upfront damage either. And it's looking like if Demon Time can survive the last set, they can definitely survive this one.
Yeah, and interesting pickup here. The Chrono Boost, I think Snake just valuing denying that away from the Kai more than just picking up the 1-2 punch for himself. And it seems like Shionzu believing the same with that Monumentalist. So we have a crazy series of deny drafts, all things considered.
Oh, but the double barrier taken in record time. Not the full goal, but absolutely ridiculous. One shot by the Deadeye power of the Milkman on the ensnare drums. That is not a KO either of us expected. Okay, not that either.
Yeah, Shionzu somehow finding that, and now he's getting his adrenaline rush value. The pick he picked up in that first draft, and in this 2v3, Joker finding the second barrier. The side of Demon Time, they just want to keep this offense controlled, but Heavy Metal Gundam doesn't want to let that remain that way, as Milkman commits the ensnare drums on that bottom side, and Josh very close to this flip.
Pass splitter good, forces Milkman into a difficult situation as the Joker maneuvers to the top side, finds the core again, follows up with Jianzu, a great evade to not take any extraneous damage from Snake, but half health still. Gumi with the flip available, needs to be careful here. A flip to the top side, flipped away by Milkman, energy gone across the board, and Joker, the NATO, not even Joker the one finding the KO. Shionzu continuing to overwhelm with speed, and Joker to the bottom side against the melee goalie. It's 2 points away from an entire series win.
And I think the biggest thing that we're noticing, both between Game 1 and Game 2, is there just seem to be some of these miscommunications on the defense by Josh and Milkman. We saw it there as both of them committed their flip in that same moment, and Milkman was the one to get it out. But even in the previous game, so many instances where they think the other person will be covering the core, or they just mistime their strikes. And it's those sorts of situations that separate a good team from a championship-winning team.
Once again brought low, Shionzu in danger of being KO'd and the barrier taken, but a rebound to the other side and a barrier take, and Gumi following up, playing a little bit of offense as he often does, and Joker forced into goalie duty, but the Asher has more than enough capability to do so. The flip will seal the door on the quite humorous opportunity for the reversal of roles.
Joker playing Asher goalie, Gumi playing Era midfield. That's a fun situation to see there. As we do go into the third point of this set, Flip only available for the Joker, and the Snake put in a bit of a tough situation there. Forced to burn his evade, but that means that he is at threat to the Joker's primary flip or dash primary flip. Instead, he uses the flip for that second barrier, just passing it up to Gumi, trying to rotate it around, but notably just keeps the possession, and that's what results in the second barrier long term.
Wide open net, Joker in position, but the core left to drift backwards, and that's going to be a barrier gone for Demon Time. Gotta be careful when playing this offense, especially when the Milkman is playing so proactively. But with all the cooldowns gone, it's finally time. Tries to catch him sleeping a little bit too close to the blast zone again. And it might have worked previously, but not this time.
And one thing I do want to point out is look at how fast Gumi is. 700 movement speed nearly, with somehow Joker surviving that ensnare drums, and now the Milkman in a bit of a tough situation, forcing his own brawler to use the flip there, and on Night Market angle almost scoring it there. And now a good hit stun out by Snake means that Josh is able to get the second barrier in this 3v3. Joker a little staggered, passes down to Shionzu, and the pass is perfect there as Shionzu sets it on in right past the Milkman.
HMG burned like almost all of their total cooldowns trying to kill Joker, and he stayed alive long enough to find a pass to Shionzu. They're 1 point away.
The Joker finally getting serious here, making sure that HMG has no chance at taking this series. Gumi pushing on forward, still has the flip. That's one barrier found, potentially a second one here. Shionzu doing a really great job there. Passed down by Gumi, and Gumi's on with the flip. Doesn't even have to burn it there as Josh uses his. It's an open net favoring Demon Time, and the time is over for Heavy Metal Gundam as the Demons come out on top, facing the Bombardiers.
And as the dust settles, after the first four series of playoffs, 4 2-0s, and the 4 teams left are the top 4 seeds.
What a surprise. Well, genuinely speaking, what a surprise, because a lot of past nasl seasons, they haven't really gone as expected. Most of them we've had, one team or maybe even 2 teams making it a little deep from that lower bracket run. And this time, there is no Seed 6 blessing for Heavy Metal Gundam. And the tides had shifted from how this regular season matchup had played.
And I think a lot of that came down to just slight differences in execution, right? This is
Yes.
Demon Time picked a very egoist way to play the game. They picked additional speed at the cost of their own health. And they just executed well enough to survive long enough to win the game with that additional speed advantage. Whereas Heavy Metal Gundam just couldn't coordinate the KO advantages enough to make that be the other factor.
Yeah, this Gundam looking a little rusted, unfortunately. And that's the way the cookie crumbles as Demon Time. They do a really great job at the execution. Hey, that's what a lot of experience on this Demon Time roster will do. It just means that you're so used to these tough, long, drawn-out theories, and that's where you can execute things well. Now, Demon Time, they are going up next against Bombardiers, but before that, I believe it is boys versus rats, correct?
Yep, that does happen first. Otherwise, the Rat Pack, if it had been the other way around, the Rat Pack would be waiting for like 3 million years instead of just like 2 million years.
Very much so. Now, like how all the series have gone thus far, do you think it'll be a 2-0 for the Rat Pack?
I don't think so. I think this is going to be the first series of the game to go to 3 games, and I think that the Rat Pack will still win.
Yeah, I seem to agree. I have Rat Pack picked as well as my favorite team, but that is not what we're here to talk about. That'll be on the other side of a short break as we get started with Winners Finals. Don't go anywhere.
しょう溢れ出す力今宵の気分は覚えていてねあたいのことを小麦色した最強戦士世界平叶えたいと思いませんかその野望頭の中がそれだけで爆発しちゃいそう叶えたいと思いませんかその野望ひとまずはこの大河試しましょう溢れ出す力今宵の気分は覚えていてねあたいのことを小麦色した最強戦士世界平和は世界征服こんなことは絶対天才しか言えないわ
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League Season 7 playoffs. We're here today, a little bit of a mix-up from past seasons with the schedule. Today we have our winners finals on the first weekend. The second weekend will just be losers finals and grand finals. We have, as expected, Seed 1 Rats versus Seed 2 Sad Boys in the winners finals here. Should be a banger of a match. Weston, how are you feeling about it?
I'm very interested. Both teams kind of looking unstoppable at different points in the season. Really, it looked like Sad Boys were just unstoppable, but then we had that week 5, week 6, whenever it was, that the Rats did take them down. And so I know they've just been waiting this whole time for their chance to get back at them. And so I'm really interested in how this series goes, how it'll be different from that first one, where we had 2 set 5.5 maps and we had a 9-0. And so I'm hoping we get some close ones closer to those second and third maps this time. But it really does feel like this is kind of the pinnacle so far of the playoffs, and this is going to matter a lot as far as who has the best chance to take the whole season home.
Yeah, I have a heavy feeling that the winner of this match will be the winner of playoffs this season. So really, really exciting. We're going into game here on Demon Deus. We have Mako, Estelle, Rasmus on one side, and now Julie Atlas on the other. We're all the way back in the Showtime meta, basically. On Demon Deus here. I think these are a little bit unusual team comps to have on this map. If you have any insight into that as well. These are all like classic pairings. Now Julie both pretty common with an Atlas in the backline. Like we've kind of seen these things before, but usually on this map we see, I guess, more exotic picks than what we're seeing here.
Yeah, like Raz Estelle's always going to be good, but you usually don't see it prioritized that heavy on this map. And the Mako is the most surprising thing for me, as Kainoob just takes it home there on the Now, which I think he's going to look to play this a lot, this Now character, and it's just been looking so strong, just like Atlas has all day. And yeah, the Mako is the most surprising thing to me, and I'm interested in how it's going to look here. I kind of have my doubts, but I know these teams have been preparing a lot, and so Fresh decided this is what he wanted in this game. We'll see how it does into that Julie Now. That speed is definitely going to help when he's able to hold it, and he was a little bit there, but the damage that Now and Julie can put out is just going to put so much pressure, especially on Carmine in situations like these.
I mean, let's be honest, the damage this Atlas is going to put out is going to be the big decider. Vaughn recently, kind of huge KO with the primary into flip, and now we've got a power play. Great strike from Fresh, getting it around the barrier, and I mean, Carmine's HP is dropping. Fresh has no energy. Bell's looking for a dash punch or just like a punch flip here. Carmine trying to get a little bit of a desperation KO. Can't find it, but great clears, great trust from this duo. And Tempo Melon respawning, taking that second barrier. Great hook to get it around Kainoob. And now we've got the Rats positioning in the open net.
That was a crazy good point from Rightfully Fresh in the middle there to stall away that power play. The secondary does get to be held. It keeps the pressure on, but nothing scored yet. But Carmine takes it home. And what a job they had that point of holding it down, keeping that barrier up the whole time through it. Fresh had some great strikes, like off that flip backwards. They were able to take it home eventually and tie this game up in a point that looked really bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, this Now and this Atlas are just, they're going to have so much sustain and so much consistent damage over the course of these points, especially on a map like Demon Days, where everyone kind of collapses to those corners and you're getting hit by like Atlas primaries, you're getting hit by Now secondaries. The shift damage really adds up, and I think in the really, really long game, the Sad Boys team comp is a little favored, but if they don't capitalize in those 13 seconds where they get that power play, it's, the Tempo Bell and Rasmus can kind of come out and make a big play in return. So that's kind of what we saw at that point, whereas, this point just been relatively neutral the whole time, except for Bell's making a big play in the corner. Fresh making a save, only losing one barrier, and Tempo Melon kind of fighting for her life on the other side, but both clips down for Sad Boys as Tempo Melon keeps up the offense.
Yeah, and everyone you see going for bulk up except for the Atlas, just looking to get more cooldowns, not really expecting to get any KOs, but the damage pressure probably is never going to be on Vaughn realistically, and he's going to have the ult for himself. And so those primaries that do put so much damage out there are going to be up more often. As Fresh and Tempo are still holding this barrier down, they're trying to find a KO on Carmine. A lot of cooldowns used, and it's still not found. Finally, it will go down. A flip is used by Vaughn as well, but they are in a position now to win this point. We'll see if Fresh can have some heroics again, but looks good for Sad Boys.
Yeah, I mean, so much pressure on the open net, and kind of able to just slot it between Temple Melon and Frightfully Fresh. And like I said, like these longer points that we're, as you can see, we're in overtime here. This chip damage is really going to add up. I mean, Carmine was not really able to do much for 30 seconds at that point. So if we don't get a really strong offense out of the Rat Pack forward duo, you know, if they're not really able to shred through this Atlas now, like they're kind of doing, then I think the Sad Boys comp just kind of runs away with the game. So trying to keep up the pressure is the name of the game for them, and with no energy and cooldowns running low, and Kainoob with Maxwell's just running up and down on the midfield line, it's looking like kind of a Herculean task for the Rat Pack.
Yeah, but so far Fresh is kind of living up to it. It goes down there as Carmine loses the interaction. Now Bells comes in with the assist from Kainoob, and they're able to put it in there. They're able to stall out those points a lot, but like you said, as the longer and longer it goes, even if they don't find the KO, they're just taking either Carmine or Tempo Moan out of the play, and eventually the defense is just not going to be able to hold. And so Sad Boys do take this first one down. They'll have their pick. Kainoob will have his pick of what he wants in this draft. You don't see Mondu or Primetime, those things you really want showing up, but peak performance is going to be just fine for him.
Yeah, I mean, they call it Kainoob's clock for a reason. And I think going into the season, everyone was kind of asking the question of, how do we beat Sad Boys? How do we beat Kainoob? And it looks like there may not be an answer here with how this game is shaping up. This now especially is just so dominant. Kainoob has won a fair number of S tiers, you know, on this pick. It really is kind of iconic for him. People think, you know, Shionzu or whoever else when they think of now, but you got to keep in mind that this guy is, you know, considered the best for a reason, and he's kind of taking over this game here.
Yeah, and I believe we have this is all of first and second team nasl here, right? This is team 1 and 2 of all 3 positions going at it here. And I've been so impressed with what Fresh has done so far in this game. We'll see if he can get a secondary up to hold it, as they finally have a sustained offense for what feels like the first time in a very long time. But now it is coming back to this side, and Bells has the flip. The pressure of it means they didn't go down there. They didn't want to get it dashed, but Bells just wins the interactions over and over anyways. And yeah, the one team that has found the way to beat Kainoob, like you were saying, is this team. But right now, it just looks like something needs to change for the Rats. And I'm not sure what that is with the sustained damage that their team comp has.
Yeah, I think just really the big thing is finding a way to get these Mako secondaries to last. Because realistically, the thing that I think makes this kind of now pick so scary is just the unending consistency of his ability to manipulate the ball. So, you know, if he's playing like a Vice, he's playing in Estelle, these picks that he was playing last time he played them, you can kind of rely on the fact that when those big cooldowns that he has are wasted, as Fresh actually sends it backwards into his own net. Everybody kind of clowning on him a bit. I'm sure that the vibes are still high between these teams, though. I mean, maybe playoff pressure is kind of getting to them, but both these teams kind of known for having really good vibes in game. It's such an important factor for your success as a team, as Temple Millen goes for a big flip, not able to find anything, but is able to get out Vaughn's flip in return. Carmine making sure not to die to the dash punch. Crazy angle, but not able to get it through, and Kainoob just kind of calmly clears it away and keeps his flip the entire time. They enter this corner really, really scary.
Yeah, pretty much everyone had flip going into this point, and 3 of them have been used. And not a single barrier found yet. Now Bells does find one. Now he gets the flip as well. Kainoob uses one, sends it around the corner, doesn't quite find it. Now Bells is getting ready to use his, doesn't even need it yet. And now he'll be able to use it for the goal. It's going to be really difficult for Fresh to get it out of the way. Does for a moment. The stun is almost enough, but Bells with the punch is able to stun Fresh himself. And it's a 3-0 set for Sad Boys. I mean, this is a map they're historically so comfortable on, and you can see why.
Yeah, it's really brutal. I think one thing that maybe people weren't expecting going into today in their prep for Sad Boys was this high priority on the now pick. And, you know, me personally, over the course of this season as a player, I recognized its strength. You know, I was one of the people that was picking it a little earlier than everyone else. And
That's right.
and then the new patch hit, and everyone has kind of recognized, you know, Chrono Boost is back in, things are shaping up, things will be more in favor for this now. And with melee goalies, which are kind of her specialty, she's just so oppressive, and I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, maybe in the next game we see a now ban, win or lose, from the Rat Pack here, because this character is just putting in so much work and making their lives so difficult.
Yeah, it feels like Atlas and now and Drakkar are kind of all big priority picks in this series, which makes it really interesting. Bells and Tempo both love to play Drakkar. Fresh and Vaughn both love to play Atlas, and both midfielders can definitely play the now. Kainoob especially to a really high degree, as Fresh with a great strike shot save there, but just not enough abilities to hold that 1v2, as Tempo had to go to the other side to not immediately get KO'd. And Sad Boys just 2 points away from taking the first map, which is what happened in that last series when Rats were able to take it down, but this is quite an impressive showing so far.
Yeah, I mean, Fresh just kind of running out of resources, and that, going back to this now, that's what she does to you. She runs you out of resources. She has more primaries than you do. Her secondary is very, very strong, and you pair that with a Juliet, you pair that with an Atlas who's really, really hard to score on. Eventually, you're just going to get whittled down. And oh, great play from Fresh. Great trust from Tempo Melon to just send the primary in. Amazing angle. I mean, that's the second angle we've seen from Frightfully Fresh off these flips this game. That's been really, really impressive. Really creative thinking from him. And I think those kinds of plays, those kinds of out-of-the-box ways of thinking are going to be what they need to kind of make a comeback here.
Yeah, and it was a great back pass by Tempo Melon too, so there's just a lot of trust and communication all the way around there. As Tempo and Carmine are able to get this Mako secondary for a moment, but Vaughn smartly uses the flip right there to get it back to Fresh, get it away from them, and make him stop holding the secondary, as the core is now back on this side and now is going to do such a good job of keeping that perma offense going, which is exactly what you want here. Tempo now has to burn the flip just to live there, but they do get a barrier while it does happen. Tempo Mon having to come all the way back, and they're just keeping this sustained pressure on. It's a ton of damage. Fresh is able to get it out with the secondary, and it feels like Carmine is going to have to get a ton with this flip, probably use it to score the goal. There they go. They get it open for now, although Fresh is having to defend from Bells, but we'll see if Carmine can get in a position to use this flip to score.
Yeah, I mean, really, really scary position of the open net, and then Mako changes that fifth hit, sends it all the way back into Frightfully Fresh, I believe right as he gets flipped, so he just isn't quite able to react in time, and it's game point for Sad Boys. I feel like we just started casting, but apparently they've just kind of been running through them so far this game. This now strike primary has taken 1 million barriers, and the Juliet dash punch also just kind of this lethal threat. Carmine able to use that flip that you talked about, able to get 1 barrier. Can Tempo win the strike war for 2. Now setting themselves up in the open net, wins the strike war, gets Vaughn's flip out. Bells sends it into the Dorito, able to take a barrier, uses ult to set up the second barrier, takes the second barrier. Great play from Bells in the corner there. And now Tempo Melon waiting to receive the ball in the open net, but Kainoob doesn't let you do that. And Bells collapses into the corner and takes the first game for Sad Boys.
Yeah, it felt like at least when the barriers were up, their offense for Rats was kind of finally finding their footing. They were able to get barriers a lot more consistently in that last set, but the pressure from Bells and Kainoob was still just too much to be able to take that set home. Felt like they were maybe getting their confidence a little bit more offensively, Rats there, but still not quite enough. Although, as we were talking about before we started casting this, the first time they played, it was a 9-0 in the first map, and Rats managed to get 2 points there, so it is improvement from the first series they had.
That's true. That's true. It is exactly how the last series went. I think if I'm the Rat Pack and I was hypothetically listening to this stream, I'm not going to give any unsolicited advice here, but I think you want to ban this now. I don't know what other adjustments he need to be making. We saw Kainoob play the Estelle earlier today, and he had a really fantastic game on that as well, but I think this now is just so problematic unless you're picking really specific picks into it. Like if you're willing to rip a Carmine Octavia or a Carmine Kai, which I don't really think he really loves picking those picks in the past month or two. Unless you're willing to do those, this now is just going to be too much of a problem. So that's the main adjustment I want to see out of them. That's the main adjustment that I predict them to be making as we head into Game 2 on Gates of Obscura, which the Rat Pack, this is their map pick. This is their preferred choice. They have had really, really dominant showings on this map all season. But at the same time, I think this draft is going to be so interesting on this map. We've got things like Asher Goalie making a resurgence. Obviously, there's the threat of Dubu just kind of looming in the background. Mako's been really high priority and also making a resurgence. Tempa Melon has, a wide variety of picks that they've found success with on the map. So a lot of different directions this draft can go. All I'll say is I just want to see the now gone.
Yeah, and if you see the now gone, might mean Drakkar shows up because that's another priority pick. You have Dubu in the goal box or brawling. Like, yeah, it's really hard to navigate this draft. And as much as we kind of joked about like that was closer than the first time they played, I think it's really nerve-wracking going into this because against a team that's as good as Sad Boys, like you can't just lose the game in the draft. And like there are a lot of high priority picks here where I think it's really hard to figure out the path that you want to go. But I do agree that just I think basically any start, no matter what, like you got to get now out of there because it looks like you're never beating Kainu when he has that much influence and that many abilities.
All right, well, good news and bad news. We're on Gates, and the now is unbanned, and it's Chrono Boost start. But Atlas was first picked. So Rats are in a position to take the now. They take the Kai instead. So that seems to be their solution to the now. That's a pretty tried and true old pick. And then Drakkar for Tempo Melon, really, really good pick. There's been rumors of the Tempo Melon Drakkar being, dare I say, a bit problematic. So we saw that earlier today as well. I think they're going to try and get a lot of mileage out of the pick. But that being said, I think this Atlas is a great pick into it. Boys, Atlas, now Juliet. I mean, hello, are we the season 6 Findubu Strikers? Like, hello? The Finny for Rats, they're going to be looking to, I don't know, I guess KO, but there's a now and there's an Atlas on the other side. And it's really going to be on Kai's shoulders this game, on Carmine's shoulders, to be able to break through the Kainub now. And I don't know. I think that's a really, really tall task. But if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be our 2-time second team All-Pro midfielder. Kind of surprised that Rats banned Dubu here. I understand why they did, but I think leaving it up as a potential option for yourself is always valuable. But maybe Tempo Melon kind of shying away from the pick for whatever reason in playoffs, maybe doesn't trust it. They did get 9-0'd on it last time they played it against Sad Boys. So this Drakkar is going to need to be finding KOs on the Juliet, on the now, through the Atlas ult, through the now healing. It's just going to be so overwhelming. And now with Chrono Boost, Kai with Chrono Boost, we're going to see these people flying around the map. Really the important matchup in this game. Keep your eyes on the Kai, keep your eyes on the now, because they will be defining who goes to our grand finals next week.
Yeah, and Fresh, I believe, at least early in the season, his most picked character was Finny for a long time. I don't know if it ended up that way. But he really doesn't, I think, usually play like a heavy emphasis on damage. Like he always plays a strike shot and is always kind of just keeping the core up from like a long distance. And that's kind of the style of play that he goes for. So I am interested in how that goes when you have like, Chrono Boost on both of the midfielders.
Ooh.
But he is finding a lot of these backwards cards. He's found 2 onto Kainub that have done a ton of damage already. And is putting a lot of pressure on. And I mean, 1 point in, as I'm yapping, Rats look a lot better, a lot more comfortable. And that Kai does feel like so far it can be a better answer to that now than you had in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, the Kai and now matchup is something that has been relatively Kai favored for a good number of seasons now. Like for me personally on Bang Bang, that was our pick into the now, was we would pick the Kai midfield because Barrage just kind of beats everything that now wants to do. And then you're also faster than her, and you're faster than her for longer. So you just have a lot of options. And it's also like Kai's not going to be dealing that much damage. The now healing is a little bit less consequential. If there is a pick that, I brought this up in the end of the last game. If you're going to take a pick into the Kai or into Kainub's now, this Kai is going to be it. But boys, just keeping the ball in the corner for so long. Finally getting the KO on Carmine, who uses the flip just before things can go off. Bells misses to strike on the barrier, and we're holding it down kind of forever in this corner. But finally, Bells able to get the punch, try and get his way through. Kainub loses the strike war on the bottom. And Tempo Melon, the invisible Drakkar, flying around the map.
Yeah, they've played so much claustrophobic defense in that corner, Rats, for such a long time, keeping that barrier up, but eventually it was just too much pressure. And this is kind of what you saw last game, just the swarm, the constant offense continuing. Carmine trying to get it, desperately trying to get it to Tempo Melon in the corner there, but Vaughn is able to keep it away from the barriers. The core speed that they get up to Bells, he's able to continue it into the corner, and Finney just not quick enough with the abilities to save that. And so that's kind of the game plan that you saw last game and that you want from Sad Boys from this same exact team comp again, where they just kept it in the corner for forever. And I think that's something that's going to be hard for Rats to deal with.
Yeah, and I also want to remind everyone that the last time these two teams played, like, everything that we are feeling right now, looking at these two teams, is exactly how it felt to be watching the Rat Pack the last time they played. I believe they went down 0-2 in sets in the second game before making that reverse sweep to get to set 5.5 and win that game, and then win the next game as well. So you can never, ever count this team out. They are Rats. They are extremely resilient. They're going to be around forever. You're going to find them in places that you maybe don't want to find them, like in the corner here for Sad Boys, but with a great defense and a great hold. They're keeping up the pressure. Carmine Tempomelon just kind of getting energy, just farming energy through the portals. You might as well get that flip back, right? Tempomelon getting low, going invisible, kind of has to play on the back foot now. Fresh wants that orb a little bit more than Tempomelon wants it, I guess. Loses the barrier. This Juliet, so scary, and this three-man offense in the corner sends the ball into the net.
Yeah, they were farming energy, but while that happened, Kainum and Bells both just ran and grabbed orbs, which, believe it or not, is also energy and health, and they were staggered, and they could have put more pressure on. But early in that point, you did see that kind of pressure that Rats want out of this comp. I mean, that Drakkar, like we were talking about before the series started, like Tempo Mo and Drakkar is like causing patch discussions from just random in-house games. So we'll see if Tempomon can put that pressure on again, as Carmine is using these portals so much to try to get the core in a good spot for Tempomon. But so far, Vaughn and Kainoob have just done a good job at not letting Tempomon get in a comfortable offensive position.
Yeah, a really interesting adjustment that I'm seeing from the Rat Pack this game that I'm really enjoying is that when you look at this team throughout the season, something that they were really, really good at is what they're doing right now, where they send the ball to the corner without that portal, and they just kind of sit the ball there forever until eventually they wear you down and take you out. But what we're seeing so far this game from the Drakkar and from the Kai is this Drakkar is just sitting on the portal, and they're actually playing aggressively into that portal side to kind of cheat the offense a little bit. One way you can get past this extremely short range now is to just completely circumvent that midline by going through the portal. And so with Tempomelon kind of just sitting on that portal and Carmine sitting on the other one, they don't have to actually interact with Kainoob and lose to him in the midfield. And so, we're seeing a lot of that. Tempomelon, great dribble, great play, gets it around Vaughn and ties up the set through that portal play.
Yeah, that's a great point of just avoiding Kainoob as much as possible. And you can see it in the levels that is their plan, and that is what they're doing so far. Bells and Vaughn taking the most interactions on Sad Boys so far. Obviously, part of that is because of KOs from Bells as well. But if they just keep going through this portal, and maybe you'll see Kainoob adjust back, and it's kind of a chess game of now he sits on the portal and tries to stop that game plan from happening. But so far, it's been working for them. But Bells with the pressure in the corner might make it all not matter, and they can get the first set here if this pressure does come to pass. But Fresh is able to get through the portal for now.
Yeah, I mean, Tempomelon a little invisible at this point. Bear the unintended pun there. It just feels like she's kind of ping-ponging a little bit between her half and the enemy half. A great passing play and a great core speed keep from Bells. Puts it in the bottom of the net, and Sad Boys take a pivotal first set. Bells actually the MVP, getting whatever he wants to pick up here. Fresh, the second pick. This Juliet covering the glass cannon. So looking to play, this accelerated high-speed style. Maybe deny the Finney. Obviously going to take the team player, but now this Atlas gets a spark of focus or a hot shot, takes the hot shot. Kai, I guess, is going to take a Dash Awakening or a Spark. Kind of not sure which to pick. I think the Drakkar should take the Spark of Focus. Oh, no, Drakkar takes the Explosive Entrance. Kai takes the Spark of Focus. Not too bad of a draft either for them. I think Sad Boys are a little favored with how that went. I don't think Bells got the best draft, but Kainum and Vaughn got a very strong draft. And unless we see the Spark of Agility land on Carmine, it's going to end up looking pretty rough.
Yeah, it means the one advantage you had on the Kai, which is that speed, you've kind of lost now, at least momentarily, with the double dash awakening now on Kainu. But at this point, they just got out of the gate running, have kept the pressure on so consistently. Now Tempo Mode in this corner, making it scary for them. The barrage from Carmine, not quite enough. So far, they're holding on, but the cooldowns are coming down. Although there is that hot shot from Vaughn, so they're going to be up quicker than they would have as Carmine tries to hold this corner. And Fresh doing a great job with that strike shot, keeping the core up. And that's how he likes to play this. And keeping it up that time meant Carmine got to push it in the corner, and Tempo Mode finally got into a spot to win a strike war. And yeah, if they can win their kickoffs as hard as they did that point, it's gonna be so hard for Sad Boys to play.
Yeah, that was genuinely a really, really good example of why this Kai can turn the now matchup around. He just had the speed advantage the whole point, was able to keep control, and kind of was kind of stuck in the net the entire time, and so they eventually just exhausted them of resources. And the last push he made with Strike Barrage to get it into that corner for Tempo Melon was kind of the crux of this whole matchup. And then bang, giant Giga Blast kills Kainub, and Vaughn doesn't want to use the flip to save the barrier in the power play. Just going to kind of ride the point out, I'd assume. And Tempo Melon just covering that down clear. Goes for the KO on Vaughn, doesn't pick it up, loses the flip, and is now looking worse for wear while Vaughn just continues to hold it down. I mean, the strike layering from Sad Boys in the net has been extremely impressive, but Frightfully Fresh with those creative flip angles gets yet another one and puts Rats up 2-0 in the set.
Yeah, beautiful job. I mean, they did the exact same thing that point, and then Tempo Mount got a little too impatient and just burned the flip, and it kind of could have all fallen apart. But Fresh with a great play there, saw that Vaughn was stepping up a little bit to put the pressure on Tempo Mode, who just found a KO, and that is why you take that explosive. Explosive and built different means those shotguns. You can see the knockback there on Vaughn, even if it didn't kill. Just puts so much pressure on. Great passing from Fresh and Carmine, but Carmine messes up the play just a little bit, and so the core will go all the way back. Bells has a flip too, but Carmine's smart to use the flip, get it out of the corner, make sure they don't keep this perma offense on, and Fresh is now going to try to feed the core to Tempo Melon, get it into a point to score, as Rats just look so much stronger. Like, this game plan has really come to fruition so far in this set.
Yeah, the explosive entrance huge for the Drakkar. They've now found 2 KOs. You know, as I like to say, Drakkar. Always exciting to watch him make those big plays, and great defense from the side of Rat Pack. I think that's what really defines these really, really amazing teams, is everyone kind of figures it out offensively over the course of a season. It's those teams that have the defensive synergy that tend to go all the way. We're seeing it here from Sad Boys. We're seeing it here from the Rat Pack as Tempo Melon gets the KO she was looking for earlier, tries to send it in through the top corner, but Bell's the hero dash punch, not quite able to take the barrier, and Fresh, another flip. Carmine, great strike to the bottom corner, and that's a 3-0 set for the Rat Pack.
Yeah, they've every single point they've set up this offense exactly how they want to, with Carmine in the corner, having his dash, having his barrage, and Tempo just sitting there on the goal line. And you see Carmine rewarded with that.
With that spark of agility.
A spark of agility, which could just be absolutely huge for him here. And yeah, just a really impressive set from them. He will go for the spark of agility, and there's a lot for Drakkar that he also likes here. That you have 1-2 punch, you have heavy impact, you also have catalyst to take away from them, because if you keep it on in that corner constantly, they're going to be getting hit by abilities, and you don't want Now to just get all of that energy that she's going to get from catalyst. So that's why you take it away.
Yeah, the Atlas picking up the extra special, hoping to basically shut those KOs down completely. Although I'd argue, but both those KOs from the last game, you know, weren't actually, or from the last set, weren't actually like very resable in the grand scheme of the KOs you might expect an Atlas to be able to save you from. And Bell's dash punch barely not able to convert, but great play from Kainub, taking the double barrier, that really, really aggressive push on the front instead of into the corner like you might expect, with Frightfully Fetch walking up. Oh, Carmine, great rotation backwards to save the play, and Bells just gets a random KO with raw dash, I believe, and is able to send it into the bottom corner.
Yeah, and Fresh had to stand right on the goal line because there was a Now primary there that even if he tried to lead it, I think would have just died to. And so that's why he was standing so close, and Bells is able to just punish that with, I believe, just a dash there. And so here you have the kickoff, and the kickoffs are just going to be so important. That last set, a lot of the power that we saw was when Frads do stuff like this. They just get both barriers immediately, put so much pressure on. Bells is able to get it away for Now, although Carmine messes up the defense a little bit, and now it is all falling apart. The flip used by Carmine as well. He stays alive for a moment. Fresh is able to get it out, see if she can get it to Tempo Melon, but no. That point was so explosive from both sides, and that's what you see with these team comps.
Yeah, I mean, well played to Bells. I think Bells is just kind of the MVP of this game. He's just generating so much pressure when they get the ball to him. You know, the age-old adage of procure Bells the rock, but he gets sent down to 1 HP low, just kind of hanging out with Fresh, taking that orb and that dribble up into the corner. So threatening. Amazing strike shot to shut down Bells' play. And Carmine, that strike barrage, winning every strike war against Kainub. These are the kinds of plays you need to be making if you want to take down Sad Boys. Fresh, the great cross clear, and Tempo Melon somehow takes the bottom barrier there and then wins another strike war to take the top barrier. Carmine missed his strike in the corner. Fred Flipfesh walking up with that flip soon, maybe looking to make a play. Carmine sends it back into his own corner, initiating an offense for the Sad Boys, and a great res from Vaughn. That's that extra special that we were talking about. With the flip, I think things are calming down.
Yeah, great job by Carmine with the Giga, is keeping this offense up, although Bells wins a strike war. Here he goes, putting on all that pressure all on his own.
Oh.
Carmine now has a flip in the midfield, uses that secondary, pushes in. Now the pressure is on Vaughn, who has to use the flip. Doesn't have the cooldowns for if Carmine can get it to him again, but Bells is able to cut that one off, sends it to the bottom. I think that's that glass cannon that Carmine didn't expect him to get to that one. And the speed as well from 1-2 punch just red cores it straight to the bottom. And that felt like a close set, but overall it's 3-0, and Bells is rewarded with that MVP.
Yep, that's that 1-2 punch. Always just randomly sending the ball so fast. It's so threatening. Bell's rewarded with peak performance. I mean, this Juliet build is so frightening. He's fast. He's big. He hits hard. He's going to run through the Finny, but Kai picks up the fighter flight. Not sure if that's the best choice. I really would have liked to maybe see that fire up, which is just such an oppressive awakening when we were able to get that flip. So they're going to have to deny energy from Kainub, make sure he can't pull that off, and get that marginal value from the fighter flight to kind of keep that offense going.
Yeah, I think probably was hoping that it would drop to Tempo Melon with the catalyst, but I think if that was the plan, it's just maybe a little bit too greedy, because I don't think Sad Boys are ever going to let that happen. But this fighter flight can put a lot of pressure on and let you get back in the speed war, which you kind of lost when you gave Kainub aerials in the last set, or 2 sets ago. So we'll see what he can do. It is a lot of pressure they're keeping on here, but Bells, once again with the heroics, is able to find a KO there. Fresh is trying to stall this out, and so far they're not losing any barriers, but there's Bells goes. Brings it in. They're able to get one, but Carmine is back on the field now.
Oh, there's that fire up. Speed running in. Bell's able to go wherever he wants. Nowhere is safe with that 50% speed. Almost sends it into the net. Dash punch misses. Tempo Melon finally gets the ball. Misses the Molten Bolt, but is able to keep it in the corner with the help of the Finny. Gets the strike war off the greedy cross clear. Vaughn has to send it around. Tempo Melon can't quite send it through the Atlas Expanse, and now the back pass to the Finny to amplify the team player, sending it up to Kainub. The barrage not quite able to get through. Tempo Melon taking down the MVP in this final set. But Carmine with an insane play through the portal gets it into the net just as Vaughn is out of resources, and that's a Rat Pack point win.
And he had to enter right at the right point to dodge the now primary as well. That was so well played from Carmine to kind of just steal a point away, and maybe that can be some momentum that they need to try to get this. They have a lot of damage on Bells here, who has a flip. They're going to try to get him to burn it here, not in a good position, but with that extra special, with the now secondary, there he goes. He's just full health again, and they weren't able to get it out from him. So they're going to try to keep the core in the corner here. Carmine burning the flip to do so, but look at Bells go. He's just so fast, and they can't keep the pressure on him enough, and he's just going to do everything here.
Yeah, I mean, just threatening along that wall so perfectly, making sure that Carmine can't get the ball to Tempo Melon in the corner. You know, as we've kind of been able to see this game, when Carmine's been getting the ball to them, it has not been through, you know, that bottom wall, which they kind of would have liked. But the Drakkar going invisible. Vaughn, you can't see her anymore. And the shotgun sends it right through into the net. The Rat Pack are storming back to try and take us to set 5.
Yeah, this is it was 3 in a row from Sad Boys and now 2 in a row from Rat Pack. This has seemed like the last one, like a really close set. But it's just Tempo Melon and Carmine making some hero plays to get it done. And as soon as Tempo Melon has it in that corner, it just feels like she gets the barriers every single time. Only finds one there, and now Kainub feels like most of this game, Bells has been doing a lot of the offense on his own. And so when Kainub is able to get into that corner, it is so easy for the defense to just crumble from Rats. And especially, like you said, when they get that fire up, The speed had just got away there, but it was able to keep them the core, and Bells sends it to the top side. We will have another point at least in this set.
Hey, I'm the biggest 1-2 punch glazer, and that ball doesn't go in there without 1-2 punch from the strike from Bells after the fiery flurry. And now they get it back in the corner again. Pressure mounting. Carmine Giga goes wide, baits out the Bells dash punch, and now keeping things up, trying to get that shotgun going. The cross clear from Boys, not quite able to work out. Vaughn forced to flip. Fresh, great cover, and you'll see both these teams, once they get it on the offense, they just keep it there forever. Fresh, not quite able to catch the rebound. Carmine thwarted by the strike shot. Kainub, great play to get it through, but Tempo Melon invisible once again in that corner. The barrage gets it through. Tempo Melon 3-man shotgun, but doesn't connect with the ball. Finally takes one barrier, and I'm assuming is going to be willing to use that flip for the second. Carmine dribble, gets the KO on Kainub. No res comes out, and Bells takes one barrier, but not two. Tempo Melon waits out the strike, just completely destroys Vaughn, gets the ball in the corner. Bells evaded on the dash punch, and now Kainub is respawned and things have settled down a bit.
Yeah, and if they get the core to Fresh, he's going to have to flip so early here because there's just so much pressure. They're able to keep it away for now, and they get it between them right to Tempo Melon. A great pass from Fresh right between the forwards of Sad Boys, and Tempo Melon is able to convert with just one chance there to the top side. And just like the first time they played, we're going to a set 5 in the second map after a dominant first run from Sad Boys, and this time it's Tempo Melon who gets to pick.
Yeah, I mean, Tempo Melon can get the missile prop or the rapid fire, whichever she prefers. And then, importantly, this Monumentalist is not going to make it to that now, and nor is this rapid fire. Rapid fire taken the missile prop on the Drakkar. Finney takes the Monu, and Kai can go the Reptile Remedy, can go the Orb Dancer, can go the Adrenaline Rush. Kainub opts the Orb Dancer, and Kai takes the Reptile Remedy. I feel like that Adrenaline Rush is a bit of a missed opportunity. That 1 second cooldown reduction kind of makes a big difference in these long, drawn-out points. But here it is. Set 5 on Gates, reminiscent of earlier in the season. Can this Kai counterpick get the magic done? Can the Finney get across the finish line? Can this Drakkar break through the Atlas?
Yeah, or is Bells, like he has in some of these points, just going to completely steamroll the defense? Right there, it's Tempo Melon who's doing it, and Carmine making great use of these portals, trying to get it to Tempo Melon, who just wins the strike war against two of them. Fresh sending the cards in, trying to keep the pressure on, although Kainub is setting up in this corner, trying to keep it away from Tempo Melon, who now has a flip and is going to be looming with that to either KO Vaughn or get this goal if they can get the core to him. But so far, Kainub is doing a great job on that sideline of not letting that happen.
Yeah, I mean, if you notice this earlier in this point, as Bells walks up into the corner, able to take that barrier, Drakkar not quite able to do too much, trying to pressure Kainub. And don't forget, Kainub's flip is going to be getting a fire up going as the shotgun almost puts it in the net. If Carmine can keep winning these strike wars against Bells in the corner, then Tempo Melon can put it in. But Carmine dies to a random Atlas primary, and Fresh dribbling around, gets the flip, sends it straight to Kainub, trying to get the ball to Drakkar, not quite able to, and Bells sends it into the top corner as the Sad Boys take a narrow lead.
Yeah, and did a good job to body block the strike shot from Frightfully Fresh, who was trying to get that around into Tempo Melon, and that could have been the chance. Tempo Melon, I think it's a really hard part to be in, because they just couldn't get the core up to her, and she fell back maybe a little bit too far, where once she did get the core, she just wasn't in a position to score. But we'll see if they can put the pressure on this time. It was another close point that time, but a great job, great setup from Kainub, is able to keep it in the corner there. And this is scary as Kainub is gliding into this corner, uses the ultimate. That primary from Vaughn puts all the pressure in the world on them here, and it ends up meaning that Fresh is taken out by Bells in the corner there.
Yeah, I mean, the fire-up speed so overwhelming, and Carmine barely misses the strike, and then the barrage right after. And Sad Boys are just running through them like they did in the earlier sets of this game. Let's see if this Tempo Melon flip can convert, and they can make that big comeback. They're no strangers to the set 5.5 wins.
Yeah,
That's
and
one
here it is.
barrier.
They got all the pressure on. Vaughn still has this flip, though, and that rapid fire that he picked up in that last draft, you are seeing the effects of it, both on defense and on offense, has just made so much happen with these primaries. And now they have the core in a scary spot, but Carmine does a great job to get it out very quickly. Tempo Melon wins the strike war, but can't win a second one to get that. But there Bells goes. So much speed, is able to get it. And now they're in a scary spot. The strike just barely misses the corner going out, and Bells has enough speed to catch it, put it into the bottom before Fresh has it. And It got a little bit scary in the mid game there, but Sad Boys are able to take down the Rats this time, and they head over to grand finals for next week.
Yeah, I mean, the question all season, how do we take down Sad Boys? Who can take down Sad Boys? And at least through the first week of the nasl playoffs, the answer to that question is nobody. As Sad Boys barrel through the Rat Pack, there's no set 5.5 shenanigans this time around. There's no heroic comeback as the Rat Pack fall 2-0. And we'll see them next week in the losers finals against the winner of our upcoming match, Demon Time versus Bombardiers. Congratulations to the Sad Boys. I think they're in the spot that everyone expected them to be in months ago. And now we got to move on.
Now we got to move on. And now Rat Pack has to wait a while to play again to try to get their revenge, try to get back to grand finals. But they'll be watching this next match to see who they're going to have to beat to try to get to that point. And yeah, that was an awesome second map where you kind of saw like a chess match, a back and forth of the game state just changing. But Kainoob on that now ended up with barely more redirects than Bells, and so maybe not banning it was fine there, but it still seemed like when they got into their spots on offense, it was just so dominant and it was so oppressive, the offensive pressure that they could put on.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for me is I really like this Juliet into Finny matchup. If Juliet gets the ball in a good spot against the Finny, there's really not much she can do, so she needs to play this disruptive style, but with all the pressure that Kainoob is putting on, your options are to hit into Kainoob or to hit into Bells. And as we saw that game, they opted not to hit into Kainoob, which means you're hitting into this Juliet, and she's just going to tear through your defense. So exceptional game from Bells. He rose to the challenge that was asked of him by the Rat Pack, and I really like the adaptations I saw from Rat Pack in that game. Like I said, if you watch them throughout the season, you'll see that they just slam this corner play style of playing opposite the portal, on the enemy side, and just keeping the ball forever, especially with like a rune pick that was banned from them. But with the Kai and the Drakkar, they decided to transition into instead having Tempo Melon just camp out on that enemy portal and have Carmine just shepherd it through the portal as many times as he could, so that the ball could get just right to Tempo Melon directly on top of the Atlas, so that it's just the easiest shotgun in the world. And that's where a lot of that explosiveness came from. But in the end, I think the Atlas, a little too consistent defensively, especially in those longer points in the double open net. Bells just put on a clinic to be able to clutch out the game. And despite some heroics from the Rat Pack, and despite really an exceptional performance from Carmine, I think going into that game, I was saying we want to be looking at this matchup. We want to be looking at this counter pick. If they want to win, he needs to rise to the occasion. And I would say that for the most part, I think he did. And all that is to say that I really do think these are the two best teams we have right now. And I think we'll probably see them again playing in the grand finals next week. But if anyone is to thwart those plans, it'll be either Demon Time or Bombardiers who are coming up next.
ずな歴史を塗り替えてやるさダンダンダンダンダンだって完成巻き起こして時ダンダンダンダンダン待ってあと少しせめぎ合うしっぱし挑みたい掴みたい刻みたい大体革命の火ぶた切って伝説の花掲げてゆこうさあレジェンジャンジャンロックに飛び込んで熱狂を起こす同社になれレジェンジャンジャンバイタに行こうぜ本能を覚ませ感動を起こせ伝説刻んで大地蹴って蹴って蹴ってブレイク
Match point of grand finals, a long journey, all comes down to this. Looking for a passing lane, there's the opening on the outside, the pass, it's wide open, a beautiful shot to the corner, they've reached the summit!
普通の視野と見る映画を後の目にして終わらせるな託された夢が先を切って今私の教えと変わってゆくさあレジェンジャンジャンロックに飛び込んで熱狂を起こす同社になれレジェンジャンジャンバイタに行こうぜ本能を覚ませ感動を起こ
Welcome back. We're here for our losers semifinals game. We didn't mention it earlier, but it was seed 1, 2, 3, and 4 who are our top 4 already, and now we have 3 versus 4 to decide who's going to be in that 4th place spot and who can go to next week and be in our 2nd week of playoffs. And so we have Bombardiers versus Demon Time. They both lost their first game, obviously, earlier against the 2 teams that we just saw, but now facing against each other. And we've had all 2-0s the entire day, but I think of any of them, this is probably the best chance we have to go to a 3rd map. And I'm really interested in this matchup. I don't off the top of my head remember the regular season result between these two. Maybe you do.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be really interesting. We have some Westies in the game. And yeah, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, it was a Bomba beatdown into Demon Time. It's one of Demon Time's few losses this season and a really pivotal win for the Bombardiers. If they didn't win that game, they would have been in that whole like middle sludge area of can we make playoffs or not. But the win over Demon Time that none of the other teams got is what got them there really comfortably. And now it's a rematch. Demon Time lost them in regular season. We've got Kit and Comp for a 3Z Breezy Juliet compared to a really, really classic looking Showtime forward duo with the Rune goalie in the back for Demon Time. Going to be a pretty exciting game, in my opinion. Excited to see how things kind of shape out. This Now, who, like we said, is kind of taking over the playoffs, is on the side of Bombardiers as Gumi has to sit in the back of the net.
Yeah, something going wrong here.
You do something to him?
Yeah,
Leslie?
I'm interested. I am surprised at the prevalence of Mako that I've seen today. Like, I know it's certainly stronger than the last patch, but I didn't see it being kind of a prioritized pick, like even picking it with the Rasmus up, which is traditionally a matchup that is not great for Mako. But Luke is really comfortable on the pick. And yeah, like you said, Kitten comping on this night market map for 3Z Breezy Juliet seems like a good game plan. So that's what they're going to go for. I assume we have some server stuff here that's going to lead this to change. But yeah, I'm interested in how that Mako shapes up against Joker on the Rasmus and what that Now Kai matchup looks like this time with obviously 2 different players piloting them.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Demon Time, you're pretty happy with the fact that, the Rune Julie matchup it can be pretty oppressive for the Rune to like make Juliet's life impossible. Rasmus could beat the Mako, Kai can beat the Now, but I also think as a collective, the Bombardiers comp is a little bit more cohesive. The Mako helping the Now in that midfield matchup against the Kai having difficulty scoring on the Mako, and then the Rune, could die to a dash punch. The pillar could just be stood on while the Mako, shepherds it through the corner. It's really not as cut and dry as the matchups might make it seem, which is kind of exciting. Obviously, the team comps are not the most explosive, other than just kind of using your speed to roll through your opponent. So we'll see how that goes. And with regards to this Mako pick, from what I've seen, it's become sort of a playoffs team secret almost. A lot of the playoffs teams, especially after the patch dropped, I think started trying the Mako, and I think they all agreed that it felt pretty good. So that's why we're seeing, Bombardiers pick it. It's why we're seeing. I forget if Gumi picked it in the regular season or not, but he's also known to play the Mako.
Yeah.
If any 2 teams were to be
earlier.
picking it, yeah. If any 2 teams would be picking it, it would be these 2 teams, right? So.
Yeah. As they try to fix this server stuff, Gumi has left the lobby. Yeah, on night market with these 2 comps, I think it's possible that we can have some very, very long points where it's really hard because everyone has the speed to like get it in a position to really checkmate these goalies. But Gumi plays very aggressively. And so I think that can work both ways to ending the points quicker, where he might teleport all the way in, have his secondary in the enemy goal net, goal box, and score in that way. And it can also go the other way, of course. But this Rune is kind of the exception to everything else being very kind of like cookie cutter, normal, slow.
Yeah, we've seen it all before.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm most interested in what Gumi is going to do on this rune, and does have the momentum boots, so can really try to push up and make some more explosive offense happen.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not faint of heart, or if you're faint of heart, maybe don't use your eyes to look at Yumi this game.
Yeah.
He's gonna scare you a little bit. As we head into the game, blue side for the Bombardiers, that first pick now. Maybe they've been watching the Sad Boys games. Who could say? And 3Z View Juliet, that's a classic. So, we'll see. These are my former teammates here, carrying on without me. I was too busy being awesome and a frog, as things are just kind of going on what I also expect to be kind of a grueling night market match.
Yeah, but Gumi, like I was just talking about, pushed all the way up using that speed gate, rotating it down to Joker. They're not able to get anything there, but Shianzu and Gumi look comfortable passing back and forth on this defense, trying to keep that pressure up. And Luke from downtown with the primary. That's the way that Mako can get involved in the offense, whereas the Rune will have to move all the way up, keeping it, getting that second barrier, and now stepping up, getting the speed gate, and getting it to 3Z in the corner. The core does get past him, but it's just going to be one barrier for now. And now we see who can finally break this as both goals get open.
Yeah, and Shianzu, using that speed gate, able to get it around Stealth Rock in that top corner and take that second barrier. So now we are in a situation that I expect us to be in a lot this game, which is the double open net kind of slogfest to see who can score. Joker getting low. I know earlier he was a little frustrated at the enemy Mako, as once again staggered and able to get that strike or win in the open net, takes that first point. And that's something we might also be seeing a lot, is this Mako's damage is not to be underestimated. Her ability to really chunk a brawler is quite impressive. So, we might be seeing a lot of that this game, as 3Z taken down to 1 HP, but healed up by Stealth Rock, trying to preserve his resources to get it through the rune in the corner, but Joker and Shianzu playing just enough disruption to stop that from happening. And Gumi moving up to kind of harass 3Z a little bit.
Yeah, and obviously the goalie picks as Joker with a great hook and timing on the strike there, although it does cost him his life using all of his energy there. So now Stealth Rock is now pushing into the corner. 3Z trying to get it, but those pillars just keep coming up, keep blocking the right spots, and Shianzu winning a lot of strike wars as well. As Stealth Rock tries to control this corner, but they're just not able to do it for now. And I'm interested in what the kind of, out of the brawlers especially, what the offensive game plan is here. Like you saw that first point was Joker just standing down the field waiting for the core to get to him and then winning a strike war against Luke. But when you're against Rune, like you can stand on him, but if you're not exactly on him, then what just happened there is going to happen, where there's going to be a pillar there and you physically cannot get the barrier. And so it makes for a very interesting matchup, both sides, between the goalie and the brawler, because they do just such different things. And you see Gumi just doing that exact play over and over again, as 3Z almost finds a KO on him. The flip is used by Gumi, sent out, going to stall away a little bit with that banish, but 3Z is putting the pressure on him and gets the hit stun there to get it open.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the adaptation that I think 3Z's going to have to be making this game, is even though you've got the Mako to help you in the midfield, you've got that movement speed going, you also just kind of have to sit on the rune. Killing him is a great way to make sure he doesn't place those pillars anymore. Standing on him makes it so the pillars won't form, and just disrupting his entire game plan is how they got that second barrier at this point. If they can keep that going, then I could see good things in the future for them. Luke with an amazing, Weston-esque strike shot, I might even add, to save the ball as Joker bounces off the corner, survives, and Stealth Rock has to use the flip because of that survival. 3Z can't quite flip. Banish in the enemy net also doesn't want to use the flip. Luke kind of scaring me a little bit. Gumi walking up. Joker still low. Killed. Stealth Rock running it downfield. 3Z not quite able to convert with that dash, sending it to Shianzu, sending it into that pillar. And now Luke sending the ball at Shianzu. Shianzu hitting it off the pillar, playing with that core speed. Joker back alive, has the hook, has every ability, ready to try and make a play, and a great pass by Shianzu. Send it into the bottom corner of the net, and early lead for Demon Time. I feel like just their offensive game plan in that open net is just a little cleaner than what Bomba are throwing at them.
Yeah, it took them so long and so many resources to finally kill Joker there that it didn't have either of the forwards that they once had either of the flips on their forwards that they had to in the middle of that point. So they just weren't able to convert. And great passing out of Xianzhu, and Joker this entire game has been setting Joker up for those opportunities. And right there, it found the goal, even, you know, kind of 1 versus 3 on that side of the field. As you see, Bomba has pretty consistently been able to get their offense going with 3Z kind of coming back, pushing in just like he is here. But every single time if he's not standing on Gumi, that's exactly what happens. The pillar goes up. Great setup by Joker, kind of left Luke without a place to clear it. And now Gumi stepping all the way into their goal box, as he loves to do, gets the KO with the flip and puts it in. And that's a great first showing from Demon Time in that first set. And it feels like an adjustment needs to be made for the offense for Bomba.
Yeah, I mean, they were figuring some things out in the middle of it. One thing that I think 3Z's been doing really well so far is when he's taking that striker with Gumi on the midline, I think it's worth it for him to just commit the dash punch to get it through him. Because then Gumi kind of has to scramble to get back. It's not really an interaction that he's expecting to lose unless 3Z commits that significant resource. But that gives them the opportunity to make this kind of fast break. Because the issue against the Rune is if you don't take those really, really quick offensive opportunities, he will just set himself up and he will become unbreakable. You know, it is a timeless creator start. Spark picked up by Xianzhu, but counter Spark picked up by 3Z. He's going to have more cooldowns, more dash punches, more ults ready to break through this Rune.
Yeah, pretty fortunate for Bomba how has some miscommunication there on the defense. How the draft went out as far as the Sparks, that one went to each side where the forwards of Demon Time, both of them took Sparks, but both of them couldn't take a Spark there, so they kind of had to give one over to 3Z.
Bang.
And so he's able to get all of that power, which is exactly what he wants to maybe take Gumi out of some of these points. And that's the first point of the map on the board for them. 3Z doesn't even have to use the flip there. And this Among Titans from Luke as well, it does feel like that size for 3Z looked really useful in that point, and looks like it puts a lot more pressure on those strike wars against Gumi that you were just talking about.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty big deal. It also helps Xianzhu. As the double banish, 3Z sent to low HP, but the now healing is just continues to be so oppressive this playoffs. You just can't quite get through her chip damage as 3Z tries to send the dash punch into the net, not quite able to get across, but 3Z, great ult, doesn't want to commit the flip to keep the ball in position, wants to wait for a better opportunity later, as this Mako speed is so oppressive. They're just flying around the map. 3Z tries to dash through the pillar, not quite able to. Stealth Rock, great stun. 3Z strike punch, not quite enough. Oh, Xianzhu, great save on the net, as now they can kind of transition to maybe KOing Joker.
Yeah, and Joker tries to KO him back, but doesn't get the sweet spot on that primary, so Luke is able to live and now used all of his energy, is staggered. That's a lot of abilities used, and Luke going all the way out of his way to try to kill him, but they don't, and they lose both barriers for it. Now Luke is pushing into the corner. They do finally get it. We'll see if they can convert and make all of that worth it, but Xianzhu does have this flip that makes it a little bit scary even in this power play for you, but the flip gets buffered out there, gets pushed away. Luke is able to hold on to secondary, and it looks so difficult for Gumi to try to defend against 3Z when that speed is up.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. You know, maybe the Mako speed got micro-patched, like, in between sets or something, but every time she's holding the secondary down, it just looks so oppressive. And, you know, I'm no stranger to running around with a 3Z Breezy at Mach 10 dash punching people and scoring goals. You know, like, that was the only way we ever won games. So I'm seeing a lot of shades of that here as he can hold these abilities for these really aggressive plays and stand on top of the Rune, you know, ulting the Rune, covering the barriers so that he can't place those pillars down. He's making his life really hard, and these offensive adjustments from Bombardiers are really paying dividends.
Great flip by Gumi, keeps it alive there. Luke doesn't quite let up of the secondary, was a little bit greedy with it there as 3Z tries to find it around this pillar. Eventually does, but a second pillar is able to save it there. So great job by Gumi, kind of averting the crisis there. You know, this Mako, we've been talking so much about the secondary, but I think Luke has been doing such a good job. Bad time for me to say that as Joker puts it in there, but has been doing such a good job of helping the offense and helping the midfield out with both his ult and his primary. Like, the joke is always that you just sit there and hold secondary and, you know, you're not doing anything. But he's had so many ults to both disrupt Joker, disrupt Xianzhu, and primaries to keep the core up for 3Z and Stealth Rock that have been really important to the offensive sequences that they've had. like right here, as Luke is going to try to get this past Joker, is able to do so. That secondary is going to be up soon. The pillar doesn't quite form, but they are able to get it out before 3Z can use it. And now we have these two flips in the midfield, and we're going to see how they're used here to try to get this point home and get this set home for Bombardiers, as 3Z just barely lives there.
Yeah, I mean, Stealth Rock maybe didn't value his life very much there, but able to save 3Z and able to live himself as they convert into the second barrier. Joker forced to burn the flip, scared, but that flip also comes with 50% movement speed for 6 seconds for the side of Demon Time as it expires. They use it to get possession, and Gumi setting up on the bottom corner, daring them to beat his pillar. Joker doesn't want the ball, a little too low on HP, a little scared. What happens if he's caught with 3Z near him? 3Z with that dash punch is looking really threatening, evades on the banish, tries to stand on the pillar, but is still elusive. And Xianzu decides, let's just go next set.
Yeah, it was a good back pass if Gumi reacted, but I think he was worried about placing a pillar on the bottom side, and you can't really blame him for that. So unfortunately, that means that they lose the set there. And like we talked about in the last series, similar to the Atlas now that the Sad Boys had, this Atlas Mako, it means that if Joker is staying on offense for a long time, he just takes so much chip damage from Stealth Rock, and it gets very, it's so consistent that they're able to push him out of the play. They haven't been doing a great job at converting the kills quickly, but it still pushes Joker out enough that the offense just completely stalls from them. I just talked through the whole draft. We had Chrono Boost going to now, and what else do you see in that draft there?
Yeah, okay, because I had a lot of thoughts I want to talk about this draft.
Yeah.
I think there was huge bait in that draft. If the Now takes the Monumentalist, she gives the Chrono Boost over to the Kai, and that's just such a significant swing in that midfield matchup. I think Chrono Kai is one of the best ways for him to overcome the Now, even through the Monu. Correctly identifies that Chrono Boost needs to be denied, ends up taking it, and then Xianzu decides to go with the Fighter Flight instead of taking the other Dash Awakening, which means Luke himself also gets a Dash Awakening, and none of that even matters. None of it matters because Demon Time just score anyway. But yeah. I think that's a huge draft for the Bombardiers. I think they're really happy with how that went. Stealth Rock obviously decided that he didn't really want to win that point, so he died. And, you know, going forward in the set, I'm kind of scared if I'm Demon Time.
Yeah, and I have like no experience playing this rune character, but I know that Monumentalist is kind of a double-edged sword in a way, as far as it takes your pillars longer to form, and it seems like when those pillars do form, it is so difficult for Bombardiers to try to score. So I am interested that he did decide to go for it here, but obviously once they do form, and if he gets banishes off, it's a ton of pressure both for damage and just taking up space.
Yeah. The big thing that I think Gumi is going to be looking for is if he is able to get that banish off, those double pillars will just be killing you. Like, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're 3Z Breezy. I don't care if you're LeBron James. Like, those double pillars are just going to be killing you. As the Adrenaline Rush comes in clutch, actually allows Stealth Rock to convert back and make that save. Gumi now making those plays, just styling on everyone in the net, takes the barrier during the power play, and 3Z runs it all the way through the defense and gets a KO to make a run into the enemy net, running around super fast, shape-shifting. Really, really amazing patience, letting himself get that strike reset to get it through the Joker. And yeah, I mean, that's that really explosive offense that the Mako now Julie is going to be like engaging in if you let them get that opportunity. 3Z also, I want to shout out, really, really good ult on defense earlier in the point to burn the Xianzu flip and get Joker out of the play to save that second barrier. I think they probably lose that second barrier if he doesn't do that. All that's being said, Xianzu wins the strike war through to in the net. Gumi walks up with flip, tries to make a pillar play, but not quite able to. And now 3Z dealing so much damage with his ult. If he can get a dash punch on Gumi, he has that flip as well. He'll be able to get that KO. And Stealth Rock dribbling it around, getting it through Xianzu. Xianzu running up into that corner. Here comes that Mako speed. Stealth Rock winning strike war number 1. Hitting it into the barrage for strike war number 2. 3Z Breezy Juliet. Dash punch in the corner, not quite able to convert. And I think Demon Time are able to breathe a sigh of relief, but they're not able to as 3Z Breezy Juliet gets the flip in the bottom corner, trying to make a play in the open net with the ult, gets it through Xianzu, and that's a lead for the Bombardiers.
Yeah, really impressive. Sustained the offense from there, and you see those Mako secondaries putting in so much work. The dash range that they were able to get in that last draft that you talked about, like both dash range on Now and dash range on Mako means like such a high percentage of the game they can be hitting 3Z Breezy with one of those two abilities and with dash range now, and you're seeing he just has so much speed to keep the pressure on, and these pillars are not really mattering as much because 3Z is able to just kind of move around whatever Gumi puts up. In this case, it's blocking pretty much that whole side, so not able to do it, but they just can't get the core away from these two. The ultimate sends it up to Stealth Rock, who perfectly puts it into the corner in a super impressive set there. Bombardiers are just rolling in this game.
Yeah, I mean, such good patience from Stealth Rock. He waited for Gumi to go for the clear, gets the strike punish, sends it into the top side of the net, rewarded with maybe a peak performance. Oh, Catalyst, that makes a lot of sense. You want to deny the Catalyst fire up from the Rasmus. Rasmus probably going to deny 1-2 punch. No, just opts for the size. Peak performance going to this Juliet. He says, actually, maybe I wasn't moving quick enough, but the rune going to be able to pick up either the Siege Machine or the Hot Shot. Kai picks up the Hot Shot, denies the Mako, but the Mako is getting 1-2 punch. Oh, no, Mako's getting Deadeye for some reason. But I'm just saying, if he took that 1-2 punch, this Rasmus was dead on my screen and was dead for the rest of time. So,
I mean,
we may
Deadeye
be
can
entering
kind
this
of do
final
that
set
too,
here.
but it's way more situational. I think it's like if you ult Joker and you're like a little bit far away from him, Deadeye is kind of going to do the same thing as 1-2 punch. But I do think 1-2 punch is a lot more consistent and also helps you more on defense, get the core out. So probably would have helped more. But yeah, the Siege Machine pick is interesting because those pillars are just going to be absolutely huge and last for a long time and hit really hard. So it does feel like Gumi is kind of all in on trying to find these banishes and trying to find these KOs, which so far they just have not been able to do with any kind of consistency.
Yeah, Joker trying to make a play, barely not able to get the strike there. And I mean, 3Z is so fast. The concept of a strike war doesn't exist at these levels of speed. You can strike it right at Xianzhu and just, oh, look at that Dorito, by the way. You could just strike it right at Xianzhu and you can lose the strike war and it just doesn't matter because it doesn't matter where he hits it. You could just go catch that rebound. And so there's just so much pressure. There's so much control from the side of Bombardiers. Joker is just constantly staggered. I mean, if Julie ever gets her ult, then she's just going to take him out. Nope. Shapeshifting with the Adrenaline Rush that's paid quite a few dividends this game. Able to take out the Rasmus. Now trying to dribble around Xianzhu into the pillar. Kind of crazy. Gumi losing his mind. Xianzhu losing his mind, but a great save, keeping things alive. And Luke also losing his mind. Joker trying to make a heroic play in the open net for the Mako cage, just completely shutting all that down. And Xianzhu running up that line. And great save. Who knows what's going on? Weston takeover. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Oh my god. A lot of back and forth between Joker and Luke. Somehow Luke still has not let it get past him despite some of the mistakes he made there. So good job keeping his cool a few times. As they're not really able to get it to 3Z here for a while, and these pillars do take up so much space where it feels like if they're put in the right spots, it does kind of do the job that you want to, as the Mako ult, like we saw in the last game, sending it back so fast. Gumi sets up that pillar and it does work this time. It feels like such a gamble every time he just teleports away like that. This time 3Z is able to get it. That time the strike wars do matter because he just doesn't have the speed to do it, and the core takes an awkward bounce in the corner, gets a little bit too far away from Luke, and the fact they didn't convert it there kind of meant Joker had free reign in the goal box there.
Yeah, I mean, you heard me. Off the middle was the play there. I would have put that in. But Luke just barely not able to make that one last save. He actually did get Flip off the orb, just had the slightest, miscalculation in his energy. Not saying he played that wrong or anything, but just like, this is a game of inches, and 3Z Breezy moves at 10 billion inches per second, but it's still ultimately a game of inches. And if Demon Time wants to make this comeback, they're going to have to find a way to get across the finish line like they are doing right now. Joker gonna have flip soon. Gumi gonna have flip soon. Xianzhu, Barrage trying to get it up into the front. Joker just needs one more touch to get the flip. Tries to send it in the top corner, not quite able to, but burning so many resources of the Bombardiers while Xianzhu forced to evade. Running the bottom corner. 3Z, a rare opportunity in the game where he's actually not moving that quickly, isn't quite able to hit the dash punch. Things finally returning to neutral. Joker moving up. Hook, not quite able to convert. Cross clear. Able to happen. 3Z moving so fast. Xianzhu, critical strike war win. 3Z trying to make a play on Gumi. Not able to, and there's just some difficulty with Stealth Rock trying to cover these cross clears, but isn't quite able to because he's playing this now. And Joker Aggressive strike in the corner. Xianzu, barely enough energy to evade Luke, sending into the middle. Huss trying to send it through the top side of the net, not quite able to. Stealth Rock, ice in his veins, ready to make the save. There's such incredible defense from the Bombardiers going on right now. Gumi also waiting. Xianzu just striking everything he can in the middle of the field. 3Z flip misses. Joker pass received, and it's 2 points for Demon Time in this set.
Yeah, that was a really impressive point from Luke because the core was on offense for Demon Time like pretty much the entire time, and the barrier only went down at the very end. Joker was able to just kind of keep the offense so consistently, and you're seeing Luke, like the fact he picked up this Deadeye, he's very deliberately trying to get use out of it. Like you see him just kind of step back a little bit and shoot those primaries at Joker, shoot ults as well. But they just don't have the pressure on Joker that they did in this last set, where they were able to not let him just stay on offense for forever like he did in that last point. And you see him there in the ultimate, but if he just stands still and nobody hits him into the side, that Deadeye gets no value. But that time we finally see the value out of taking the Monu and the Siege Machine from Gumi as 3Z gets sent out. Luke is able to save it for now. Stealth Rock has a flip, but that primary from Joker is just absolutely huge. Covers the entire goal, it feels like. And we're going to set 5 in this game, even though it seemed like Bomba had all the momentum in the world.
Yeah, I think just a combination of some insane Xianzu heroics. It feels like he's completely unbreakable in the midfield right now, as well as, you know, Joker plays in that open net, and just a couple mistakes in conversion for the Bombardiers is stalling out this game. Aerials, the reward for the Kai. Rapid Fire, the reward for the Rasmus. An extra special on the Now is nice, but I don't think it's that pivotal. It's more of a deny from the Rune. Team player, great for the Mako. And this Juliet, who has bulk up, has peak performance, has spark of strength, has spark of focus, has a chrono boost now, has a Mako with explosive entrance, has now just picked up additional size. So we are stat checking the crap out of Demon Time.
Yeah, this is Garen in Omega Strikers right here. And we'll see what 3Z can do with it. But yeah, it has like literally every stat you could possibly get out of your build. And Joker getting that prime time along with heavy impact, like he is just always going to have that pressure on the Mako. And the Mako is going to have to be very deliberate about when you use that flip, you know, when you're caught without energy, because that primary is just always going to be looming now, it feels like.
My God.
And 3Z with the speed is able to go all the way down the barrier, catch that there. They have a lot of energy now. Gets banished on the side, but somehow is not able to be taken out, but the core just dribbles around to the bottom. Joker finds it in the middle and sends it to the bottom side. And it felt like a great point for Bomba at one point there, but it's just turned around very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I saw is Stealth Rock got hit with a really, really huge like mental stack at the end of that point, wanted to evade the pendulum swing from the Rasmus and decided to evade and then also use his special on top of his teammate in order to get that elusive. But in doing so, opened up the passive lane for the Joker, and you know Xianzu, you know Joker. These guys are going to pass to each other, and they are going to punish you for giving them that passive lane. So great conversion by the Joker. It just feels like for the past 2 sets, they just haven't been able to get the ball out of their net. But 3Z hero play gets the KO on Xianzu going into the net. Gumi forced to burn the flip, but Stealth Rock with the flip in the corner. This is what those pillars are all about. Luke wants to involve himself in the play, but pillar not able to form. Stealth Rock with the flip. 3Z with the flip, not able to get through the pillar, waiting for the dash punch, but can't quite get it through. And Luke moving up. Strike shot call out on Gumi, puts it in the net, and we're tied at 1 apiece.
What a way for that to finally go in after all that happened in that point. Beautiful strike shot from Luke.
I mean, Weston-esque.
Yeah, he's just able to read it from Gumi that time, and you're seeing the value of those pillars having like every single creation awakening in the game, and even like you have the projectile range now too for these banishes. But it's just not enough that time. Luke is able to put it in, but really scary defensive position for Luke and Stealth Rock here. It's sent to the top, and there's just always a pillar or a barrage or something waiting for them. But that secondary from Luke is able to send it all the way in, and we'll see now. The primary from Stealth Rock sent it backwards, fighting against Luke a little bit there, but not disastrous quite yet. And now 3Z is on this midfield line, gets this speed gate, has all the speed in the world, but Xianzu does a great job of getting it away from him.
Yeah, and Shianzu with that barrage. He's got that flip in a second. Joker used the flip. They're fired up. They're ready to make a play. Gumi running up. Shianzu running up, winning strike war after strike war, flipping it, and they go to the triple banish! And Demon Time takes a lead in the 5th set of this game.
I mean, in that last draft, I don't remember what else Gumi had, but he took Missile Prop, and it was like, yeah, you see what he's going for. You saw all the value in the world outfit right there, and it puts them 1 point away from taking this map. Beautiful play by them. Threezy Breezy now has it in the middle, but a million things come up. It is able to get through the barrage that time, so it does get one. Stealth Rock and Luke both have flips, so it's still a good point in this position, but one gets burned right there. Now Gumi rotates it to the top and then is going to be able to set up that pillar. So just a lot of offensive pressure this entire set out from them. And Threezy just not able to glide like he has been, but has this speed, is trying to get the core, evades the banish really importantly, and Gumi a little bit low on cooldowns if they can get it on offense here.
Yeah, I mean, Shianzu's positioning has just been impeccable, and these rune pillars have been devastating for the Bombardiers. They just can't get it through. I think they're making the right transition right now to considering taking out the Joker. Taken down by the Fiery Flurry. Pass up to Stealth Rock, down to Threezy Breezy. Shianzu winning these strike wars in the midfield to stall at the power play. Wins another one. Luke forced to send it away. Threezy picks up the ball. Shianzu wins another strike war. Joker is back on the field. Gumi placing a pillar. Giga Blast sets them up. Joker trying to make a play in the net. Can't quite convert. Gumi with the banish. And Joker with the pass received, shot to the top corner. That's a Demon Time win in game 1.
Yeah, it felt like we didn't talk about him a lot until the last set, but Shianzu's build there, I mean, he had Spark of Agility with Spark of Focus, he had Fight or Flight, and then he picked up aerials in that last draft, and you saw it on that power play, like, even 2v3, there's just no possible way to get it around him. You see him being rewarded with the MVP, and as we go to the scoreboard in a second here, 348 redirects, led the game easily there, out redirected the Now, you know, that matchup that we talked about in the last series, and then going into this game, there was so much back and forth in just the points, of course, but also just kind of the play style and the flow of that game. And in set 5, it was just Shianzu with all that speed and Gumi stepping up with him, setting up those pillars to just keep the pressure on. And there just weren't enough cooldowns ever on defense to try to, you know, get it through that cascade that they had.
Yeah. I mean, just such overwhelming offense. That was the closest 11-7 game I've ever seen.
Yeah.
You look at the scoreboard and you're like, oh wow, like Demon Time just kind of like ran through them. No, that game was tense, and there were many times where it felt like Bomba had a commanding lead. And so, crazy game. Gumi got the scaling with the pillars. I think the biggest thing for him isn't even he's dropping pillars on his barriers and making his barriers untakeable. That came up like twice that game. The really big thing was he would just drop that pillar in the corner, allowing Shianzu and Joker to cover the remaining space, and there was just nowhere left for the Bombardiers to go. And so despite the stat checking, despite the overwhelming speed and offense from the Bombardiers, Demon Time had just enough offense of their own to punch back. Joker with 43k damage. And, you know, even though they have an 8 KO to 3 KO lead, Demon Time are able to claw across the finish line. I mean, what exhausting game that was.
Yeah. I mean, in the middle of that game, after set 3, it was like Threezy was just gliding all over the field. It was like a Twitch montage. He was just moving so much faster than everyone else. But the fact they were able to kind of change their play style, play around that, and the build that, I mean, Gumi just every single draft was just going all in for, I'm going to put these giant ass pillars on your side. I'm going to have my banish reach you in the goal box. We saw in the last set, hit the triple banish from on the speed gate, and just went all in on the play style. And it worked. It won them the game in the end. And so, yeah, that was, that had to be an exhausting game. And the back and forth, the momentum that it felt like both teams had at one point, it was really impressive with how close it was. Like you said, looking at the scoreboard when, you know, it was 7-11.
Yeah, and Demon Time, I think, are kind of coming into their own a little bit these playoffs. We saw them earlier today challenge the Titans of Sad Boys. Played some close games against them. And now, even though they lost,
we saw them also like their first map against HMG. They were just getting steamrolled the first two sets, and then were able to just roar back and had all the momentum in the world again. And so it's been like a roller coaster day for them. But I mean, at least through the last two sets of that game, it felt like they were, you know, on the high points, and we'll see if they can keep that up to take this series home.
Yeah, I mean, Demon Time, they are a resilient team, and that makes a lot of sense. All three players on that team, very, very battle tested. Gumi, no stranger to S tier grand finals and wins, and Joker, same story. Shionzu, just he's the robot or whatever. He doesn't get exhausted. We clearly didn't see it that game because he kept up picking up the pace even more as the game went on, as opposed to slowing down. So yeah, I mean, I'm just thankful that I got to cast these awesome games with Weston here.
I mean, Shionzu's a controller player. He's probably like leaning back, laying down in bed with his feet up. Like he's not going to get tired.
He's just chilling. Us mouse and keyboarders, man, we're the real, like, we're the lifeblood of the community. You know what I mean? These
no one has it harder.
Players, they show up. It's their rookie season. They're winning MVP. Like it's too easy for them.
Yeah.
We need some justice for these mouse and keyboarders, that's for sure. These WASD players, they've had it too hard for too long.
That's the one thing that might be able to, you know, unite a dragger with with the rest of the keyboard players is beating Shionzu.
Yes, taking down. They're stealing our Luna. You know, they're stealing Luna from us. All the controller players are playing Luna now. But wow, I mean, what kind of adjustments do you make if you're the Bombardiers going to the next game? I don't even know what map they're playing next, by the way. Like they're presumably playing a map that's in the game. They're playing Oni Village next. Demon Time are getting the blue side pick. Bombardiers probably not going to give them the Estelle, but I think that's possible. I'd be interested in seeing what pick the Bombardiers go for in the midfield, because I personally have pretty different opinions on Onivision midfielding compared to what everyone else has right now. If it were me, like, I would be very comfortable trading Estelle Kai. But I don't think Bombardiers are going to be comfortable making that decision. If you're Demon Time, what do? Do you ban the Rasmus? I'm not sure that's something you want to be doing. Do you want to ban the Asher? Because 3Z's been spamming the Asher on Oni Village recently, but it's Demon Time that are the ones that ban the Estelle. The Bombardiers ban the Kai. They show Shionzu the respect that he deserves after that last game. Demon Time with the first pick. What are they going to pick? I wouldn't be surprised to see the Now. I know they're pretty high on Now midfield in this map. Like I said, like me personally, not as much, but I know that they're high on that pick. There's Rasmus really stands out to me right now. I think that would be an awesome pick. They're probably debating between the Now and the Rasmus. Rasmus locked in for Demon Time. They say, you know what, Bombardiers, you can have the Now. We don't care. We'll find another pick. We want our number one brawler pick on the map, the Rasmus. Bombardiers definitely just going to slam an Asher or a Julie later in the draft. To be honest, I think if you want to slam the Asher, I think you have to slam it now, or else Gumi is going to slam it in the goal box. But they pick the indomitable spirit, the man with the world on his shoulders when their back is against the wall. Atlas is the pick for the Bombardiers, and Asher is the pick for the Bombardiers. Neither side is blinking on committing to this midfield pick. Super interesting draft. I think the Now is coming in for Demon Time, and then, to be honest, I kind of want to see the Mako.
Yeah, but presumably you push them over to the Mako, and then like Julie and the Mako traditionally is a pretty good matchup for Julie. I think most people would agree with that. Like most goalies and brawlers feel that way. And so I kind of like how Bomba has played this, where they've kind of forced Gumi into a tough spot unless he wants to play something like Rune again, or some kind of other pick. It does mean that you gave the Now over, and Shionzu on the Now is going to be really scary, like we saw in the last, and it is the Rune this time, so it doesn't fall for the kind of forcing them over to Mako bait that they might have tried to put up there. But I would expect this last pick. Yeah, I guess you have the Asher already, so now you're looking for something in the midfield, and
lock the Groctavia.
It could be the the Roctavia. It could
Oh,
be
sorry, the
Juno.
Roctavia.
It is going to
Juno.
be the Juno. So
Yep, that makes sense. All right,
I
we've
think
got
shapeshifting
creations.
has looked so good on this pick this season, and I would be pretty worried about it here. Like this just creation spam of Juno Asher is going to be really scary.
Yeah. I do kind of like the now into the Juno. It's a matchup that I don't really hate. I think it's different on Oni compared to other maps. Like I think the Juno has a little bit better of a time. I also kind of like the Juno into the Rune. So it's a pretty nice counter pick on 6 there for the Bombardiers. And then the Asher to also break through the Rune. I will say that this now Rasmus size glass cannon, like this core control, especially with the Rune, is going to be favoring the Bombardiers. And to be perfectly honest, I think this game also is going to take a while.
Yeah. It's going to be about like setting up those Asher hitting the core a million times situations with your ultimate in the corner, but then you also have Gumi setting up the pillars that are going to last for forever, just like the last game. So yeah, I think this could take a while. And once again, this series I think is really interesting because you have just such different game plans out of the defense of each side, especially.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Bomba Village here, 3Z Breezy, an aficionado of the map, Luke, an aficionado of taking that top barrier there. And I'm kind of excited to see how things go. I know Demon Time don't necessarily love the map. This isn't something I would all really consider their specialty. But they're making these aggressive plays. Stealth Rock, great clears and, great control with the Juno Slimes. Oh, and Luke clears back into the Pendulum Sling. Kind of a rare miss and a big punish on the Strike Core win from Shionzu in the open net. And an early lead for Demon Time.
Yeah, I think was trying to wait it out, and the hitbox just stayed a little bit longer than he expected. So the Pendulum Swing gets it, and yeah, just immediate punish out of the Joker there. And 3Z without this ult yet, it's going to be really hard to try to get that second barrier. So going to try to probably grab some orbs, grab some random redirects. But everything's just kind of falling apart behind him before he's able to get this ult and start putting that pressure on. The core now sent into the corner. Pendulum Swing used. Doesn't quite find it yet. And a good clear from Luke while Joker is trying to hook means that it gets around for the time being. 3Z now has this ultimate. Going to try to set up the core in a spot where he can really checkmate it. But Gumi's so good at just kind of teleporting out when you least expect it, putting a pillar in the right spot, and is able to get it around for now. And now Joker and Shionzu kind of have the pressure on offense once again.
Wow. Joker, I think there were rumors of his downfall earlier today, and I think those rumors were greatly exaggerated. He is definitely feeling himself with the flip into insta strike through 2 people with strike up, 2 people with energy burst up. He wants this win, and he wants it quick. So now we've got 3 energy bursts on the side of the Bombardiers, saving it for this point. But Shionzu is just playing exceptional offense. But 3Z calls out Gumi the same way that Joker just called out the team of Bombardiers. And now we've got an open net situation for the first time for the Bombardiers.
Yeah, 3Z hasn't had a lot of chances, but took the one he was given this point and immediately got the second barrier there. And now they take out Joker. We'll see if that's something that they can consistently do on a map that's typically not built for that. But they do such a good job of matching the flips. The now primary is there, but the core just goes around Luke's secondary. 3Z wins a strike war, and a good bounce back point from Bomba there to continue this set.
Yeah, a great point for them. 3Z in the right spots to disrupt this Rasmus and make his life super hard. I think the really big thing is just going to be, can Stealth Rock get it around? Oh, wow. Shionzu barely doesn't catch the barrier, but can Stealth Rock get it around this Rasmus now? Because when you don't have the Estelle, when you don't have the Kai, and maybe like this Octavia, it's quite hard to keep up in the midfield as something like a Juno, and you're kind of more of a scoring threat, but you also don't have as much control from the Asher, especially with the way that 3Z's been playing. So it's going to take a lot from Luke and Stealth Rock to manage to find their way around the speed demons on the enemy team, especially given that, Gumi went Glass Cannon, Shionzu went Glass Cannon. These characters are going to be moving very, very quickly, kind of catching every single angle that you're going to be going for. But 3Z with a pixel perfect strike into the bottom corner, takes that barrier. He wants to tie up the set, but Joker wants to close it out with the flip, tries to make a play, not quite able to. 3Z Breezy wins a strike war on defense in his own net. Joker running it down, and Luke, ankle's broken a little bit. The ball goes in the net, and it's a set win for Demon Time.
Yeah, ankle's broken is right. It took a little step down because Joker sent that pendulum swing down, but then the core just ended up rolling past to the top side. Yeah, and it just feels like the offense is not like anything consistent, anything replicable so far for Bomba, where they're just not able to get it into their spots that they want to set up those Asher ultimates or anything. Gumi doing a great job of disrupting and Shianzu kind of dominating in the midfield. And you see that he got the MVP here, but the way that they drafted does mean that Juno gets hot shot.
So Juno gets the hot shot. I don't agree with this Asher timeless take because the Siege Machine is just right there. But, you know, maybe we want a bigger and a better ult to be able to beat the pillars. Like, I think that's kind of maybe the angle they're going for. But, you know, but that being said, Juno, there's the airship. Juno, and especially Hotshot Juno, actually is a character that historically has done pretty well into the forward duo of Demon Time. You know, back during the height of their meta dominance, some of their like most significant game losses were to a midfield Juno kind of making these unexpected plays. And Hotshot Juno is definitely one way to do that. But Gumi, great pillar punish in the corner there, takes that second barrier, and we're just seeing the overwhelming control of Demon Time completely taking over the map as Gumi sets up for a KO.
Yeah, and you see how much damage and knockback those pillars are already doing with just the Siege Machine and not every single awakening that you want like he had in the last game. This missile prop that Luke got, I think, is going to be really important. Like, you see it right there is keeping the core up, and they're able to rotate it around to 3Z. These strike shots from Luke have also been huge. That wasn't even the first one this point that has made an impact like that. And I think that's going to be one way that they can help make this offense more consistent, is those Atlas primaries helping.
Wow.
But right now, Joker and Shianzu are just sitting there waiting, playing with the defense, and Joker is able to send it right to the middle. The strike shot from Luke just a little bit too late. And once again, they're just in control of these points.
Yeah, they just have so much control. I don't know exactly what the call was. But I feel like this Now is just kind of taking over the game a little bit. The Now and Rasmus in tandem, making life so difficult for the Bombardiers. You know, we have the Hotshot Juno, but she's just not quite doing enough. And Shianzu just able to maneuver around the map perfectly. It feels like they just have more resources. They have more energy. They have more cooldowns. They have more control of the ball. As Shianzu goes for a bit of a greedy KO, isn't quite able to pick it up. And both flips burned and no barrier taken for the Bombardiers. It's a bit of a disaster. They don't even get the KOs that they were looking for. The double banish, big play. Gumi finally forced to burn his flip. Luke, easy save for him. Stealth Rock going back into Shianzu. Finally goes back up and around Joker. I think one of the adjustments that Bombardiers are going to have to make is this idea that the Rasmus Now, if you get that Rasmus into the corner like he is right now, the Now cannot cover that cross clear. So if you recognize that he's a little bit out of position, you can go up to Luke and rotate the ball around and maybe cheat a little bit and get some extra possessions for your Asher that you might not have been able to otherwise. But we see 3Z feeling the pressure, feeling like he has to rotate back for defense, not quite able to get good touches on the core. Shianzu and Joker alone in the enemy net with Luke trying to make the plays. Stealth Rock goes down into the corner, not quite able to catch the ball. And everything kind of going crazy as Luke finally forced to burn the flip.
Yeah, they just keep sending it down to this long corner, and it means that, yeah, they just can't ever rotate it around. The weakness that Now has, they get the point there. Just such good offense that whole point. The weakness that Now has of not being able to cover the cross clear like you want to, they're not really taking advantage of it because they just keep sending it into the corner, which means Joker's not able to get the core, like not able to get pendulum swings on the barrier, which is, you know, typically how he's going to get them. But it means that they're just never able to get it around them. And eventually something is going to happen, like Gumi setting up a pillar in the midfield that sends it around at 1,000,000 miles an hour that gets it. And so, yeah, it just feels like some kind of adjustment has to be made to just kind of try to rotate it around this Now in some way.
Yeah, I think I want to give some credit to Gumi this game. I think that's something he's done an incredible job of, is taking these gambles on these cross clears, saying, listen, I know I'm clearing into a Juno, but I've got these pillars. She won't be able to break me. And I think that's paid so many dividends for them, as Luke kind of checkmated there as well. And with Gumi's flip and Shionzu's flip up, I fail to see a way in which Demon Time aren't going to eventually capitalize and just finish the set here.
Yeah. Gumi just doing such a good job on just controlling the defense and the offense. That time it gets around, you know, those gambles don't always work out. And so this is maybe one of the scariest positions they've been in. But Shionzu is pushing up with that flip, and that's going to be scary as well. Just sits there after flipping. Now Gumi sets up the pillar to put this pressure into the corner and then walks forward into his own secondary. So well played. Joker was covering the cross. So even though they had two flips, Shape just kind of had to hit it forward. And so well played from them there. Sets them up for 2-0 here. And, you know, the momentum hasn't always stuck in this series so far. But it feels like Demon Time has everything going for them right now.
Yeah, and rewarded with the Monumentalist. We've seen these now secondaries and how lethal they've been in the net for Shionzu. And now his secondary is way bigger. So everything is kind of going Demon Time's way. It just feels like Bombardiers doesn't quite have an answer for the rune, for the now, for the speed coming out from the other side. You know, especially after last game where it felt like the overwhelming speed they had to keep up was so important for them and what's got them to that set 5. This game, it just feels like they're just a little too slow and just a little too out of position to get those punishes. But if anyone is going to get him across the finish line, it's going to be that hotshot Juno, who sets up a double barrier take for 3Z.
Yeah, really nice offense so far in this point. And 3Z is able, Luke is able to get it out of the corner there with that missile prop. But here Gumi goes, setting up these pillars. They're not able to get it to the side. And now Joker is set up by Shionzu in that long corner. Now that you have this Monumentalist, you kind of can cover the outclear. Wow. You can approach your offense from further. And that time Joker just with a mix-up with the hook into the corner. Luke can't quite get it around him. First point goes there. And just 2 away for Demon Time as they just continue to look so consistent with this comp.
Yeah, they're kind of running away with the game. If you're a Bombardiers fan, it's a little hard to have hope right now that they're going to be able to get across the finish line for you. I mean, they're just kind of taking everything at will. They're scoring at will. Gumi's kind of styling on them. Actually, never mind. Gumi's kind of trolling. But Shionzu's styling on them. Joker's styling on them. And Shionzu's going to get flipped soon. Gumi wants a little bit of the glory for himself, and you see shapeshifting Stealth Rock flip in that bottom lane, but there's a rune pillar and a now primary, and there's just nowhere for the ball to go. And also they're faster than you, and they have more cooldowns than you, and it's just so oppressive and so difficult as Gumi decides he doesn't really want that barrier anymore. Shapeshifting going for the punish, and Gumi decides, actually, you know what? Maybe I'm a Bombardiers fan.
Maybe he is. That wasn't the best point from him. When we were in the draft, we were saying that like Asher and Juno, the way to the path to offense was going to be like just creation spam, and they're just getting out creation spammed by the Now and the Rune, who just set it up from further away and set it up more consistently and are dominating them. So unless Gumi does that like 8 more times, it feels like they just can't ever get the core in a good spot for 3Z.
Yeah, I mean, the consistency with which Shionzu is converting on these flips in front of the second barrier is just so impressive. Every single time, it's flip, primary Luke, and, you know, don't hit the core while you're doing it, and then shoot it right through him while he's hit stunned. He's done that so many times this game. We saw another example of it there, and it's this level of consistency and mastery with your character that allows you to convert on these setups as Gumi misses his flip, and Bombardiers kind of trying to make a comeback right now. 3Z kind of loses his mind as the airship betrays him, and the Dorito makes the save, or the Rune Pillar makes the save, but not quite able to convert in the corner. But don't forget, Stealth Rock has the flip, Luke has the flip, 3Z put down the pass, put down across the map. Gumi making things a little scary because that's what he likes to do on the Rune. But Luke, easy save for him. Shionzu sends it down. Stealth Rock looking a little nervous. Both flips down for the Bombardiers now, and it's looking really difficult for them. Shionzu, great plays with the win. And Joker just kills Luke with his flip, and Shionzu wins another strike war to put it in the top corner of the net.
The kill didn't even matter there. The ult still saved him, but Shionzu just wins another strike war. And now 1 point away. we'll see what they can do, but just such an impressive performance so far. Like you said, out of Shianzu, just able to use that flip to get value every single time, it feels like.
Oh, bang.
Not that time, though.
I mean, if you're a Bombardiers fan, you're going to want to see the Bomba Clarts coming out from 3Z Breezy. That's the type of momentum shift that you want to see. Taking the KO, setting himself up in the corner for the score, passing around Shianzu and Joker. This kind of setup is exactly what you want to see in 3Z. Tries to send it through Gumi. Doesn't quite do so. Trying to get it into the corner, not able to get it through Shianzu. Stealth Rock taken down. The Juno jump into the corner. We've all been there. Very risky play. And now Luke, low on resources, low on speed.
Oh,
but the strike shot, not quite fully out of resources.
Okay.
Takes the point and keeps the Bombardiers alive.
Beautiful read from Luke. Could see the greedy pass coming a mile away and just guessed there, but was able to get it. So, I mean, as much as they've been in control, they're 1 point here as Shianzu has a lot of pressure put on him away from getting a draft, trying to find something that can change the game. Breezy does a good job evading that and now has a lot of pressure in the corner, but Gumi is able to get it out for the time being.
Yeah, and Luke walking up, wants to make the hero plays, not quite able to, but great secondary, keeps the Joker's hook play from taking that barrier. These rotations have been exceptional from the side of Demon Time. A great pass from Stealth Rock, get the ball up in the corner, but Shianzu wins another strike war, but 3Z flying in, takes the barrier from Gumi, and now Gumi out of the net. 3Z is going to flip as soon as he gets out of this banish, flips in front of the net, sends it through, and the Bombardiers aren't done yet.
Yeah, you said, like, if you're a Bombardiers fan, it's hard to have hope when they were down 2-0 in the set. But somehow they did it. Somehow they got a set here. 3Z MVPs, and
Rapid
now
fire,
could be
probably
rewarded with probably rapid fire.
Takes
here.
the rapid fire. Chrono boost for this now is just like almost backbreaking, but takes the team player, wants to deny it from the Atlas because his Rasmus. Big chrono boost. Fire up, big pickup for Luke. Shapeshifting, Stealth Rock takes the Orb Dancer from Gumi. I think that's a pretty wise pick. And among Titans, probably for Gumi here. He still gets the movement speed, but he doesn't get, 65% movement speed for 3 seconds every 10 seconds. So just take a deep breath if you're a Bombardiers fan. They are clawing their way back.
Yeah, there's hope once again, and it's a brand new set that's tied right here. But Joker putting so much pressure on, wins every interaction there, barely gets it around Luke, and the strike is somehow not quite in range or was a little bit too early there as Joker puts it in. So a dominant first point to try to get this back. But, they've had their back against the wall before and found a set, so we'll see what they can do. But all the things that we were talking about in the last set of why Demon Time has been winning these points, it's all still true. This creation comp that they have is just so oppressive.
Yeah, and Shianzu, another critical win in the midfield, and they're just not quite able to get the ball over to 3Z. Another great strike shot from Luke. I mean, genuine Western cosplay out of him today. Finally, they're able to find the rotation up to 3Z. And 3Z looking for a KO and Shianzu. No evade if he could go for like a dash flip or dash primary flip. But Joker just cooks Luke in the net. And we're going to want to see a conversion with these two flips from the Bombardiers. That's one flip. Tries to send it down to Stealth Rock. Can't quite get it there. The now secondary and the pillar stopping the play. Joker trying to disrupt in the bottom corner. Shianzu wins another strike war. 3Z wins a critical one in the midfield. Trying to kill Shianzu wins another strike war. And Stealth Rock jumping down with the flip. Drops the primary, not able to get it through. Joker, big strike war win, hitting it away from the Joker. Luke forced to flip, but with the flip comes 50% movement speed. We're fired up. We're heading into overtime. We've got Hotshot Juno and 3Z with a dash strike play down the middle. We've tied up the set 1-1.
Beautiful pass from Shape there to find him in that top corner, and then a great conversion. Looks like a lot of the plays you see Joker make on Asher, where he just somehow finds like the perfect core speed and the perfect core position with his dash secondary right there. This time they're barely able to hold on in the corner, although 3Z, it is very scary for him right now. Feels like Gumi is going to find some way to kill him, but for now he's just pushing up and trying to help the offense. But so far Stealth Rock and Luke are not letting this last barrier go down.
Yeah, and Stealth Rock dribbling around, trying to find a way around all this pressure from Demon Time. The pillars, the speed, the coverage. It's just so much. The ball has been in their half for 32 seconds at this point. And finally, some breathing room, but having to jump backwards. Luke probably has some resources back up, able to be calm and collected. Demon Time clearly in it for the long haul at this point, but finally, a breakaway, an opportunity. Stealth Rock, Strike War, win. Breezy, Strike War, win. Luke with the strike shot, but Shianzu ready to catch the rebound, almost killed by the Atlas primary and layering some damage on top of Shianzu. Stealth Rock takes the barrier with the hot shot. Juno Slime, Shianzu low on health, forced to evade. Gumi with the save. Luke with the strike shot, has flip soon, has fire up soon, might have to send it here. And now Stealth Rock fast, Luke fast, they're running downfield. 3Z drops the airship into the corner. If he can get it around this rune pillar or this rune flip, he might be able to make the play to get into the net. And wins the strike war against Gumi. The Bombardiers are bringing this game back from the brink.
Yeah, I mean, the forwards are so consistently evading these runes, and I mean, these rune banishes, and part of it is that they've been playing against it for like 45 minutes straight now. But I mean, they are like hitting every single banish evade, which has been so important in these points. Like you saw it there, allowed 3Z to get into a good position even when the core was banished. And yeah, I mean, they are just bringing it back from what seemed like it was completely over. They have the first barrier here, although you're kind of seeing that perma offense. But this is what we saw in the last point. They were able to hold on for long enough, but Joker now baits out the strike, the primary, everything, but doesn't quite get it in time. And Luke is just finding these saves into the right spot, even against all this pressure.
Oh, but the hook and then the denial of the glass cannon speed catches Luke a little off guard. 3Z with the flip sends it into the now primary. No conversion for him. Shianzu dribbling, Joker dribbling, hitting it forward, not quite able to get the pass off. And now 3Z marking Shianzu, goes for the dash punch. Shianzu, great positioning around that combo from 3Z, not going down. Joker going to be looking to get it to his star midfielder in the open net with the flip. Shianzu has the flip, walks forward, denied by the Atlas primary. Finally, the flip primary into strike doesn't work out for him, and now it's Stealth Rock with flip and 3Z trying to play on the bottom here. Joker walking up, Luke with the flip, fire up, save on the goal line. There's so much speed for the Bombardiers. They're running downfield. Shianzu not quite able to catch the ball, and Luke forces the flip out of Gumi, but a crazy play from Shianzu puts the ball in the bottom of the net off the pendulum swing from Joker, and we're going to a 0.5.
Yeah, that primary from Luke like put so much pressure on offensively, but then it meant he had no cooldowns and he had no evade for if the core ever got back, and it finally got to Joker in the right spot. Luke has been doing such a good job of like trying to always have one cooldown, and if he does use the last of his cooldowns, he's doing it offensively to keep the core up. And Stealth Rock has been winning so many clutch interactions when those cooldowns are down. I was just saying how they were hitting every banish. This time they don't. Joker sends the pass instead of sending it straight through. What a play. Could be a game-winning play if he can convert here, but Stealth Rock does still have the flip. Luke with the strike shot's able to keep it up. 3Z wins a strike war and now is going to try to find this last barrier.
Yeah, the Monu, big play. Joker in the bottom of the net. The Atlas secondary sends it back into Joker, who walks it into the net, and Demon Time with the 2-0, ending the season for the Bombardiers and continuing on to the second day of competition next Saturday. Congratulations to Demon Time. Congratulations to the Rat Pack. Congratulations to Sad Boys. Their run isn't over yet.
Yeah, we had a lot of fight out of more than I expected in the middle of that game out of Bombardiers. Was able to get it to a pretty scary spot for Demon Time, but on that last play, you saw, I mean, over and over again, we were talking about it. Either Shianzu or Joker was flipping in front of the barrier, and then against the Juno Atlas, they were able to, you know, track the cooldowns to the point of just sending it straight in. But it felt like the first time off of a flip, Joker just sent that pass across the barrier to the other side. They didn't expect it because it hadn't happened all game. That gets them the last barrier of the series, and that sends them to day 2 of our playoffs.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll sound like a little bit of a broken record right now. I don't care. That might be the closest 11-6 game I've ever seen. I mean, wow, what an exciting series. This game is just too much fun. Well played to the Bombardiers. Like I said, you know, I I kind of given up on them. I thought they were down and out, but they showed that fight was still in them, which is really what you need to be a truly steeled competitor. And I think that bodes well for them and their future in competition. Luke, great rookie season out of him. Well, technically, sort of rookie season. And Threezy Breezy and Stealth Rock showing that they are a force to be reckoned with. But Demon Time, like we said earlier, I think they just had such a crazy roller coaster of a day. But you know, these kinds of storylines are the storylines that make history, and Demon Time, I know that they want to make history in this postseason, and they got the job done today. So congratulations to them. We will see them next week against the Rat Pack.
Yeah, and real quick before we like end stream, I think some of the narrative like going into today and even in the middle of today was like Atlas is winning every game, or Mako, or Dubu, or Asher. Like it's just melee goalie hell again. And then Gumi just showed up, picked Rune twice, you know, did
like Rune
his
every
thing,
game,
just doing his own thing, doesn't care what the meta is, what anything else is, just locks in Rune and gets it done, which is like the antithesis, like the opposite of what the dominant Showtime era was, which was like everything aligned to like their meta and it was melee goalies. And then Gumi just shows up, picks Rune twice. This game does 5,000 damage when everyone else did like 3,000. So not playing like banishes and setting up pillars, he just did his own thing, and it was really cool to see just a completely different play style be able to win that series.
Yeah, and this forward duo of Joker and Shianzu aren't even necessarily strangers to that. You know, back before the Showtime meta, before they kind of invented that meta, it was, hey, Barcode is just, he likes his melee characters, he's picking them even though no one else is. And that was what ended up defining the meta. So, you know, we'll see what happens. Maybe Rune Goalie just starts popping up everywhere. I don't necessarily expect that, but this forward duo, so malleable, so impressive. Shianzu, so dominant in the midfield. There's a reason that these guys have some chips in the past, and there's a reason that they're still fighting for one next week. That was an awesome cast, Weston. I believe that we might be going to some post-game interviews to end off the day. I'm not entirely sure what's next in store, but just want to appreciate an amazing day of Omega Strikers and wish everyone the best.
Welcome back, everyone. North American Strikers League. I'm joined by two different people than you just heard cast. We have Wet Zero and we have Deborah. And I'm joined by Tempo Melon because all of Demon Time immediately had to leave after their series. So it's a good thing they didn't go to game 3. We had a crazy, wacky, and wild day. Let's have our two new members on the desk that we haven't seen today, Wet Zero and Deborah. Tell me a little bit about the day one vibes. We got a new schedule. And in classic fashion, actually in non-classic fashion, no team that started in losers has made it to day 2. So let's talk about that a little bit.
Deborah,
All
you
right, Web
first.
Zero. Okay, I'll go first. So as you can see, I'm the Demon Time representative on the desk today. I was helping those guys out this week, and I was up till 5 a.m. with Gumi last night, chatting away, making sure that he was as locked in as possible for today. Bit of a crazy ride for us Demon Timers today. We, had to face down the Juggernaut, and we were a little discouraged. I know Joker especially was feeling a little discouraged going into today, but your Demon Time representative talked him out of his funk, and I think we really saw a turnaround in that losers bracket after he got a little bit of a pep talk. I sent him my Liquipedia. I said, look how many terrible results that I have on there. There's no way that your results can be worse than that. And I think that really helped turn his mentality around. Huge win for them today. And just kind of exciting to see that losers bracket curse ended. I think that speaks to maybe the maturity of the scene and the resilience of us all as competitors. You know, we're all growing as people and we're all growing in our mentalities, and we aren't letting those early day losses shake us up as much. And so, you know, we had these gigabanger, grueling games, a really long day, lots of excitement, but also lots of tests of resilience. That it's kind of what this is all about.
Wow. Well said.
Well
Wet
said.
Zero, there was a lot to digest there, but is there anything about the games played, the maps picked, characters selected, anything that stuck out to you as unexpected going into today? I'm curious what you think after. I mean, obviously you played the whole season of nasl, so you firsthand, you know, every single person on this desk was in nasl this season, which is actually pretty cool. So I'm curious if you think what your thoughts are playing against all these teams, and then what we saw today from the teams.
Yeah. It is like, I think when you're at like a lower level, you're playing in like Nasty and NASA, it's kind of like you can just lock in what you're good at, what works for you, and just expect to win. Like you can just kind of hands gap people. And saw like this season, especially playing in Nassel, like the meta really does, like it changes everything. Like every single week, every time there's a patch, like everything completely changes and you like have to adapt or you're just gonna die. And I think going into today, like obviously it's a newer patch, and kind of the narrative, the thinking was like it was going to be all melee and it was going to be all Now and Kai. And I think a lot of today you did kind of see that dominate. And like we saw, you know, Kainub on Now just completely running over people, dominating the game. But then in that last series, you saw kind of like Gumi just saying like, I'm not just gonna lock in the melee, or like
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lock in what you normally do. I'm just gonna play Rune because that's what I like doing, and it works for me, and it worked so well for them. And he did like completely different things on Rune in those two games, but like if you have a game plan that you're kind of playing around consistently, like maybe you can kind of break like that meta that seems to change everything. But it is like just there's so much preparation that goes into like especially these playoff days. Like I know all of these teams were scrimming and planning, and like if we win coin flip, it goes like this, and if like this happens, it goes like this, and on this map we can't let them get this. And so I was just really impressed at like the preparation that we saw today, and some of the adaptability as well, like especially just that last series that we just watched, like from Gumi.
True. I'm gonna turn over to the last member of my desk, aka the only person out of all 9 players left that was that would come on the show with me. Thank you, Parker. This is obviously your first playoffs so far, and obviously congrats on the MVP. A lot of pressure on the Rat Pack to perform. I think you guys had a really good showing coming to day one. Anything you want to share as someone who you've played in NASC and now NASA, and now you're competing for first place NASL? What would you share about what's the biggest surprise, or like maybe like how are you feeling going into these playoffs? What's it like compared to other competitions you've in? Like I want to hear about that experience from you. And you've even played EUSL. So you've played in more leagues than literally I think anyone in the entire space, like ever. So I want to hear about how this is shaped up so far, in your opinion as a team, and but also as you as a person, as our first ever brawler MVP.
I think it is actually really crazy a lot of what Weston said about like having to pick actual things that aren't just what you're good at when you're doing stuff like that. Because I've noticed a lot. So when I play in Nasty, I just picked like the same 2 characters every game, and NASA I didn't play brawler in that, but it's changed a lot about having to actually like have more prep for games and things, as well as just like having to make real adjustments around the enemy's comps and stuff. And today was really long and really tiring, and I'm not gonna say that was why anything happened, but I'm really looking forward to next week, and I really hope we can beat these Sad Boys guys and these Demon Time guys and get
Yeah.
first. So it'd be really cool.
I think you raised a good point too, because I always believe that anything can happen at like a LAN day. Like if you're a NASA player, you can beat literally any top player, right? But I
Mhm.
think something that really comes to light in these nasl playoffs, and anyone who's been in nasl playoffs can attest, I think nasl playoffs are the hardest to win in terms of every single time you play against someone, they're like holistically like they watch the VODs, you know, they'll look at everything you've picked over the season. They'll go through like every iteration of what they can do compared to like the challenge of winning a LAN, which is like how fast can we adapt? How well can we like keep up our energy through a bracket? And this is just like, you know, I can't speak for everyone else, but my teammates and I just sat in a call for hours to like talk about like what do we want to do versus this team? What do we do versus this team? What maps do we want to play? We're good at a lot of maps. What maps do we want to play more than others? And I think that's the biggest difference. And it's really hard to know what that's like until you do it. Because if you don't do it, the other teams do it, and then there's no worse feeling than going in and getting surprised by something before you load in the game because you want to give yourself every opportunity you can to win. So I
Yeah.
know what you mean. Um, uh, well, my experience, I played 4 straight hours of melee goalie, awesome sauce. That was really cool. I was gonna play Kai and Inkies and then it got banned. Cool. I was gonna play Dubu and then it got banned. Damn. So here we are. Chills. another beastly day. Alice stays winning. Still never lost on Alice in the history of the game in an S tier. So beast. Shout out to my 2 teammates. Mandatory. Um, that's all I'll say about boys. We're obviously gonna stay focused and going in there. And I want to ask if anyone has any shout outs before we end the stream. I should have told someone if they have any shout outs. I shouldn't have just left it open. That was a rookie mistake. It's like I've never done this before. Fuck. I'm better than that. Shout out Hush Bets for locking in and making day 2. Really proud of him. Good job, Pookie.
Yep.
Weston, any shout outs?
Shout out to everyone that played today. It was fun to watch and it looked really tiring. It was tiring even to just watch some of it in cast, so can't imagine.
Yeah, I'll shout out a couple different groups. One, everyone that played today, great work. All the goalies that played today, you guys did your best Western cosplays. I was really impressed with all that. And then shout out the 4 teams that didn't play today. Those guys also put in a lot of work this season, and while they don't get the opportunity to express it today, that's really what makes nasl so amazing. Is it's not just these top 6 that are doing everything. It's all 10. Everyone's putting in the work. Everyone loves the scene so much, and everyone's just fighting so hard, and that's what makes the wins so worth it when you finally climb to the top of that mountain. So shout out to the whole crew, the production crew, Saya, everyone, Bestian Slot, because we're all hobbyists.
And the video.
And shout out
true.
Ian.
Yeah,
Always shout out
true.
Ian. There's never a single second of my life where I'm not shouting out Ian. He cooked. I mean, the whole art. I mean, he's not the only one on that art team, but that art team, they cooked so hard. They cook so hard every time. It makes me so happy. So those are my shout outs. Shout out all the Weston cosplayers.
W. Parker, any shout outs? Josh had a nice bow on it, but I didn't want to leave you out on anything if you want to say
Out of
something.
the refs. Awesome ref work all season. Great stuff.
That's facts.
Shout out
Shout out to all
refs.
the new refs too. I appreciate the ones that always are there. Hey, Cardsmith and Cliff, beasts. And then shout out to all the new refs that I've had this season. So W Pole
Yep.
Parker. With that, that's gonna do it from us. Top 3. See you next week. Sad Boys, Rat Pack, Demon Time. There's a triangle. Each of these teams beat another one of these teams in the regular season. So who knows what's gonna happen. You don't want to miss it. nasl 7. Be there, be square. Toodle doodle.
Doodle doodle.
My poodle.
"しちゃいそう」